Section 1 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lisa Greene. The Step on the Stair by Anna Katharine Greene. Book 1, The Three Edgars, Chapter 1. I had turned the corner at 35th Street and was halfway down the block in my search for a number I had just taken from the telephone book when my attention was suddenly diverted by the quick movements and peculiar aspect of a man whom I saw plunging from the doorway of a large office building some 50 feet or so ahead of me. Though to all appearance in a desperate hurry to take the taxicab waiting for him at the curb, he was so under the influence of some other anxiety, almost equally pressing, that he stopped before he reached it to give one searching look down the street, which, to my amazement, presently centered on myself. The man was a stranger to me, but evidently I was not so to him, for his expression changed at once as our eyes met, and, without waiting for me to advance, he stepped hastily towards me, saying as we came together, "Mr. Bartholomew, is it not?" I bowed. He had spoken my name. "I have been waiting for you many interminable minutes," he hurriedly continued. "I have had bad news from home, a child hurt, and must go at once. So if you will pardon the informality, I will hand over to you here and now the letter about which I telephoned you, together with the key, which I am assured you will find very useful. I am sorry I cannot stop for further explanations, but you will pardon me, I know. You can have nothing to ask which will not keep till tomorrow." "No, but—" I got no further. Something in my tone or something in my look seemed to alarm him, for he took an immediate advantage of my hesitation to repeat anxiously, "You are Mr. Bartholomew, are you not? Edgar Quentin Bartholomew?" I smiled a polite acquiescence and, taking a card from my pocketbook, handed it to him. He gave it one glance and passed it back. The name corresponded exactly with the one he had just uttered. With a muttered apology and a hasty nod, he turned and fairly ran to the waiting taxicab. Had he looked back? But he did not, and I had the doubtful satisfaction of seeing him ride off before I could summon my wits or pocket the articles which had been so unceremoniously thrust upon me. For what had seemed so right to him seemed anything but right to me. I was Edgar Q. Bartholomew without question, but I was very sure that I was not the Edgar Quentin Bartholomew he thought he was addressing. This I had more than suspected when he first accosted me, but when, after consulting my card, he handed me the letter and its accompanying parcel, all doubt vanished. He had given into my keeping articles meant for another man. And I knew the man. Yet I had let this stranger go without an attempt to rid him of his misapprehension, had seen him hasten away to his injured child without uttering the one word which would have saved him from an error the consequences of which no one, not even myself, could at that moment foresee. Why did I do this? I call myself a gentleman. Moreover, I believe myself to be universally considered as such. Why, then? Let events tell. Follow my next move and look for explanations later. The man who had accosted me was a lawyer by the name of Miller. Of that I felt assured. Also, that he had been coming from his own office when he first rushed into view. Of that office I should be glad to have a momentary glimpse. Also, I should certainly be more composed in mind and ready to meet the possible results of my inexcusable action if I knew whether or not the man for whom I had been taken, the other Edgar Q. Bartholomew, would come for that letter and parcel of which I had myself become the guilty possessor. The first matter could be settled in no time. The directory just inside the building from which I had seen Mr. Miller emerge would give me the number of his office. But to determine just how I might satisfy myself on the other point was not so easy. To take up my stand somewhere in the vicinity, in a doorway, let us say, from which I could watch all who entered the building in which I had located Mr. Miller's office, seemed the natural and, moreover, the safest way. For the passers-by were many, and I could easily slip amongst them, and so disappear from view if by chance I perceived the other man of my name approaching. Whereas, if once inside, I should find it difficult to avoid him in case of an encounter. Policy called for a watch from the street, but who listens to policy at the age of 23? And after a moment or two of indecision, I hurried forward and entered the building, was soon at a door on the 3rd floor bearing the name of John E. Miller, Attorney at Law. Satisfied from the results of my short meeting with Mr. Miller in the street below that he neither knew my person nor that of the other Bartholomew, strange as this latter may seem when one considers the character of the business linking them together, I felt that I had no reason to fear being recognized by any of his clerks, and taking the knob of the door in hand, I boldly sought to enter. But I found the door locked, nor did I receive any response to my knock. Evidently, Mr. Miller kept no clerks, or they had all left the building when he did. Annoyed as I was at the mischance, for I had really hoped to come upon someone there of sufficient responsibility to be of assistance to me in my perplexity, I yet derived some gratification from the thought that when the other Bartholomew came, he would meet with the same disappointment. But would he come? There seemed to be the best of reasons why he should. The appointment made for him by Mr. Miller was one which, judging from what had just taken place between that gentleman and myself, was of too great importance to be heedlessly ignored. Perhaps in another moment, at the next stop of the elevator, I should behold his gay and careless figure step into sight within 20 feet of me. Did I wish him to find me standing in hesitation before the lawyer's closed door? No, anything but that, especially as I was by no means sure what I might be led into doing if we thus came eye to eye. The letter in my pocket, the key of whose usefulness I had been assured, was it or was it not in me to hand them over without a fuller knowledge of what I might lose in doing so? Honestly, I did not know. I should have to see his face, the far from handsome face which nevertheless won all hearts as mine had never done, good-looking though I was said to be, even by those who liked me least. If that face wore a smile, I had reason to dread that smile, I might waver and succumb to its peculiar fascination. If, on the contrary, its expression was dubious or betrayed an undue anxiety, the temptation to leave him in ignorance of what I held would be great, and I should probably pass the coming night in secret debate with my own conscience over the untoward situation in which I found myself, himself, and one other thus unexpectedly involved. It would be no more than just, or so I blindly decided as I hastily withdrew into a short hall which providentially opened just opposite the spot where I stood lingering in my indecision. It was an unnecessary precaution. Strangers, and strangers only, met my eye as I gazed in anxious scrutiny at the various persons hurrying by in every direction. 5 minutes, 10 went by, and still a rush of strangers, none of whom paused even for a moment at Mr. Miller's door. Should I waste any more time on such an uncertainty, or should I linger a little while longer in the hope that the other Quentin Bartholomew would yet turn up? I was not surprised at his being late. If ever a man was a slave to his own temperament, that man was he, and what would make most of us hasten often caused him a needless delay. I would wait 10, 15 minutes longer, for petty as the wish may seem to you who has yet have been given no clue to my motives or my reason for them, I felt that it would be a solace for many a bitter hour in the past if I might be the secret witness of this man's disappointment at having through some freak or a culpable indifference as to time missed the interview which might mean everything to him. I should not have to use my eyes to take all this in. Hearing would be sufficient. But then, if he should chance to turn and glance my way, he would not need to see my face in order to recognize me, and the ensuing conversation would not be without its embarrassments for the one hiding the other's booty in his breast. No, I would go, notwithstanding the uncertainty it would leave in my mind, and impetuously wheeling about, I was on the point of carrying out this purpose when I noticed for the first time that there was an opening at the extreme end of this short hall, leading to a staircase running down to the one beneath. This offered me an advantage of which I was not slow to avail myself. Slipping from the open hall onto the platform heading this staircase, I listened without further fear of being seen for any movement which might take place at door 322, but without results. Though I remained where I was for a full half hour, I heard nothing which betrayed the nearby presence of the man for whom I waited. If a step seemed to halt before the office door upon which my attention was centered, it went speedily on. He whom I half hoped, half dreaded to see, failed to appear. Why should I have expected anything different? Was he not always himself and no other? He keep an appointment? Remember that time is money to most men, if not to his own easy self? Hardly, if some present whim or promising diversion stood in the way. Yet business of this nature, involving— But there! What did it involve? That I did not know, could not know till what lay concealed in my pocket should open up its secrets. My heart jumped at the thought. I was not indifferent if he was. If I left the building now, the letter containing these secrets would have to go with me. The idea of leaving it in the hands of a third party, be he who he may, was an intolerable one. For this night at least, it must remain in my keeping. Perhaps on the morrow I should see my way to some other disposition of the same. At all events, such an opportunity to end a great perplexity seldom comes to any man. I should be a fool to let it slip without a due balancing of the pros and cons incident to all serious dilemmas. So thinking, I left the building and in 20 minutes was closeted with my problem in a room I had taken that morning at the Marie Antoinette. For hours I busied myself with it in an effort to determine whether I should open the letter bearing my name, but which I was certain was not intended for me, or to let it lie untampered with till I could communicate with the man who had a legal right to it. It was not the simple question that it seems. Read on, and I think you will ultimately agree with me that I was right in giving the matter some thought before yielding to the instinctive impulse of an honest man. End of Section 1.
Section 2 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 2. My uncle Edgar Quentin Bartholomew was a man in 1,000. In everything he was remarkable. Physically little short of a giant, but handsome as few are handsome, he had a mind and heart measuring up to his other advantages. Had fortune placed him differently, had he lived where talent is recognized and a man's faculties are given full play, he might have been numbered among the country's greatest, instead of being the boast of a small town which only half appreciated the personality it so ignorantly exalted. His early life, even his middle age, I leave to your imagination. It's of his latter days I would speak, days full of a quiet tragedy for which the hitherto even tenor of his life had poorly prepared him. Though I was one of the only 2 male relatives left to him, I had grown to manhood before fate brought us face to face and his troubles as well as mine began. I was the son of his next younger brother and had been brought up abroad where my father had married. I was given my uncle's name, but this led to little beyond an acknowledgement of a relationship in the shape of a generous gift each year on my birthday, until by the death of my mother, who had outlived my father 20 years, I was left free to follow my natural spirit of adventure and to make the acquaintance of one whom I had been brought up to consider as a man of unbounded wealth and decided consequence. That, in doing this, I was to quit a safe and quiet life and enter upon personal hazard and many a disturbing problem, I little realized. But had it been given me to foresee this, I probably would have taken passage just the same and perhaps with even more youthful gusto. Have I not said that my temperament was naturally adventurous? I arrived in New York, had my 3 weeks of pleasure in town, then started north for the small city from which my uncle's letters had invariably been postmarked. I had not advised him of my coming. With the unconscious egotism of youth, I wanted to surprise him and his lovely young daughter, about whom I had had many a dream. Edgar Quentin Bartholomew, sending up his card to Edgar Quentin Bartholomew, tickled my fancy. I had forgotten, or rather ignored the fact that there was still another of our name, the son of a yet younger brother, whom I had not seen and of whom I had heard so little that he was really a negligible factor in the plans I had laid out for myself. This third Edgar was still a negligible factor when, on reaching C, I stepped from the train and made my way into the station, where I proposed to get some information as to the location of my uncle's home. It was while thus engaged that I was startled and almost thrown off my balance by seeing in the hand of a liveried chauffeur waiting his turn at the ticket office a large gripsack bearing the initials EQB, which you will remember were not only mine but those of my unknown cousin. There was but one conclusion to be drawn from this circumstance. My uncle's second namesake, the nephew who possibly lived with him, was on the point of leaving town, and whether I welcomed the fact or not must at that very moment be somewhere in the crowd surrounding me or on the platform outside. More startled than gratified by this discovery, I impulsively reversed the bag I was carrying so as to effectively conceal from view the initials which gave away my identity. Why? Most any other man in my position would have rejoiced at such an opportunity to make himself known to one so closely allied to himself before the fast-coming train had carried him away. But I had my own conception of how and where my introduction to my American relatives should take place. It had been my dreams for weeks, and I was no mood to see it changed simply because my uncle's second namesake chose to take a journey just as I was entering the town. He was young and I was young. We could both afford to wait. It was not about his image that my fancies lingered. Here, the crowd of outgoing passengers caught me up, and I was soon on the outside platform looking about, though with a feeling of inner revulsion of which I should have been ashamed, and was not for the face and figure of a young man answering to my preconceived idea of what my famous uncle's nephew should be. But I saw no one near or far with whom I could associate in any way the initials I have mentioned, and relieved in my mind that the hurrying minutes left me in no time for further effort in this direction. I was searching for someone to whom I might properly address my inquiries when I heard a deep voice from somewhere over my head remark to the chauffeur, whom I now saw standing directly in front of me, "Is everything all right? Train on time?" and turned, realizing in an instant upon whom my gaze would fall. Tones so deliberate and so rich with the mellowness of years never could come from a young man's throat. It was my uncle and not my cousin who stood at my back awaiting the coming train. One glance at his face and figure made any other conclusion impossible. Here then, in the hurry of departure from town where I had foolishly looked upon him as a fixture, our meeting was to come off. The surprise I had planned had turned into an embarrassment for myself. Instead of a fit setting such as I had often imagined, how the dream came back to me at the incongruous moment. The grand old parlor, of the elegance of which strange stories had come to my ears, my waiting figure, expectant, with eyes on the door opening to admit uncle and cousin, he stately but kind, she curious but shy. Instead of all this, with its glamour of hope and uncertainty, a station platform, with but 3 minutes in which to state my claim and receive his welcome. Could any circumstances have been more prejudicial to my high hopes? Yet must I make my attempt. If I let this opportunity slip, I might never have another. Who knows? He might be going away for weeks, perhaps for months. Danger lurks in long delays. I dare not remain silent. Meantime, I had been taking in his imposing personality. Though anticipating much, I found myself in no wise disappointed. He was all and more than my fancy had painted. If the grandeur of his proportions aroused a feeling of awe, the geniality of his expression softened that feeling into one of a more pleasing nature. He was gifted with the power to win as well as to command. And as I noted this, and yielded to an influence such as never before had entered my life, the hardihood with which I had contemplated this meeting received a shock, and a warmth to which my breast was more or less a stranger took the place of the pretense with which I had expected to carry off a situation I was hardly experienced enough in social amenities to handle with suitable propriety. While this new and unusual feeling lightened my heart and made it easy for my lips to smile, I touched him lightly on the arm, for he was not noticing me at all, and quietly spoke his name. Now, I am by no means a short man, but at the sound of my voice, he looked down and meeting the glance of a stranger, nodded and waited for me to speak, which I did with the least circumlocution possible. Begging him to pardon me for intruding myself upon him at such a moment, I smilingly remarked, "From the initials I see on the bag in the hand of your chauffeur, I judge that you will not be devoid of all interest in mine, if only because they are so strangely familiar to you." And with the repetition of my smile, which sprang quietly unbidden at his looks of quick astonishment, I turned my own bag about and let him see the EQB hitherto hidden from view. He gave a start, and laying his hand on my shoulder, gazed at me for a moment with an earnestness I would have found it hard to meet 5 minutes before, and then drew me slightly aside with the remark, "You are James' son?" I nodded. "You have crossed the ocean and found your way here to see me?" I nodded again. Words did not come with their usual alacrity. "I do not see your father in your face." "No, I favor my mother. She must have been a handsome woman." I flushed, not with displeasure, but because I had hoped that he would find something of himself, or at least of his family, in my personal traits. "She was the belle of a village when my father married her," I nevertheless answered. "She died 6 weeks ago. That's why I'm here, to make your acquaintance and that of my 2 cousins who up till now have been little more than names to me. I am glad to see you." And though the rumble of the approaching train was every moment becoming more audible, he made no move, unless the gesture with which he summoned his chauffeur could be called one. "I was going to Albany, but that city won't run away, while I am not so sure that you will not if I left you thus unceremoniously at the first moment of our acquaintance. Bliss, take us back home, and tell Wealthy to order the fatted calf." Then, with a merry glance my way, "We shall have to do our celebrating in peaceful contemplation of each other's enjoyment. Both Edgar and Orph are away, but do not be concerned. A man of my build can do wonders in an emergency, and so I have no doubt can you. Together we should be able to make the occasion a memorable one." The laugh with which I replied was gay with hope. No premonition of mischief or of any deeper evil disturbed the first exhilaration. We were like boys, he 67 and I 23. It is an hour I love to look back upon. The end of section 2.
Section 3 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 3. I had always been told that my uncle's home was one of unusual magnificence, but placed in such an undesirable quarter of the city as to occasion surprise that so much money should have been lavished in embellishing a site which in itself was comparatively worthless. And yet, while I was thus in a measure prepared for what I was to see, I found the magnificence of the house, as well as the unattractiveness of the surroundings, much greater than anything my imagination had presumed to picture. The fact that this man of many millions lived not only in the business section, but in the least prosperous portion of it, was what I noted first. I could hardly believe that the street we entered was his street, until I saw that its name was the one to which our letters had been uniformly addressed. Old-fashioned houses, all decent, but of the humbler sort, with here and there a sprinkling of shops, lined the way which led up to the huge area of park and dwelling which owned him for its master. Beyond, more street and rows of even humbler dwellings. Why the choice of this spot for a palace? I tried to keep this question out of my countenance as we turned into the driveway, and the beauties of the Bartholomew home burst upon me. I shall find it a difficult house to describe. It is so absolutely the product of a dominant mind, bound by no architectural conventions, that a mere observer like myself could only wonder, admire, and remain silent. It is built of stone with a curious admixture of wood at one end, for which there seems to be no artistic reason. However, one forgets this when once the picturesque effect of the whole mass has seized upon the imagination. To what this effect is due, I have never been able to decide. Perhaps the exact proportion of part to part may explain it, or the peculiar grouping of its many chimneys, each of individual design, or more likely still, the way its separate roofs slope into each other, ensuring a continuous line of beauty. Whatever the cause, the result is as pleasing as it is startling, and with this expression of delight in its general features, I will proceed to give such details of its scope and arrangement as are necessary to a full understanding of my story. Approached by a double driveway, its great door of entrance opened into what I afterward found to be a covered court, taking the place of an ordinary hall. Beyond this court, with its elaborate dome of glass, sparkling in the sunlight, rose the main facade with its two projecting wings flanking the court on either side, the one on the right to the height of 3 stories, and the one on the left to 2, thus leaving to view, in the latter case, a row of mullioned windows in line with the facade already mentioned. It was here that wood became predominant, allowing a display of ornamentation beautiful in itself, but oddly out of keeping with the adjoining stonework. Hemming this all in, but not too closely, was a group of wonderful old trees, concealing, as I afterwards learned, stables and a collection of outhouses, the whole worthy of its owner, and like him in its generous proportions, its unconventionality, and a sense of something elusive and perplexing, suggestive of mystery, which same may or may not have been in the builder's mind when he fashioned this strange structure in his dreams. Uncle was watching me. Evidently I was not as successful in hiding my feelings as I had supposed, as we stepped from the auto onto the platform leading to the front door, which I noticed as a minor detail was being held open to us by a man in waiting, quite in baronial style. He remarked, "You have many fine homes in England, but none, I dare say, built on the same model as this. There is a reason for the eccentricities you note. Not all of this house is new. Certain portion dates back 100 years. I did not wish to demolish this, so the new part, such as you see it, had to be fashioned around it. But you will find it a home both comfortable and hospitable. Welcome to Quentin Court." Here he ushered me inside. Was I prepared for what I saw? Hardly. I had looked for splendour, but not for such a dream of beauty as recalled the wonders of old Granada. Moorish pillars, Moorish arches in a continuous colonnade, extending around 3 sides of the large square. Above, a dome of amber-tinted glass, through which the sunbeams of a cloudless day poured down upon a central fountain, tossing aloft its bejewelled sprays from a miracle of carven stonework, encircling the last, a tessellated pavement covered with rugs, such as I had never seen in my limited experience of interior furnishings. No couches, no movables of any sort here, but colour everywhere, not glaring, but harmonized to an exquisite degree. Through the arches on either side, highly appointed rooms could be seen, but to one entering from the front, all that met the eye was the fountain at play, backed by a flight of marble steps, curving up to a gallery, which, like the steps themselves, supported a screen pierced by arches and cut to the fineness of lacework. And it was enough. Artistry could go no further. "You like it?" The hearty tone called me from my dreams. "There is but one thing lacking," I smiled, "the figure of my cousin Orpha descending those wonderful stairs." For an instant his eyes narrowed, but he assumed what was probably his business air, and said kindly enough, but in a way to stop all questioning, "Orpha is in the Berkshires." Then, laughingly, as we proceeded to enter one of the rooms, "Orpha does look well coming down those stairs." She was not mentioned again between us for many days, and then only casually, yet his heart was full of her. I knew this from the way he talked about her to others. End of section 3. Read by BerthaMason, Nottingham, England.
Chapter 4 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Anna Katharine Greene. Chapter 4. I was given a spacious apartment on the 3rd story. It was here that my uncle had his suite, and, as I was afterwards told, my cousin Edgar also, whenever he chose to make use of it, which was not very often. Mine overlooked the grounds on the east side of the building, and was approached from the main staircase by a winding passageway, and from a rear one by a dozen narrow steps down which I was lucky never to fall. The 2nd story, I soon learned, was devoted to Orpha and the many guests she was in the habit of entertaining. In her absence, all the rooms on this floor remained closed. During my whole stay, I failed to see a single one of its many doors opened. I met my uncle at table and in the library opening off the court, and for a week we got on beautifully together. He seemed to enjoy my companionship and to welcome every effort on my part towards mutual trust and understanding. But the next week saw us no further advanced either in confidence or warmth of affection, and this notwithstanding an ever-increasing regard on my part both for his character and attainments. Was the fault then in me that he was not able to give me the full response I so ardently desired? Or was it that the strength of his attachment, for the second bearer of his name, was such as to preclude too hearty a reception of one who might possibly look upon himself as possessing a corresponding claim upon his consideration? I tried to flatter myself that this, and not any real lack in myself, was the cause of the slight but quite perceptible break in our mutual understanding. For whenever my cousin's name came up, which was oftener than was altogether pleasing to me, the light in my uncle's eye brightened and the richness in his tone grew more marked. Yet when I once ventured to ask him if my cousin had any special bent or predominant taste, he turned sharply aside, with the carefully modulated remark, "If he has, neither he nor ourselves have ever been able as yet to discover it." But he loved him. Of that I grew more and more assured, as I noted that there was not a room in the great mansion, no, nor a nook, so far as I could see, without a picture of him somewhere on desk, table, or mantel. There was even one in my room. Photographs all, but taken at different times of his life from childhood up, and framed every one with that careful taste and lavishness of expense which we only bestow on what is most precious. I spent a great deal of time studying these pictures. I may have been seen doing so, and I may not, having no premonition as to what was in store for me. My interest in them sprang from a different source than a casual onlooker would be apt to conjecture. I was searching for what gave him such a hold on the affections of every sort of person with whom he came in contact. There was no beauty in his countenance, nor in so far as I could judge from the various poses in which these photographs had been taken, any distinction in his build or bearing. His expression even lacked that haunting quality which sometimes makes an otherwise ordinary countenance unforgettable. Yet during the fortnight of my first stay under my uncle's roof, I never heard this cousin of mine mention in the house or out of it that I did not observe that quiet illumination of the features on the part of the one speaking, which betrays lively admiration if not love. Was I generous enough to be glad of the favor so unconsciously shown him by those who knew him best? I fear I must acknowledge to the contrary, in spite of the prejudice it may arouse against me. For I mean to be frank in these pages, and to present myself as I am, faults and all, that you may rate at their full value the difficulties which afterwards beset me. I was not pleased to find my cousin, unknown quantity though he was, held so firmly in my uncle's regard, especially as, but here let me cry a moment's halt while I speak of one who, if hitherto simply alluded to, was much in my thoughts through these half-pleasant, half-trying days of my early introduction into this family. Orpha did not return, nor was I so happy as to come across her picture anywhere in the house, which, considering the many that were to be seen of Edgar, struck me as extremely odd, till I heard that there was a wonderful full-length portrait of her in Uncle's study, which fact afforded an explanation, perhaps, of why I was never asked to accompany him there. This reticence of his concerning one who must be exceptionally dear to him, taken with the assurances I received from more than one source of the many delightful qualities distinguishing this heiress to many millions, roused in me a curiosity which I saw no immediate prospect of satisfying. Her father would not talk of her, and as soon as I was really convinced that this was no passing whim but a positive determination on his part, I encouraged no one else to do so, out of a feeling of loyalty upon which I fear I prided myself a little too much. For the better part of my stay, then, she held her place in my imagination as a romantic mystery which some day it would be given me to solve. At present she was away on a visit, but visits are not interminable, and when she did come back, her father would not be able to keep her shut away from all eyes as he did her picture. But the complacency with which I looked forward to this event received a shock when one morning, while still in my room, I overheard a couple of sentences which passed between two of the maids as they went tripping down the walk under my open window. One was to the effect that their young mistress was to have been home the previous week, but for some reason had changed her plans. Or her father changed them for her, laughed a merry voice. The handsome cousin might put the other out. Oh, no, don't you think it, was the quick retort. No one could put our Mr. Edgar out. That was all, mere servants' gossip. But it set me thinking, and the more I brooded over it, the more deeply I flushed in shame and dissatisfaction. What if there were some truth in these idle words? What if I were keeping my young cousin from her home? What if this were the secret of that slight decrease in cordiality which my uncle had shown, or I felt that he had shown me, these last few days? It might well be so, if he had already planned as these chattering girls had intimated in the few sentences I had overheard, a match between his child and his best-known, best-loved nephew. The pang of extreme dissatisfaction which this thought brought me roused my good sense and sent me to bed that night in a state of self-derision which should have made a man of me. Certainly it was not without some effect, for early the next morning I sought an interview with my uncle in which I thanked him for his hospitality and announced my intention of speedily bidding him good-bye, as I had come to this country to stay and must be on the lookout for a suitable situation. He looked pleased, commended me, and gave me half his morning in a discussion of my capabilities and the best plan for utilizing them. When I left him the next day, it was with a feeling of gratitude strangely mingled with sentiments not quite so worthy. He had made me understand without words or any display of coldness that I had come too late upon the scene to alter in any manner his intentions towards his youngest nephew. I should have his aid and sympathy to a reasonable degree, but beyond that I need hope for little more unless I should prove myself a man of exceptional probity and talent, which same I perceived very plainly he did not in the least expect. Nor did I blame him. And so ends the first act of my little drama. You must acknowledge that it gives small promise of a second one of more or less dramatic intensity. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 5. 2 months from that day I was given a desk of my own in a brokerage office in New York City, and as the saying is, was soon making good. This favorable start in the world of finance I owed entirely to my uncle, without whose influence, and I dare say without whose money, I could never have got so far in so short a space of time. Was I pleased with my good fortune? Was I even properly grateful for the prospects it offered? In my heart of hearts, I suppose I was. But visions would come of the free and easy life of the man I envied, beloved if not approved, and looking forward to a continuance of these joys without the sting of doubt to mar his outlook. I had seen my uncle several times, but not my cousins. They had remained in C—, happy, as I could well believe, in each other's companionship. With this conviction in mind, it was certainly wise to forget them. But I was never wise, and moreover I was a very selfish man in those days, as you have already discovered, selfish and self-centered. Was I to remain so? You will have to read further to find out. Thus things were, when suddenly, and without the least warning, a startling change took place in my life and social condition. It happened in this wise. I was dining at a restaurant which I habitually patronized, and being alone, which was my wont also, I was amusing myself by imagining that the young man seated at the neighboring table, and also alone, was my cousin. Though only a part of his profile was visible, there was that in his general outline highly suggestive of the man whose photographs I had so carefully studied. What might not happen if it were really he? My imagination was hard at work when he impetuously rose and faced me, and I saw that I had made no mistake, that the two Bartholomews, Edgar Quentins both, were at last confronting each other, and that he as surely recognized me as I did him. In another moment we had shaken hands, and I was acknowledging to myself that a man does not need to have exceptionally good looks to be absolutely pleasing. Though quite assured that he did not cherish any very amiable feelings towards myself, one would never have known it from his smile or from the seemingly spontaneous warmth with which he introduced himself and laughingly added, "I was told that I should be sure to find you here. I have been entrusted with a message from those at home." I motioned him to sit down beside me, which he did with sufficient grace. Then, before I could speak, he burst out in a matter-of-fact tone, "We are to have a ball. You are to come." His hand was already fumbling in one of his pockets. "Here is the formal invitation. Uncle thought, in fact we both thought, that you would be more likely to accept it if it were accompanied by some preliminary acquaintance between us two. Say, cousin, I think it is quite fortunate that you are a dark man and I am a light one, for people can now say the dark Mr. E.Q. Bartholomew or the light one, which will quite preclude any mistakes being made." I laughed, so did he, but there was an easy confidence in his laugh which was not in mine. Somehow his remark did not please me. Nor do I flatter myself that the impression I made upon him was any too favorable. But we continued outwardly cordial. Likewise, I accepted the invitation he had taken so long a trip to deliver, and would have offered him a bed in my bachelor apartment had he not already informed me that it was his intention to return home that night. Uncle did not seem quite as well as usual this morning, he explained, and Orpha made me promise to come back at once. Just a trifling indisposition, he continued, a little carelessly. He has always been so robust that the slightest change in him is a source of worry to his devoted daughter. It was the first time he had mentioned her, and I may have betrayed my interest, carefully as I sought to hide it, for his smile took on meaning as he lightly remarked, "This ball is in celebration of an event you will be the first to congratulate me upon when you see our pretty cousin." "I am told that she is more than pretty, that she is very lovely," I observed somewhat coldly. His gesture was eloquent, yet to me his manner was not that of a supremely happy man. Nor did I like the way he looked me over when we parted, as we did after a half-hour of desultory conversation. But then it would have been hard for me to find him wholly agreeable after the announcement he had just made, little reason as I had to concern myself over a marriage between one long ago chosen for that honor and a woman I had not even seen. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 6. Whether I was not over and above eager to attend this ball, or whether I was really the victim of several mischances which delayed me over more than one train, I did not arrive in C. till the entertainment at Quentin Court was in full swing. This I knew from the animation observable in the streets leading to my uncle's home, and in the music I heard as I entered the gate, which, for no reason good enough to mention, I had approached on foot. But though fond of dancing and quite used to scenes of this nature, I felt little or no chagrin over the hour or two of pleasure thus lost. The night was long, and I should probably see all, if not too much, of a celebration in which I seemed likely to play an altogether secondary part. which shows how little we know of what really confronts us, upon what thresholds we stand, or to use another simile, how sudden may be the tide which slips us from our moorings. I had barely stepped from under the awning into the vestibule guarding the side entrance when I found myself face to face with my uncle's butler. He was an undemonstrative man, but there was something in his countenance as he drew me aside which disturbed, if it did not alarm me. "I've been waiting for you, sir," he said in a tone of suppressed haste. "Mr. Bartholomew wishes to have a few words with you before you enter the ballroom. Will you go straight up to his room?" "Most assuredly," I replied, bounding up the narrow staircase used on such occasions. He did not follow me. I knew the house and the exact location of my uncle's room. But imperative as my duty was to hasten there without the least delay, a strong temptation came and I lingered on the way for how many minutes I never knew. The cause was this. The room in which I had rid myself of my greatcoat and hat was on the opposite side of the hall from the staircase running up to the third story. In crossing over to it, the lure of the brilliant scene below drove me to the gallery overlooking the court where most of the dancing was taking place. Once there, I stopped to look, and looking once, I looked again and yet again, and with this last look, my life with its selfish wishes and sordid plans took a turn from which it has never swerved from that day to this. There is but one factor in life potent enough to work a miracle of this nature: love. I had seen the woman who was to make or unmake me, the only one who had ever roused in me anything more than a pleasing emotion. It was no mere fancy. Fancy does not remold a man in a moment. Fancy has its ups and downs, its hot minutes and its cold. This was a steady inspiration, an enlargement of the soul such as I had hitherto been a stranger to, and which I knew then, as plainly as I do now, would serve to make my happiness or my misery as fortune lent her aid or passed me coldly by. I have called her a woman, but she was hardly that yet. Just a girl rejoicing in the dance. Had she been older, I should not have had the temerity to associate her in this blind fashion with my future. But young and carefree, a blossom opening to the sun. What wonder that I put no curb in my imagination, but watched her every step and every smile with a delight in which self, if assertive, triumphed more in its power to give than in its expectation of reward. It was a wonderful 5 minutes to come into any man's life, and the experience must have left its impress upon me even if at this culminating point of high feeling I had gone my way to see her face no more. But fate was in an impish mood that night. While I still lingered, watching her swaying figure as it floated in and out of the pillared arcade, the world of the dance brought her face to face with me. And whether from the attraction of my fixed gaze or from one of those chances which make or mar life, she raised her eyes to the latticed gallery, and our glances met. Was it possible, could it be, that hers rested for an instant longer on mine than the occasion naturally called for? I blushed as I found myself cherishing the thought, I who had never blushed in all my memory before, and forced myself to look elsewhere and to listen with attention to the music just then rising in a bewildering crash. I have taken time to relate this, but the minutes of my lingering could not have been many. However, as I have already acknowledged, I have never known the sum of them, and when at last, struck by a sudden pang of remembrance, I started back from the gallery railing and made my way up a second flight of stairs to my uncle's room, I was still so lost to the realities of life that it was with a distinct sense of shock I heard the sound of my own knock on my uncle's door. But that threshold once passed, all thought of self, I will not say of her, vanished in a great confusion. For my uncle, as I saw him now, had little in common with my uncle as I saw him last. Sitting with face turned my way, but with head lowered on his breast and all force gone from his great body, he had the appearance of a very sick man, or of one engulfed beyond his own control in human misery. Which of the two was it? Sickness I could understand, even the prostration, under some insidious disease, of so powerful a physical organism as that of the once strong man before me. But misery, no, not while my own heart beat so high and the very walls shook with the thrum of the violin and cello. It was too incongruous. But if sickness, why did I find him, the master of so many hearts, alone in his room looking for help from one who was little more than a stranger to him? It must be misery, and Edgar, my cousin, the cause. For who but he could inflict a pang capable of working such havoc as this in our uncle's inflexible nature? Nor was I wrong, for when at some movement I made he lifted his head and our eyes met, he asked abruptly and without any word of welcome this question: "Have you seen Edgar? Does he know that you are here?" I shook my head, in secret wonder that I had given him a thought since setting foot in the house. "I have had no opportunity of seeing him," I hastened to explain. "He is doubtless with the dancers." "Is he with the dancers?" It was said somewhat bitterly, but not in a way which called for reply. Then, with feverish abruptness, "Sit down. I want to talk to you." I took the first chair which offered, and as I did so, became aware of the hitherto unobserved presence at the farther end of the room. He was not alone then, it seemed. Someone was keeping watch. Who? I was soon to know, for he turned almost immediately in the direction I have named, and in a tone as far removed as possible from the ringing one to which I was accustomed, he spoke the name of Wealthy, saying, as a middle-aged woman came forward, that he would like to be alone for a little while with his nephew who was such a stranger. She passed me in going out, a wholesome, kindly-looking woman, whom I faintly remembered to have seen once or twice during my former visit. As she stopped to lift the portiere guarding the passageway leading to the door, she cast me a glance over her shoulder. It was full of anxious doubt. I answered it with a nod of understanding, then turned to my uncle, whose countenance was now lit with a purpose which made it more familiar. I shall not waste words. Thus he began. "I have been a strong man, but that day is over. I can even foresee my end. But it is not of that I wish to speak now. Quentin—" It was the first time he had used this name in addressing me, and I greeted it with a smile, recognizing immediately how it would not only prevent confusion in the household, but give me here and elsewhere an individual standing. He saw I was pleased, and so spoke the name again, but this time with a gravity which secured my earnest attention. "Quentin, I am glad you like the name. I will not ask you to excuse my abruptness. My condition demands it. Do you think you could ever love my daughter, your cousin Orpha?" I was too amazed, too shaken in body and soul to answer him. This within 15 minutes of an experience which had sealed my emotions from all thought of love save for the one woman who had awakened my indifferent nature to the real meaning of love. An hour before, my heart would have leapt at the question. Now it was cold and unresponsive as stone. "You do not answer." It was not harshly said, but very anxiously. I thought," was my feeble reply, "that Edgar, my cousin, was to have that happiness, that this dance, this ball, was in celebration of an engagement between them. Surely I was given to understand this." "By him?" I nodded. The room was whirling about me. "Did he tell you like a man in love?" I flushed. What a question from him to me! How could I answer it? I had no objection now to Edgar marrying her, but how could I be true to my uncle or to myself and answer this question affirmatively? "Your countenance speaks for you," he declared, and dropped the subject with the remark, "There will be no such announcement tonight. If Edgar's hopes appear to stand in the way of any you might naturally cherish, you may eliminate them from your thoughts. And so I ask again, do you think you could love my Orpha, really love her for herself and not for her fortune? Love her as if she were the one woman in the world for you?" He had grown easier. The flush and sparkle of health were returning to his countenance. It smote my heart to say him nay, yet how could I be worthy of her if I misled him for an instant in so important a matter? "Uncle," I cried, "you forget that I have never seen my cousin Orpha. But even if I had, and found her to be all that the most exacting heart could desire, I could not give her my love, for that has gone out to another, and irrevocably if I know my own nature." He laughed, snapping his finger and thumb in his recovered spirits. "That," he sung out, "for any other love when you have once seen Orpha. I had forgotten that I kept her from you when you were here before. You see, I am not the man I was. But I may find myself again if—" He paused, tried to rise, a strange light suddenly illuminating his countenance. "Come with me," he said, taking the arm I hastened to hold out to him. Steadying myself, for I quickly divined his purpose, I led him toward the door he had indicated by a quick gesture. It was that of his so-called den from which I had always been excluded, the small room opening off his larger one, containing, as I had been told, Orpha's portrait. So, thought I to myself, shut from me when my heart was free to love, to be shown now when all my being is filled with another. It was the beginning of a series of ironies which, while I recognized them as such, did not cause me a moment of indecision. No, though his laugh was yet ringing in my ears. "Open," he cried as we reached the door. "But wait. Go back and put out all the lights. I can stand alone." And now, as I did his bidding, marveling at the strength of his purpose which did not shun a theatrical effect to ensure its success, "return and give me your hand that I may lead you to the spot where I wish you to stand." What could I do but obey? Tremulous with sympathy, but resolved as before not to succumb to the allurement he was evidently preparing for me, I yielded myself to his wishes and let him put me where he would in the darkness of that small chamber. A click and— you have guessed it. In the sudden burst of light, I saw before me in glorious portraiture the vision of her with whom my mind was filled. The idol of my thoughts was she, whose father had just asked me if I could love her enough to marry her. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 7. I had never until now considered myself as a man of sentiment. Indeed, a few hours before I would have scoffed at the thought that any surprise, however dear, could have occasioned in me a display of emotion. But that moment was too much for me. As the face and form of her whom to see was to love started into view before me with a vividness almost of a living presence, springs were touched within my breast which I had never known existed there, and my eyes moistened and my heart leapt in thankfulness that the appeal of so exquisite a womanhood had found response in my indifferent nature. For in the portrait there was to be seen a sweetness drawn from deeper sources than that which had bewitched me in the smile of the dancer, a richness of promise in pose and look which satisfied the reason as well as charmed the eye. I had not done ill in choosing such a one as this to lavish love upon. "Ah, my boy, what did I say?" The words came from my uncle, and I felt the pressure of his hand on my arm. "This is no common admiration, I see. It is something deeper, bigger. So you have forgotten the other already. My little girl has put out all lesser lights. There is no other. She is the one, she only." And I told him my story. He listened, gaining strength with every word I uttered. So for a mere hope which might never have developed, you were ready to give up a fortune, was all he said. It was not that which troubled me, was my reply, uttered in all candor. It was the thought that I must disappoint you in a matter you seem to have taken to heart. "Yes, yes," he muttered as if to himself. And I stood wondering, lost in surprise at this change in his wishes, and asking myself over and over, as I turned on the lights and helped him back to his easy chair in the big room, what had occasioned this change, and whether it would be a permanent one or pass with the possible hallucinations of his present fevered condition. To clear up this point and make sure that I should not be led to play the fool in a situation of such unexpected difficulty, I ventured to ask him what he wished me to do now, whether I should remain where I was or go down and make my young cousin's acquaintance. She seemed very happy, I assured him. Evidently she does not know that you are upstairs and ill. I do not want her to know it, not till a half-hour before supper time. Then she may come up. I will allow you to carry her this message, but she must come up alone. Shall I call Welpy? I asked, for his temporary excitement was fast giving way to renewed lassitude. She will come when you are gone. She must not know what has been said here tonight. No one must know. Promise me, Quentin." "No one shall know." I was as anxious as he for silence. How could I face her, or return Edgar's handshake, if my secret were known to either? "Go then. Orpha will be wondering where you are. Naturally, she is curious. If you ever win her love, be gentle with her. She is used to gentleness." "If I ever win her love," I returned with some solemnity, "I will remember this hour and what I owe to you." He made a slight gesture, and taking it for a dismissal, I turned to go. But the sigh I heard drew me back. "Is there nothing I can do for you before I go?" "Keep him below if you have the wit to do it. I do not feel as if I could see him tonight. But no hints, no cousinly innuendos. Remember that you have no knowledge of any displeasure I may feel. I can trust you?" "Implicitly in this." He made another gesture, and I opened the door. "And don't forget that I am to see Orpha half an hour before supper." In another moment he was on his feet. "How? What?" he cried. His face, his voice, his whole appearance changed. And I knew why. Edgar was in the hall. Edgar was coming our way, and in haste. He was almost running. "Uncle!" was on his lips, and in another instant he was in the room. "I heard you were ill," he cried, passing by me without ceremony and flinging himself on his knees at the sick man's side. I did not stay to mark the other's reception of this outburst. There could be but one. Loving Edgar as he did, in spite of any displeasure he may have felt, he could not but yield to the charm of his voice and manner, never perhaps more fully exercised than now. I myself was affected by it, and from that moment understood why he had got such a hold on that great heart, and why any dereliction of his, or fancied slight, should have produced such an overwhelming effect. Tomorrow would see him the favored heir again, and with this belief and in this mood I went below. End of chapter 7.
Section 8 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Section 8. I have thought many times since that I was fortunate rather than otherwise to have received this decided setback to my hopes before I came into the presence of my lovely young cousin. It at least served to steady me and to give to our first meeting a wholesome restraint which it might have lacked if no shadowing doubt had fallen upon my spirits. As it was, there was a moment of self-consciousness as our hands touched, which made the instant a thrilling one. That she should show surprise at identifying me, her cousin from a far-off land, with a stranger who half an hour before had held her gaze from the gallery above, was to be expected. But any hope that her falling lids and tremulous smile meant more than this was a folly of which I hope I was not guilty. Had I not just seen Edgar under circumstances which showed the power he possessed over the hearts of men? What then must it be over the hearts of women? Orpha could not help but love him, and I had been a madman to suppose that even with the encouragement of her father, I could dream for a moment of supplanting him in her affections. To emphasize the effect of this conclusion, I recalled what I had heard said by one of the two servant maids, who had countless opportunities of seeing him and Orpha together. Oh, nobody could put our Mr. Edgar out, and calmed myself into a decent composure of mind and manner, for which she seemed grateful. Why, I did not dare ask myself. A few minutes later, we were whirling in the dance. I will not dwell on that dance, or on the many introductions which followed. The welcome accorded me was a cordial one, and had I been free to make full use of my opportunities, I might have made a more lasting impression upon my uncle's friends. But my mind was diverted by my anxiety as to what was going on in the room above, and the question of how soon, if at all, Edgar would reappear upon the scene. It was sufficiently evident from the expression of those about me that his absence had been noted, and I could not keep my eyes from the gallery through which he must pass on his way down. At last he came into view, but too far back in the gallery for me to determine whether he came as conqueror or conquered from our uncle's room. Nor was I given a chance to form any immediate conclusion on this important matter though I passed him more than once in the dance, into which he had thrown himself with a fervor which might have most any sentiment for its basis. But fortune favored me later, and in a way I was far from expecting. Having some difficulty in finding my partner for the coming dance, I strolled into one of the smaller rooms leading, as I knew, to a certain favorite nook in the conservatory. On the wall at my left was a mirror, and chancing to glance that way, I paused and went no further. For reflected there, from the hidden nook of which I have spoken, I saw Edgar's face and figure at a moment when the soul speaks rather than the body, thus leaving its choicest secret no longer to surmise. He was bending to assist a young lady to rise from the seat which they had evidently been occupying together. But the courtesy was that of love, and of love at its highest pitch, love at the brink of fate, of loss, of wordless despair. There was no mistaking his look, the grasp of his hand, the trembling of his whole body. And, as I muttered to myself, "This is a farewell," my heart stood still in my breast, and my mind lost itself for the instant in infinite confusion. For the lady was not Orpha, but a tall, superb brunette, whose countenance was a mirror of his in its tenderness and desolation. Was this the cause of Uncle's sudden reversal of opinion as to the desirability of a union between the two cousins? Had some unexpected discovery of the state of Edgar's feelings toward another woman wrought such a change in his own that he could ask me, whether I could love his daughter warmly enough to marry her? If so, I could easily understand the passion with which he had watched the effect of this question upon the only other man whom his pride of blood would allow him to consider as the heir of his hard-gotten fortune. All this was plain enough to me now, but what drove me backwards from that mirror and into a spot where I could regain some hold upon myself was the certainty which these conclusions brought of the end of my hopes. For the scene of which I had just been the inadvertent witness was one of renunciation. Edgar had yielded to his uncle's exactions, and if I were not mistaken in him, as well as in my uncle, the announcement would yet be made for which this ball had been given. How was I to bear it knowing what I did, and loving her as I did? How were any of us to endure a situation which left a sting in every heart? It was for Orpha only to dance on untroubled. She had seen nothing, heard nothing to disturb her joy, might never hear or see anything if we were all true to her, and conscientiously masked our unhappiness and despair. Edgar would play his part, would have to with Uncle's eyes upon him, and Uncle himself. This intermention of his name brought me up standing. I owed a duty to that uncle. He had entrusted me with a message. The time to deliver it had come. Orpha must be told, and at once, that her father wished to see her in his room upstairs. For what purpose he had not said, nor was it for me to conjecture. All that I had to do was to fulfill his request. I was glad that I had no choice in the matter. Leaving my quiet corner, I re-entered the court, where the dance was at its height. Round and round, in a mystic circle, the joyous couple swept, to a tune entrancing in melody and rhythm. From their midst, the fountain sent up its spray of dazzling drops a-glitter, with the colors flashed upon them from the half-hidden lights overhead. A fairy scene to the eye of untroubled youth, but to me a maddening one, masking the grief of many hearts with its show of pleasure. What Orpha thought of me as I finally came upon her at the end of the dance, I have often wondered. She appeared startled, possibly because I was looking anything but my natural self. But she smiled in response to my greeting, only to grow sober again, as I quietly informed her that her father was a trifle indisposed, and would be glad to see her for a few minutes in his own room. "Papa? Ill? I don't understand," she murmured. "He is never ill." Then suddenly, "Where is Edgar?" The question as she uttered it struck me keenly. However, I managed to reply in a purposely careless tone. "In the library, I think, where they are practicing some new steps. Shall I take you to him?" She shook her head, but accepted my arm after a show of hesitation quite unconscious, I was sure. "No, I will go right up." Without further words, I led her to the foot of the great staircase. As she withdrew her arm from mine, she turned her face towards me. Its look of trouble smote sorely on my heart. "Shall I go up with you?" I asked. She shook her head as before, and with a strange wavering smile I found it hard to interpret, sped lightly upward. A few minutes later, I had located my missing partner and was dancing with seeming gaiety, but almost lost my step as Edgar brushed by me with a girl whom I had not seen before on his arm. He was as pale as a man well could be, who was not ill, and though his lips wore a forced smile, the girl was doing all the talking. What was in the air? What would the next half-hour bring to him? To me? To all of us? I tried to do my duty by my partner, but it was not easy, and I hardly think she carried away a very favorable impression of me. When released, I sought to hide myself behind a wall of flowering shrubs as near the foot of the stairs as possible. Much can be read from the human countenance, and if I could catch a glimpse of Orpha's face as she rejoined her guests, some of my doubts might be confirmed, or, as I secretly hoped, eliminated. That Edgar had the same idea was soon apparent, for the first figure I saw approaching the stairs was his, and while he did not go up, he took his stand where he would be sure to see her the moment she became visible in the gallery. There was, however, a reason for this. Aside from any personal anxiety he may have had, they two, as acting host and hostess, were to lead the procession to the supper room. I was to take in a Miss Barton, and while I kept this young lady in sight, I remained where I was, watching Edgar and those empty stairs for the coming of that fairy figure, whose aspect might reveal my future fate. Nothing could be so important as this hoped-for freeing of my mind from its heavy doubts. Fortunately, I had not long to wait. She presently appeared, and with my first view of her face, doubt became certainty in my bewildered mind, for she came with a joyful rush, and there was but one thing which could so wing her feet and give such breeziness to her every movement. The desire of her heart was still hers. Nothing that her father had said had robbed her of that. Then, as Edgar advanced, I perceived that her feelings were complex and quite evenly balanced between opposite emotions. Happiness lay before her, but so did trouble, and I could not feel at ease until I knew just what this trouble was. Then I remembered. She had found her father ill. That was certainly enough to account for the secret care battling with her joy, and so all was clear again to my mind. But not to my heart, for by the way Edgar received her and the quiet manner in which they interchanged a few words, I saw that they understood each other. That was what disturbed me and gave my hopes their final blow. They understood each other. Whenever I think of the next half hour, it is with astonishment that I can remember so little of it. I probably spoke and answered questions and conducted myself on the whole as a gentleman is expected to do on a festive occasion. But I have no memory of it, none whatever. When I came to myself, the supper was half over, and the merriment to which I had probably added my full quota at its height. With quick glances here and there, I took in the whole situation, and from that moment on, was quite conscious of how frequently my attention wandered from my ingenuous little partner to where Orpha sat with Edgar, lovely as youth and happiness could make her, but never with a look for me, much as I longed for it. That he should fail to see and appreciate this loveliness was no longer a matter of surprise to me, who had seen him under the complete domination of his secret passion for Miss Colfax. But the fear that others might note it and wonder was strong within me, for while he offered her no slight, his glances, like mine, would seek the face of the woman he loved, who, to my amazement, occupied the seat at his right. What a juxtaposition for him! But she did not seem to be affected by it, but chatted and smiled with a composure startling to see in one who, to my unhappy knowledge, had just passed through one of the really great crises in life. How could she look just that way, smile just that way, with a breaking heart beneath her silks and laces? It was incomprehensible to me, till I suddenly awoke to the fact that I was smiling too, and quite broadly, at some remark made by my friendly little partner. Meantime, the moment was approaching, which I was anticipating with so much dread. If the announcement of Edgar and Orpha's engagement was to be made, it would be during or immediately after the dessert, and that was on the point of being served. Edgar, I could see, was nerving himself for the ordeal, and as Orpha's eyes sought her plate, I prepared myself to hear what would end my evanescent dream and take away all charm from life. End of Section 8. Read by KimberlyB.
Section 9 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 9. Friends. Was that Edgar speaking? Surely this was not his voice I heard, but it was. Through the mist which had suddenly clouded everything in that long room, I could see him standing at his full height with his glass held high in hand. The hush was instantaneous. This seemed to unnerve him, for I saw a drop or two of wine escape from that overfilled glass. But he quickly recovered the gay sang-froid which habitually distinguished him, and with the aspect and bearing which made him the most fascinating man I had ever met, went on to say, I have a word to speak for my uncle, who, I am sorry to say, is detained in his room by a passing indisposition. First, he bids me to extend to you his hearty greetings and best wishes for your very good health. He drank, we all drank, and joy ran high. Secondly, a forced emphasis, for all his strong command over himself breaking in upon the suavity of his tone, he bids me say that this bringing together of his best friends is in celebration of an event dear to his heart and, as he hopes, is of interest to yourselves. It's my pleasure, good friends, to announce to you the engagement of my uncle's ward, Miss Colfax, to one whom you all know, Dr. Hunter. Harry, stand up. I drink to your future happiness and hers. Oh, that slight pause. Was I dreaming? Were we all dreaming? From the blank looks I espied on every side, it was evident that the surprise was not confined to myself, but was in the minds of everyone present. Miss Colfax and Dr. Hunter. When the understanding was that we were here in celebration of his own engagement to Orpha. It took a full minute for the commotion to subside, then the whole crowd rose, I with the rest, and glasses were clinking and shouts of good feeling rising in merry chorus from one end of the room to the other. Dr. Hunter spoke in response, and Orpha smiled, and I believe I uttered some words myself when they all looked my way. But there was no reality in any of it for me. Instead, I seemed to be isolated from the whole scene in a rush of joy and wonder, seeing everything as through a mist, and really hearing nothing but the pounding of my own heart, reiterating with every throb, all is not over for me. There is yet hope. There is yet hope. But a doubt which came all too soon for my comfort drove much of this mist away. What if we had heard but half of what our young host had to say? What if his next words were those which I, for one, most dreaded? Uncle was too just and kind a man to exact so painful a service from one he so deeply loved, without the intention of seeing him made happy in the end. And what to his mind could so ensure that blessing as a final union between the two most dear to him? In secret trepidation, I waited for the second and still more profound hush which would follow another high lifting of the glass in Edgar's hand. But it did not come. The ceremony, or whatever you might call it, was over, and Orpha sat there, beaming and serene, and so far as appearances went, free to be loved and courted. And then it came to me with sudden and strong conviction that uncle would never have countenanced such a blow to my hopes. Hopes which he had himself roused as well as greatly encouraged, without giving me some warning that his mind had again changed. He did not love me, not with the 100th part of the fervour with which he regarded Edgar, but he respected our relationship and must, unless he were a very different man from what I believed him to be, have an equal respect for the attachment I had professed for his daughter. He had sent me no warning, therefore I need fear no further move this night. But tomorrow, well, I would let tomorrow take care of itself. For this night I would be happy, and under the inspiration of this resolve, I felt a lightness of spirit, which for the first time that evening allowed me to be my full and natural self. Perhaps the grave, almost inquiring look I received from Orpha as chance brought us for a moment together gave substance to this cheer. I did not understand it, and I dared not give much weight to it, but from that time on the hours dragged less slowly. At 4 o'clock precisely we three stood in an empty parlour. Now for father, cried Orpha, and with a kindly good night to Edgar, and an equally kind one to me, she sped away and vanished upstairs, leaving Edgar and myself alone together for the first time that evening. It was an awkward moment for us both. I had no means of knowing what was in his mind and was equally ignorant of how much he knew of what was in mine. One thing alone was evident. The excitement of doing a difficult thing, possibly a heartbreaking thing, had ebbed with the disappearance of Orpha. He looked 5 years older, and blind as I was to his motives or the secret springs of the action which had left him a desolate man, I could not but admire the nerve with which he had carried off his bitter, self-sacrificing task. If he loved the stunning brunette as I loved Orpha, he had my sympathy, whatever his motives for the manner in which he had yielded her thus openly to another. But by this time I knew him well enough to recognize his mercurial joy-seeking nature. In a month he would be the careless, happy-go-lucky fellow in whom everybody delighted. And uncle? And Orpha? What of them? Reminded thus of other sufferings than my own, I asked with what calmness I could, "Have you had any further news from upstairs?" I thought our uncle looked far from well when I saw him in the early evening. "Well, sent for a doctor. I have not heard his report," was the somewhat curt answer I received. "I am going up now," he added. Then, with continued restraint in his manner, he looked me full in the face and remarked, "Of course you know that you ought to remain here till uncle considers himself well enough for you to go? You will explain the situation to your firm. I am but repeating uncle's wishes." I nodded, and he stepped to the foot of the stairs. But there he turned. "If you will make yourself comfortable in your old room," he said, "I will see that you receive that report as soon as I know it myself." This ended our interview. 15 minutes later, Wealthy appeared at my door. She did not need to speak for me to foresee that dark days confronted us. But what she said was this: "Miss Orpha is not to know the worst. Mr. Bartholomew is in no immediate danger, but he will never be a strong man again." End of section 9. Section 10 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 10. Of the next few days, there is little to record. They might be called non-betrayal days, leading nowhere unless it was to a growth of self-control in us all, which made for easier companionship and a more equable feeling throughout the house. Of the couple whose engagement had been thus publicly proclaimed, I learned some further facts from Orpha, who showed no embarrassment in speaking of them. Miss Colfax had been a ward of my uncle from early childhood. She was an orphan and an heiress in a small way, which in itself gave her but little prestige. It was a beauty which distinguished her, that and a composed nature of great dignity. Though much admired, especially by men, she had none of the whims of an acknowledged belle. Amiable but decided, she gave her lovers short shrift. She would have none of them until one fine day the sole admirer would not take no for an answer, renewed his importunities with such spirits that she finally yielded, though not with any show of passion or apparent loss of the dignity which was an essential part of her. Yet Orpha confided in me. I was more astonished than I can say when father told me on the night of the ball that the two were really engaged and that it was his wish that a public acknowledgement of it should be made at the supper table. And I don't understand it yet, for Lucy has never shown any preference for Dr. Hunter. But she is a girl of strong character, and however this match may turn out, you will never know from her that it is not a perfect success. No word of herself for Edgar, no hint of any knowledge on a part of what I felt to be the true explanation of Miss Colfax's cold treatment of her various lovers. Was this plain ignorance, or just the effort of a proud heart to hide its own humiliation? If the former, what a story it told of secret affections developing unseen and unknown in a circle of intimates whose lives were supposed to be open as the day. I marvelled at Edgar, I marvelled at Orpha, I marvelled at Lucy Colfax. Then I gave a little thought to myself and marvelled that I, unsuspected by all, should have been given an insight into a situation which placed me on a level with those who thought their secret hidden. The day might come when this knowledge would be of some importance to me. But till the day arrived, it was for me to hold their secret sacred. Of that there could be no question. So what I had to say in response to these cousinly confidences left everything where it was. Those were days of non-betrayal, as I have already remarked, and they remained so until uncle was again on his feet and the time seemed ripe for me to return to New York. Convinced of this, I sought an interview with him. Though constantly in the house, I had not seen him since that fateful night. He received me kindly, but with little enthusiasm, while I exerted all my self-control to keep from showing by look or manner how shocked I was at his changed appearance. He confronted me from his invalid chair, an old man. He who a month ago was regarded by all as a most notable specimen of physical strength and brilliant mentality. The blow which had thus laid low this veritable king of men must indeed have been a heavy one. As I took in this fact more fully, I questioned whether I had been correct in ascribing it to nothing more serious than the discovery at the last minute of Edgars' passion for another woman than Orpha. But I kept these doubts to myself and studiously avoided betraying any curiosity, anxious as I was to know how matters stood with him, what his present feelings were towards Edgar, and what they were towards myself. That he had not sent for me during these days of a serious illness, while his door had been constantly open to Edgar, might not mean quite as much as appeared. He was used to Edgar and quite unused to myself. Besides, his special attendants, those whose business it was to care for him, would be more likely to balk than assist the intrusion into his presence of one who might consider himself as a possible rival to their old-time favourite. Unless it was Orpha. But why should I accept Orpha? Had I any reason whatever for doing so? No, 1,000 times no. Yet, I was still astonished at my own persistence in formulating in my mind that word yet when my uncle spoke. You must pardon me, Quentin, for leaving it to you to remind me of our relationship. I was too ill to see any other faces about me than those to which I am accustomed. I could not bear. We were alone, and as he hesitated, the strong man, I put out my hand with a momentary show of my real feelings. I understand. No apologies from you, uncle. You have allowed me to remain in the house with you. That in itself showed a consideration for which I am truly grateful. But the time has now come for me to return to my work. You are better. But here he stopped me. You're right. I am better. But I am on the downgrade, Quentin. I who till now have never known one sick day. I shall need attendance, companionship, a man at my side, someone to write my letters, to keep track of my affairs, you or Edgar. I cannot have him here always. His temperament is such that it would be almost impossible for him to bear for any length of time the constraint of a sick room, nor would I impose too much of the same on you. I have a proposition to make. He proceeded with a drop in his tone which bespoke a sudden access of feeling. What do you say to an equal sharing of this duty, pleasure, or whatever you may call it? A week of attendance from each in turn, the off week of either being one of complete freedom from all obligations, and to be spent wherever you or Edgar may wish, so that it is not in this house? I will make it all right for you in Newark. Edgar will not need my help. Then, as I hesitated to reply, he added with a touch of pride, an unusual proceeding, no doubt, but I have always been master of the unusual, and in this case my heart and honour are both involved. He did not explain how or in what way, nor did I ask him, for I saw that he had not finished with what he had to say, and I wished to hear all that was in his mind. It will not be for long. How certain he was. Consequently, it will not be hard for you to assure me that whether here or elsewhere you will not disturb the present condition of affairs by any revelation of purpose or desire beyond the one common to you all, to see me slip happily and as easily as possible out of life. Cousins, do you hear? Cousins, all three, whatever the temptation to overstep the mark, cousins, until I speak or I am dead. I rose and advanced to his side. I even ventured to take him by the hand. You may rely on my honour, I quietly assured him, glad to see his eye brighten and a smile reminiscent of his old hearty gladness brighten his worn countenance. What more was said is of no consequence to my story. The end of section 10. Section 11 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 11. During the weeks which followed, we all, so far as I know, kept scrupulously to the line of conduct so arbitrarily laid out for us. Surface smiles, surface looks, surface curtsies. The only topic which called out full sincerity on the part of any of us was my uncle's steadily failing health. Edgar and I saw little of each other save at the week's end, and then only for a passing moment. As the one entered the front door, the other stepped out. The automobile which brought the one carried away the other. As we met, we invariably bowed and spoke. Sometimes we shook hands and just as invariably exchanged glances of inquiry, seemingly casual, but in reality penetrating. I doubt if he ever saw anything in me to awaken his alarm, but I saw much in him to awaken mine. Though the control he had over his features was remarkable, it is easy for the discerning eye to mark the difference between what is forced and what is spontaneous. The restlessness of an uneasy heart was rapidly giving way in him to more cheerful emotions. His mercurial nature was reasserting itself, and the charm he had for a short time lost was to be felt again in all he did and said. This was what I had expected to happen, but not so soon, and my heart grew more and more heavy as the month advanced. The recurring breaks in his courtship of Orpha, and the presence in his absence of a possible rival with opportunities of unspoken devotion equal to his own, had given zest to a situation somewhat too tame before. From indifference to the game, or to what he may have looked upon as such, he began to show a growing interest in it. A great fortune linked with woman he felt free to court under his rival's eyes did not look quite so undesirable after all. I may have done him injustice. Jealousy is not apt to be fair. But if I read him aright, he was just the man to be swayed by the influences I have mentioned, and loving Orpha as I did, I found it hard to maintain even a show of equanimity at what was fast becoming for me a hopeless mystery. It was during these days that the monotony of my thoughts was broken by my hearing for the first time of the presence said to haunt this house. I do not think my uncle had meant to me to receive any intimation of it, at least not yet. He may have given command, and he may simply have expressed a wish, or he may have trusted to the good sense of his entourage to keep silence where speaking would do no good. But let that be as it may, I had come and gone through the house to this day without an idea that its many wonders were not confined to its unusual architecture, its sumptuous appointments, and the almost baronial character of its service and generous housekeeping, but extended to that crowning glory of so many historic structures in my own country, of, I will not say a ghost, but a presence, for by that name it was known and sometimes spoken of, not only where its influence was felt, but by the gossips of the town, to the delight of the young and the disdain of the old, for the supernatural makes small appeal to the American mind when once it has entered into full acquaintanceship with the realities of life. Personally, I am not superstitious, and I smiled when told of this impalpable something which was neither seen nor heard, but strangely felt at odd times by one person or another moving about the halls. But it was less a smile of disdain than of amusement at the thought of this special luxury imported from the old world being added to the many others by which I was surrounded. But the person telling me did not smile. My introduction to this incongruous feature of a building purely modern happened through an accident. I was coming up the stairs connecting the second floor with the one on which my own room was situated when a sudden noise, quite sharp and arresting in one of the rooms below, stopped me short and caused me to look back over my shoulder in what was a perfectly natural way. But it did not so strike Bliss, the chauffeur, who was passing the head of the stairs on his way from Uncle's room. He was comparatively a newcomer, having occupied his present position but a few months, and this may have been the reason both for his curiosity and his lack of self-control. Seeing me stop in this way, he took a step down, involuntarily no doubt, and gurgled out, Did you feel it? They say that it catches you by the hair and just in this very spot. I stared up at him in amazement. Feel it? Feel what? And joining him, I surveyed him with some attention to see if he were intoxicated. He was not, only a little ashamed of himself, and drawing back to let me pass. He stammered apologetically. Oh, nothing. Just nonsense, sir. Girls will talk, and they told me some queer stories about, will you excuse me, sir? I feel like a fool talking to a man of what? Speak it. He looked behind him and very carefully in the direction of the short passageway leading to Uncle's room, then whispered, Ask the girls, Mr. Bartholomew, or Miss Weldy. They'll tell you. And was gone before I could hold him back for another word. And that night I did ask Miss Weldy, as he called her, and she, probably thinking that since I knew a little of this matter, I might better know more, told me all there was to tell about this childish superstition. She had never had any experience herself with the thing, this is the way she spoke of it, but others had, and so the gossip had got about. It did no harm. It never kept any capable girl or man from working in the house or from staying in it year after year, and it need not bother me. It was then I smiled. The end of section 11. Read by Yoganandh. Section 12 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 12. I had some intention at the time of speaking to Uncle about this matter, but I did not until the day he himself broached the subject. But that comes later. I must first relate an occurrence of much more importance which took place very soon after this interchange of words with Dwivedi. I was in C. Everything had been going on as usual, and I thought nothing of being summoned to my uncle's room one morning at an earlier hour than usual. Nor did I especially notice any decided change in him, though he certainly looked a little brighter than he had the day before. Orpha was with him. She was sitting in the great bay window which opened upon the lawn. He, by the fireside, where a few logs were smouldering, the day being damp rather than cold. He started and looked up with his kindly smile as I approached with the morning papers, then spoke quickly. "No reading this morning, Quentin. I have an errand for you, one which only you can do to my satisfaction." And thereupon he told me what it was and how it might take me some hours, as it could only be accomplished in a town some 50 miles distant. "The car is ready," said he, "and I would be glad to have you take it now, as I want you to be home in time for dinner." I turned impulsively, casting one glance at Orpha. "You may take Orpha." But she would not go. In a flurry of excitement and with every sign of subdued agitation, she hurriedly rose and came away. "I cannot leave you, father. I should worry every minute. Quentin will pardon my discourtesy, but with him gone and Edgar not yet here, my place is with you." I could not dispute it, nor could he. With a smile half apologetic and half grateful, he let me go, and the only consolation which the moment brought me was the fact that her eyes were still on mine when I turned to close the door. But intoxicating as a pleasure would have been to have her had with me during this 100-mile ride, my thoughts during that long flight through a most uninteresting country dwelt much less upon my disappointment than on the purpose actuating my uncle in thus disposing of my presence for so many hours on this especial day. In itself, the errand was of no importance. I knew enough of his business affairs to be quite sure of that. Why, then, this long trip on a day so unpropitious as to be positively forbidding? The question agitated me all the way there and was not settled to my mind at the hour of my return. Something had been going on in my absence which she had thought it undesirable for me to witness. The proof of this I saw in every face I met. Even the maids cast uneasy glances at me whenever I chanced to run upon one of them in my passage through the hall. It was different with Uncle. He wore a look of relief for which he gave no explanation then or later. And Orpha? She was a riddle to me too that night. Abstracted by fits and by fits interested and alert, as though she sought to make up to me for the many moments in which she hardly heard anything I said. The tears were in her eyes more than once when she impulsively turned my way, and no explanation followed, nor did she allude in any manner to my ride or to what had taken place in my absence until we came to say good night, when she remarked, "I don't know why I feel so troubled, and as if I must speak to someone who loves my father. You have seen how much brighter he is tonight. That makes me happy, but the cause worries me. Something strange happened here today. Mr. Dunn, who has attended to Papa's law business for years, came to see him shortly after you left. There was nothing strange about that, and we thought little of it till Clark and Dwivedi were sent for to witness father's signature to what they insist must have been a new will. You see, they had gone through an experience of this kind before. It must have been 5 years or so ago, and both feel sure that today's business is but a repetition of the former one. And a new will at this time would be quite proper," she went on, with a glance turned carefully aside. "It is not that which has upset me and upset them. It is that in an hour or so after Mr. Dunn left, another lawyer came in, whom I know only by name, Mr. Jackson, who is well thought of, but whom I have never chanced to meet. He brought 2 clerks with him and stayed quite a time with father, and when he was gone, Dwivedi came rushing into my room to tell me what Haynes had heard one of the clerks say to the other when going out of the front door. It was this: 'Well, I call that mighty quick work, considering the size of his fortune.' To which the other answered, The instructions were minute and all written out in his own hand. He may be a sick man, but he knows what he wants. A will in 1,000. Here the door shut and Haynes heard nothing more. But Quentin, what can it mean? 2 lawyers and 2 wills. Do you think father can be all right when he can do a thing like that? It has frightened me, and I don't know whether or not I ought to tell Dr. Cameron. What do you advise? I was as ignorant as herself as to our duty in the matter about which we knew so little, but I certainly was not going to let her go to bed in that disturbed condition of mind. So I said, "You may trust your father to be all right in all that concerns business. His mental powers are as great as ever. If you do not understand all he does, it is because we do not know what lies back of his action." Then, as her face brightened, I added, "Edgar and I have often been surprised at the clearness of his perceptions and the excellence of his judgment in all matters which have come up since we have taken the place of his former stenographers. For nearly a month, we in turn have done his typewriting, and never has he faltered in his dictation or seemed to lack decision as to what he wanted done. You may rest easy about his employing 2 lawyers even in one day. With so many interests and such complicated affairs to manipulate and care for, I only wonder that he does not feel the need of a dozen." A little quivering smile answered this. And it was the hardest thing I was ever called upon to do, not to take a sweet, appealing figure in my arms and comfort her as my heart prompted me to do. I hardly think Dr. Cameron would say any different. You can put the question to him when he comes in. But when she had flitted from my side and disappeared in the hall above, I asked myself with some misgiving whether in encouraging her in this fashion I had quite convinced myself of the naturalness of her father's conduct or of my own explanation of the same. Had he not sent me out of the house and on a long enough trip to cover the time likely to be consumed by these 2 visits, I might not have concerned myself beyond the obvious need of sustaining her in a surprise and anxiety. For as I told her, his interests were large and he must often feel the need of legal advice. But with the circumstances in mind, it was but natural for me to wonder what connection I had with this matter. Lawyers, and 2 of them. One, if not both of them, were in connection with a will. Was he indeed in full possession of his faculties? Or were some strains even brooding in this house beyond my power to discern? Alas, I was not to know that day, nor for many, many others. What I was to know was this. Why, I had frequently seen Martha, and yes, I will admit it, Clark, the hard-headed, unimaginative Clark, always stepped more quickly when they came to the flight of stairs leading to the 3rd floor. I was on this flight myself that night, and halfway up, when I was stopped, not by any unexpected sound as at the time before, but by a prickle of my scalp and a sense of being pulled back by some unseen hand. I shook the fancy off and rushed pell-mell to the top with a laugh on my lips, which, however, never reached my ears. Then reason asserted itself, and I went straight on in the direction of my room, and was just turning aside from Wealthy's cozy corner when I saw the screen which hemmed it in move aside and reveal her standing there. She had seen me through a slit in the screen, and for some purpose or other showed a disposition to speak. Of course, I paused to hear what she had to say. It was nothing important in itself, but to her devotion everything was important which had any connection with a sick master. "It is late," she said. "Clark is out, and I have been waiting for Mr. Bartholomew's bell. It does not ring. Would you mind?" "Oh, there it is," she cried, as a sharp tinkle sounded in our ears. "You will excuse me, sir," releasing me with a gesture of relief. An episode of small moment and hardly worth relating, but it is a final part, so far as I am concerned, of that day's story. End of section 12, read by Yoganandh.
Section 13 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Section 13. The following one was less troublesome, and so was the next. Then came the week of my sojourn elsewhere, and of Edgar's dominance in the house we all felt would soon be his own. Whether Orpha confided to him her latest trouble, I never heard. When his week was up and I replaced him again in the daily care of our uncle, I sought to learn if help or disappointment had come to her in my absence. but beyond a graver bearing and a manifest determination not to be alone with me even for a few moments in any of the rooms on the ground floor, I received no answer to my question. Orpha could be very inscrutable when she liked. It was during the 7 happy days of this week that 3 rather important conversations took place between Uncle and myself, portions of which I now propose to relate. I will not try your patience by repeating the preamble to any one of them, or the after remarks, just the bits necessary to make this story of the 3 Edgars understandable. Uncle is speaking. I have been criticized very severely for my lawyer, and less openly, but fully as earnestly by both men and women of my acquaintance, for my well-known determination to leave the main portion of my property to a man, the man who is to marry my daughter. My answer has always been that no woman should be trusted with the responsibilities and conduct of very large interests. She has not the nerve, the experience, nor the acquaintanceship with other large holders requisite for conducting affairs of wide scope successfully. She would have to employ an agent, which in this case would of course be her husband. Then why not give him full control from the start? I was silent. What could I say? Quentin? His tone was so strange, so different from any I had ever heard pass his lips, that I looked up at him in amazement. I was still more amazed when I noted his aspect. His expression, which until now had impressed me as fundamentally stern, however he might mask it with a smile of sympathy or indulgence, had lost every attribute suggestive of strength or domination. Gone the steady look of power which made his glance so remarkable. Even the set of his lips had given way to a tremulous line full of tenderness and indefinable sorrow. Quentin, he repeated, there are griefs and remembrances of which a man never speaks until the sands of life are running low, and not even then save for a purpose. I loved my wife. My heart leaped. I knew from his tone why he had understood me that night of the ball, and taken instantly and at its full value the love I had expressed for Orpha. Orpha was only 2 years old when her mother died, a babe with no memories of what has made my life. For me, the wife of my youth lives yet. This house, which has been constructed so as to incorporate within its walls the old inn where I first met her, is redolent of her presence. Her tread is on the stairs. Her beauty makes more beautiful every object I have bought of worth or value to adorn her dwelling place. Yet were she really living and I had no other inheritor, I should not consider that I was doing right by her, or right by the world, to leave her in full possession of means so hardly accumulated, and interests so complicated and burdensome. She was tested once with the temporary charge of my affairs, and poor darling broke under it. Orpha is her child. She has the same temperament, the same gentleness, the same strictness of conscience. To offend, which is an active and all-absorbing pain. If this burden fell upon her— When he had finished, I wondered if he had ever spoken of his wife to Edgar, as he spoke of her to me that hour. You have heard the gossip about this house. Someone must have told you of unaccountable sounds heard at odd moments on the stairs or elsewhere, steps other than your own keeping pace with you as you went up or down. Yes, uncle. I've been told of this. I heard something of the kind once myself. You did? When? The glance he shot at me was quick and searching. I told him, and for a long time he sat very still, gazing with retrospective eyes into the fire. More than that, I whispered after a while. I heard a cough. It came from no one in sight. It sounded smothered. It seemed to come from the wall at my left, but that was impossible, of course. Impossible, of course. The whole thing is foolishness, not to be thought of for a moment, the harmless result of some defect in carpentry. I smile when people speak of it. So do my servants. I keep them all, you know. Uncle, If this house needed a finishing touch to make it the most romantic in the world, the suggestion of mystery supplies it. I shall never forget his quick bend forward or the long, long look he gave me. It emboldened me to ask, almost seriously, "Uncle, have you ever felt this presence yourself?" He laughed, a long, hearty, amused laugh. Then a strange expression crossed his face, unlike any I had ever seen on it before. "There's romance in these old fancies. Romance," he murmured. "Romance." No lover's voice could have been more tender, no poet's eye more dreamy. I locked the remembrance away in my mind, for I doubted if I ever should see him in just such a mood again. "Your eyes are very often on Orpha's picture. I do not wonder at it. So are mine. It has a peculiar power to draw and then hold the attention. I chose an artist of penetrating intelligence, one who believes in the soul of his sitter and impresses you more with that than with the beauty of a woman or the mind of a man. I wanted her painted thus. Shall I tell you why? I think I will. It may steady you as it has steadied me and so serve a double purpose. Wealth has its charms. It also has its temptations. To keep me clean in the getting, the saving, and the spending. I had this picture painted and hung where I could not fail to see it when sitting at my desk. If a business proposition was presented to me, which I could not consider under that clear, direct gaze, so like her mother's, I knew what to do with it. You will have the same guardianship. The souls of two women will protect you from yourself, Orpha's mother and Orpha's own. I felt a thrill. Something more than wealth, more than love, was to be my portion. The living of a clean life in sight of God and man. End of section 13. Read by H.W. Breed, Longmeadow, Massachusetts.
Section 14 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 14. This gave me a great lift for the time. He had not changed his mind then. He still meant me to marry Orpha, and some of the mystery of the last lawyer's visit was revealed. That connected with the one which preceded it might rest. I needed to know nothing about that. The great question had been answered, and I trod on air. Meanwhile, Uncle seemed better, and life in the great house resumed some of its usual formality. But this did not last. The time soon came when it became evident to every eye that this man of infinite force was rapidly losing his one strong hold in life. From rising at 10, it grew to be noon before he would put foot on floor. Then 3 o'clock, then 5. Then only in time to eat the dinner spread before him on a small table near the fireplace. Then came the day when he refused to get up at all, but showed great pleasure at our presence in the room and even chatted with us on every conceivable topic. Then came a period of great gloom when all his strength was given to a mental struggle which soon absorbed all his faculties and endangered his life. In vain we exerted ourselves to distract him. He would smile at our sallies, appear to listen to his favorite authors, ask for music. Orpha could play the violin with touching effect, and Edgar had a voice which, like all his other gifts, was exceptional, but not for long, nor to the point of real relief. While we were hoping that we had at last secured his interest, he would turn his head away, and the struggle of his thoughts would recommence, all the stronger and more unendurable because of this momentary break. Orpha's spirits were now at as low an ebb as his. She sat for weeks under the shadow of his going, but now this shadow had entered her soul. Her beauty, once marked for its piquancy, took on graver lines and moved the hearts of all by its appeal. It was hard to look at her and keep back all show of sympathy, but such as was allowable between cousins engaged in the mutual tasks which brought us together at a sick man's bedside. If the discipline was good for my too selfish nature, the suffering was real, and in some of those trying hours, I would have given all my chance in life to know if Orpha realized the turmoil of mind and heart raging under my quiet exterior. Meantime, a change had been made in our arrangements. Edgar and I were no longer allowed to leave town, though we continued to keep religiously to a practice of spending alternate weeks in attendance on the invalid. This, in these latter days, included sleeping in the den opening off Uncle's room. The portrait of Orpha, which had made this room a hallowed one to me, had been removed from its wall and now hung in glowing beauty between the two windows facing the street, and so in full sight from Uncle's bed. His desk also, with all its appurtenances, had been in a corner directly under his eye, and as I often noted, it was upon one or other of these two objects his gaze remained fixed unless Orpha was in the room, when he seemed to see nothing but her. He had been under the care of a highly trained nurse during the more violent stages of his illness, but he had found it so difficult to accommodate himself to her presence and ministrations that she had finally been replaced by Wealthy, who had herself been a professional nurse before she came to Quentin Court. This he had insisted upon, and his will was law in that household. He ruled from his sick bed as authoritatively as he had ever done from the head of its own table, but so kindly that we would have yielded from love had we not done so from a sense of propriety. His gloom was at its height, and his strength at its lowest ebb, when an experience befell me, the effects of which I was far from foreseeing at the time. Edgar's week was up, and the hour had come for me to take his place in the sick room. Usually he was ready to leave before the evening was too old for him to enjoy a few hours in less dismal surroundings. But this evening I found him still chatting, and in a most engaging way, to our seemingly delighted uncle, and taking the shrug he made at my appearance as a signal that they were not yet ready for my presence, I stepped back into the hall to wait till the story was finished, which he was relating with so much spirit. It took a long time, and I was growing quite weary of my humiliating position when the door finally opened and he came out. With every feature animated and head held high, he was a picture of confident manhood. This should not have displeased me, and perhaps would not have done so had I not caught, as I thought, a gleam of sinister meaning in his eye, quite startling from its clarity. It also, to my prejudiced mind, tinged his smile as, slipping by me, he remarked, "I think I had the good fortune to amuse him tonight. He is asleep now, and I doubt if he wakes before dawn. Lower his light as you pass by his bed. Poor old uncle." I had no answer for this beyond a slight nod, at which, with an air I found it difficult to dissociate with a sense of triumph, he uttered a short good night and flew past me down the stairs. "He has won some unexpected boon from uncle," I muttered in dismay as the sound of his footsteps died out in the great rooms below. "Is it fortune? Is it Orpha?" I could bear the loss of the first, but Orpha, rather than yield her up, I would struggle with every power with which I had been endowed. But here I entered the room, and coming under the direct influence of the masterly portraiture of her who was so dear to me, better feelings prevailed. To see her happy should and must be my chief aim in life. If union with myself would ensure her that, and I came to know it, then it would be time for me to exert my prowess and hold to my own in face of all opposition. But if a heart was his, truly and irrevocably his, then my very love should lead me to step aside and leave them to each other, for that would be their right, and one with which it would be presumptuous in me to meddle. The light which I had been told to extinguish was near my uncle's hand as he lay in bed. Seeing that as he was, as Edgar said, peacefully asleep, I carefully pulled the chain attached to the flaming bulb. Instantly the commonplaces of life vanished, and the room was given over to mystery and magic. All that was garish or simply plain to the view was gone, for wherever there was light, there were also shadows, and shadows of that shifting and half-revealing kind which can only be gotten by the fitful leaping of a few expiring flames in a hearthstone. Uncle's fire never went out. Night or day, there was always a blaze. It was his company, he said, and never more so than when he woke in the wee small hours with the moon shut out and silence through all the house. It would be my task before I left him for the night to pile on fresh fuel and put up the screen which, being made of glass, allowed the full play of the dancing flames to be seen. Revelling in the mystic sight, I drew up a chair and sat before Orpha's portrait. Edgar was below stairs and doubtless in her company. Why then should I not have my hour with her here? The beauty of her pictured countenance, which was apparent enough by day, was well nigh unearthly in the soft orange glow which vivified the brown of her hair and heightened the expression of eye and lip, only to leave them again in mystery as the flame died down and the shadows fell. I could talk to her thus, and as I sat there looking and longing, words fell from my lips which happily there was no one to hear. It was my hour of delight snatched in an unguarded hour from the hands of fate. She herself might never listen, but the semblance of herself could not choose but to do so. In this presence, I could urge my plea and exhaust myself in loving speeches, and no displeasure could she show, and even at times must she smile as the shadows again shifted. It was a hollow amends for many a dreary hour in which I got nothing but the same sweet show of patience she gave to all about her. But a man welcomes dream food if he can get no other, and for a full hour I sat there talking to my love and catching from time to time in my presumptuous fancy faint whispers in response which were for no other ears than mine. At last fancy prevailed utterly, and rising, I flung open my arms in inappeasable longing towards her image. Then, simultaneously with this action, I felt my attention drawn irresistibly aside, and my head turned slowly and without my volition more and more away from her, as if in response to some call at my back which I felt forced to heed. Yet I heard no sound, and had no real expectation of seeing anyone behind me, unless it was my uncle who had wakened and needed me. And this was what had happened. In the shadow made by the curtains hanging straight down from the headboard on either side of his bed, I saw the gleam of two burning eyeballs. But did I? When I looked again, there was nothing to be seen there but the shadowy outlines of a sleeping man. My fancy had betrayed me as in the hour of secret converse I had just held with the lady of my dreams. Yet, anxious to be assured that I had made no mistake, I crossed over to the bedside and, pushing aside the curtains, listened to his breathing. It was far from equable, but there was every other evidence of his being asleep. I had only imagined those burning eyeballs looking hungrily into mine. Startled not so much by this freak of my imagination as by the effect which it had upon me, I left the bed and reluctantly sought my room. But before entering it, while still on its threshold, I was again startled at feeling my head turning automatically about under the uncanny influence working upon me from behind, and wheeling quickly, I searched with hasty glances the great room I was leaving for what thus continued to disturb me. Orpha's picture, the great bed, the desk, pathetic to the eye from the absence before it of its accompanying chair, books, tables, Orpha's pet rocker with a little stand beside it, each and every object to which we had accustomed ourselves for many weeks, lit to the point of weirdness, now brightly, now faintly, and in spots by the dancing firelight. But no one thing any more than before to account for the emotion I felt. Yet, I remember saying to myself as I softly closed my door upon it all, something impends. But what that something was very far from my thoughts, as are all spiritual upheavals when we are looking for material disaster. I had been asleep, but how long I had no means of knowing, when with a thrill such as seizes us at unexpected summons, I found myself leaning on my elbow and staring with fascinated, if not apprehensive gaze at the door leading into my uncle's room, left as I always left it on retiring, slightly ajar. I had heard no sound. I was conscious of no movement in my room or in his, yet there I was looking and expecting what? I had no answer for this question, and soon would not need one, for the line of ruddy light running upward from the floor upon which my eyes were fixed was slowly widening, and presently I should see whose hesitating foot made these long passes, yet showed such determination to enter where no foot should come thus stealthily on any errand. Again, a furtive push, and I caught the narrowest of glimpses into the room beyond, at which a sudden thought came, piercing me like a dart. Whoever this was, he must have crossed my uncle's room to reach this door, may have stood at the sick man's side, may have. Fear seized me, and I sprang up alert, but sank back in infinite astonishment and dismay as the door finally swung in, and I beheld dimly outlined in the doorway the great frame of uncle himself standing steadily and alone, he who for days now had hardly moved in his bed. Ignorant of the cause which had impelled him to an action for which he was so unfit, not even being able to judge in the darkness in which I lay whether he was conscious of his movements or whether he was in that dangerous state where any surprise or interference might cause in him a fatal collapse, I assumed a semblance of sleep while covertly watching him through half-shut lids. A moment thus, then I felt, rather than saw, his broad chest heave and his shaking limbs move, bringing him step by step to my side. Had he fallen face down onto my narrow couch, I should not have wondered. But he came painfully on and paused, his heart beating so that I could hear it above my own, though that was throbbing far louder than its wont. Next moment he was on his knees, with his arms thrown over my breast and clinging there in convulsive embrace, as he whispered words such as had never been uttered into my ears before. Words of infinite affection laden with self-reproaches. It filled me with a great compassion to hear. For I knew that these words were not meant for me, that he had been misled by the events of the evening and believed it to be in Edgar's ears he was laying bare his soul. "I cannot do it." These were the words I heard. "I have tried to, and the struggle is killing me. Forgive me, Edgar, for thinking of punishing you for what was the result of my own short-sighted affection." I stirred and started up. I had no right to listen further, but his hold on me tightened till the pressure became almost unendurable. The fever in his veins made him not only strong, but oblivious to all but the passion of the moment, the desire to right himself with the well-beloved one who was as a son to him. "I should have known better," thus he went on. "I had risen through hardship, but I would make it easy for my boy. Mistake, I see it now. The other is the better man, but my old heart clings to its own, and I cannot go back on the love of many years. You must marry Orpha, and a gentle heart will—" A sob, a sudden failing of his fictitious strength, and I was able to rise and help him to rise, though he was almost a dead weight in my arms. Should I be able alone and unassisted to guide him back to his bed without his discovering the mistake he had made, and thus shocking him into delirium? The light was dim where we stood and rapidly failing in the other room as the great log which had been blazing on the hearthstone crumbled into coals. Could I have spoken, the task might have been an easier one, but my accent, always emphasized under agitation, would have betrayed me. Other means must be taken to reassure him and make him amenable to my guidance. Remembering an action of Edgar's which I had lately seen, I drew the old man's arm about my shoulder and led him back into his room. He yielded easily. He had passed the limit of acute perception, and all his desire was for rest. With simple, little soothing touches, I got him to his bed and saw his head sink gratefully into his pillow. Much relieved and believing the paroxysm quite past, I was turning softly away when he had reached out his hand and, grasping me by my arm, said with an authority as great as I had ever seen him display even on important occasions, "Another log, Edgar. The fire is low. It mustn't go out. Whatever happens, it must never go out." And he, burning up with fever. Though this desire for heat or the cheer of the leaping blaze might be regarded as one of the eccentricities of illness, it was with a strange and doubtful feeling that I turned to obey him, a feeling which did not leave me in the watchful hour which followed. Though I had much to brood over of a more serious character than the mending or keeping up of a fire, the sense of something lying back of his constant desire for heat would come again and again to my mind, mingling with the great theme now filling my breast with turmoil and shaping out new channels for my course in life. Mystery, though of the smallest, has a persistent prick. We want to know even if the matter is inconsequent. I had no further sleep that night, but uncle did not move again till late morning. When he did, and saw me standing over him, he mentioned my name and smiled almost with pleasure and gave me the welcoming hand. He had forgotten what had passed, or regarded it, if it came to his mind at all, as a dream to be ignored or cherished according to his mood, which varied now, as it had before, from one extreme to the other. But my mood had no ups and downs. It had been given to me to penetrate the depths of my uncle's heart and mind. I knew his passionate wish. It was one in which I had little part, but nothing must ever make me forget it. However, I uttered no promises myself. I would wait till my judgment sanctioned them, and the time for that had not yet come. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 15. Nevertheless, it was approaching. One day, Orpha came to me with the report that her father was worse, that the doctor was looking very sober, and that Edgar, whose week it was to give what aid and comfort he could in the sick room, complained that for the first time during his uncle's illness he had failed to find any means of diverting him, even for a moment. As she said this, her look wandered anywhere but to my face. "It is growing to be very hard for Edgar," she added in a tone full of feeling. "And for you," I answered, with careful attention to voice and manner. She shuddered and crept from my side lest she should be tempted to say how hard. When an hour or two later I went up to Uncle's room, I found him where I had never expected to see him again, up and seated close to the fire. His indomitable will was working with some of its bygone force. It was so hot that I noted when I took the seat he pointed out to me that the perspiration stood on his forehead, but he would not be moved back. He had on a voluminous dressing gown and his hands were hidden in its folds in what I thought was an unnatural manner. But I soon forgot this in watching his expression, which was more fixed and harder in its aspect than I had supposed it could be, and again I felt ready to say something immense. Wealthy was present. Consequently, my visit was a brief one. It might have been such had she not been there, for he showed very little desire for my company, and indeed virtually dismissed me in the following words. I may have need of you this evening and I may not. May I ask you to be so good as to stay indoors till you receive a message from me? My answer was a cheerful acquiescence, but as I left, I cast one long lingering look at Orpha's picture. Might it not be my last? The doubt was in my mind, for Edgar's foot was on the stair. There would be a talk between him and Uncle, and if as a result of the talk Uncle failed to send for me, my place at his bedside would be lost. He would have no further use for my presence. I had begun to understand his mind. I have no doubt that I was helped to this conclusion by something I saw in passing his bedside on my way out. Wealthy was rearranging the pillows and in doing so gave me for the first time a full glimpse of the usually half-hidden headboard. To my amazement I perceived that it held a drawer cunningly inserted by a master hand. A drawer within his own reach at all times, by night and day. It must contain... Well, I had no difficulty in deciding what. But the mystery of his present action troubled me. A few hours might make it plain. A few hours. If only they might be spent with Orpha. With beating heart I went rapidly below, passing Edgar on my way. We said nothing. He was in as tense a mood as I was. For him as well as for myself the event was at hand. Ah! Where was Orpha? Not where I sought her. The living rooms as well as the court and halls were all empty. For a half hour I waited in the library alone, then the door opened and my uncle's man showed himself. Am I wanted? I asked, unable to control my impatience. He answered with a respectful affirmative, but there was a lack of warmth in his manner which brought a cynical smile to my lips. Nothing would ever change the attitude of these old servants towards myself, or make Edgar anything less in their eyes than the best, kindest, and most pleasing of masters. Should I allow this to disturb me, or send me to the fate awaiting me in the room above in any other frame of mind than the one which would best prepare me for the dreaded ordeal? No. I would be master of myself, if not of my fate. By the time I had reached my uncle's door, I was calm enough, confident that some experience awaited me there, which would try me as it had tried Edgar. I walked steadily in. He had not come out of his ordeal in full triumph, or why the look I had seen on every face I had encountered in coming up? Wealthy at the end of the long hall with a newspaper falling from her lap had turned at my step. Her aspect as she did so I shall not soon forget. The suspicious nods and whispers of the two maids I had surprised peering at me from over the banisters were all of a character to warn me that I was at the moment less popular in the house than I had ever been before. Was I to perceive the like in the greeting I was about to receive from the one on whom my fortunes as well as those of Orpha hung? I trembled at the prospect, and it was not till I had crossed the floor to where he was seated in his usual seat at the fireplace that I ventured to look up. When I did so, it was to meet a countenance showing neither pleasure nor pain. When he spoke, it was hurriedly as though he felt his time was short. Quentin, sit down and listen to what I have to say. I have put off from day to day this hour of final understanding between us in the hopes that my duty would become plain to me without any positive act on my part. But it has failed to do so, and I must ask your help in a decision vital to the happiness of the two beings nearest, if not dearest to me, in this world I am so soon to leave. I mean my daughter and the man she is to marry. This took my breath away, but he did not seem to notice either my agitation or the effort I made to control it. He was too intent upon what he had yet to say to mark the effect of the words he had already spoken. You know what my wishes are, the wishes which have been expectations since Edgar and Orford stood no higher than my knee. The fortune I have accumulated is too large to be given into the hands of a girl no older than Orpha. I do not believe in a woman holding the reins when she has a man beside her. I may be wrong, but that is the way I feel, as truly today as when she was a wee tot babbling in my ear. The inheritor of the millions I perhaps unfortunately possess must be a man. But that man must marry my daughter, and to marry her, he must love her, sincerely and devotedly love her, or my money will prove a curse to her, to him, and God pardon the thought, to me in my grave, if the dead can still feel and know. Until a while ago, until you came in fact, I was content, thinking that all was well and everything going to my mind. But presently a word was dropped in my ear, from whose lips it does not matter, which shook my equanimity and made me look for the first time with critical eyes on one I had hitherto felt to be above criticism. And once my attention was called that way, I saw much that did not quite satisfy me in the future dispenser of a fortune which in wise hands could be made productive of great good, but in indifferent ones of incalculable mischief. But I thought he loved her, and rating her as we all must, as a woman of generous nature with a mind bound to develop as her happiness grows and her responsibilities increase, I rested in the hope that with her for a wife, his easy-going nature would strengthen, and the love he universally inspires would soon have a firmer basis than his charming smile and his invariable good nature. But one day something happened, do not ask me what, I cannot talk about it. It has been the struggle of my life since that day to forget it, which shook my trust even in this hope. The love capable of accomplishing so much must be disinterested one, and I saw with my own eyes, what gave me reason to doubt both the purity and depth of his feeling for Orpha. You remember the day, the hour, the ball which was to have ended all uncertainty by a public recognition of their engagement saw me a well man at 10 and a broken down one at 11. You know, for you were here and saw me while I was still suffering from the shock. I had to speak to someone and I would not disturb Orpha, and so I thought of you. You pleased me in that hour, and the trust I then felt in your honor I never lost. For in whatever trial I've made of the character of you two boys, you have always stood the test better than Edgar. I acknowledge it, but whether from weakness or strength, I leave you to decide. I cannot forget the years in which Edgar shared with Orpha my fatherly affection. You shall not be forgotten or ungenerously dealt with. I owe you too much for that. But I ask you to release me from the ill-considered promise I made to you that night of the ball. I cannot cut him off from the great hopes I've always fostered in him. I want you to. He did not conclude, but shifting nervously in his seat, brought into view the hands hidden from sight under the folds of his dressing gown. In each was a long envelope apparently enclosing a legal document. He laid them, one on each knee, and drooped his head a little as he remarked, with a hasty glance first at one document and then at the other. Here, Quentin, you see what a man who once thought very well of himself has come to through physical weakness and mental suffering. Here are two wills, one made largely in his favor and one equally largely in yours. They were drawn up the same day by different men, each ignorant of the other's doing. One of these it is my wish to destroy, but I have not yet had the courage to do so, for my recent battles with my affection, and I dare not slight the one nor disappoint the other. And you asked me to aid you in your dilemma, I prompted, for I saw that he was greatly distressed. I will do so, but first let me ask one question. How does Orpha feel? Is she not the one to decide a matter affecting her so deeply? Oh, she is devoted to Edgar, he made haste to assert. I have never doubted her feeling for him. Uncle, have you asked her to aid your decision? He shook his head and muttered sadly. I dare not show myself in such colours to my only child. She would lose her respect for me, and that I could never endure. My heart was sad, my future lost in shadows, but there was only one course for me to take. Pointing to the two documents lying in his lap, I asked, with as little show of feeling as I could command, which is the one in my favour? Give it to me, and I will fling it into the fire with my own hand. I cannot endure seeing your old age so heavily saddened. He rose to his feet, rose suddenly and without any seeming effort, letting the two wills fall unheeded to the floor. Quentin, he cried, you are the man. If Orpha does not love you, she must learn to do so, and she will when she knows you. This in a burst. Then, as he saw me stumble back, dazed and uncomprehending, like one struck forcibly between the eyes, this was my final test, boy, my last effort to ascertain what lay at the root of your manhood. Edgar failed me. You His lip quivered, and grasping blindly at the high back of the chair from which he had risen, he turned slightly aside in an effort to hide his failing self-control. The sight affected me even in the midst of the storm of personal feeling he had aroused within me by this astounding change of front. Stooping for the 2 documents lying on the floor between us, I handed them to him, then offered my arm to aid him in reseating himself. But I said nothing. Silence, and silence only befitted such a moment. He seemed to appreciate both the extent of my emotion and my reticence under it. It gave him the opportunity to regain his own poise. When I finally moved, as I involuntarily did, at the loud striking of the clock, he spoke in his own quiet way, which nevertheless carried with it so much authority. I have deceived you, not greatly, but to a certain necessary degree. You must forgive this and forget. He did not say how he had deceived me, and for months I did not know. Tomorrow we will talk as a present master confers with a future one. I am tired now, but I will listen if there is anything you want me to hear before you call in Clark. Then I found voice. I must utter the one protest which the situation called for, or despise myself forever. Turning softly about, I looked up at Orpha's picture, never more beautiful in my eyes, never more potent in its influence than at this critical instant in our 2 lives. Then, addressing him while pointing to the picture, I said, "Your goodness to me and the trust you have avowed in me is beyond all words. But Orpha, still Orpha, you say she must learn to love me. What if she cannot? I am lacking in many things, perhaps in the very thing she naturally would look for in the man she would accept as her husband." His lips took a firm line. Never had he shown himself more the master of himself and of every one about him than when he rejoined in a way to end the conversation. "We will not talk of that. You are free to sound a mind when opportunity arises, but quietly and with due consideration for Edgar, who will lose enough without too great humiliation to his pride. Now you may summon Clark." I did so, and left thus for a little while to myself, strove to balance the wild instinctive joy making havoc in my breast with fears just as instinctive that Orpha's heart would never be won by me completely enough for me to benefit by the present wishes of a father. It was with the step of a guilty man it crept from the sight of Edgar's door down to the floor below. At Orpha's I paused a moment. I could hear a light step within, and listening, thought I heard a sigh. "God bless my darling," leaped from my heart to lip in a whisper too low for even my own ears to hear. And I believed, and left that door in the belief, that I was willing it should be in his way, not mine, so long as it was a blessing in very truth. But once on the veranda below, whither I went for a cooling draught of the keen night air, I stopped short in my even pacing, as though caught by a detaining hand. A thought had come to me. He had 2 wills in his hand, yet he had destroyed neither, though the flames were leaping and beckoning on the hearthstone at his feet. Let him say this, or let him say that, the ordeal was not over. Under these circumstances, dare I do as he suggested and show my heart to Orpha? Suppose he changed his mind again? The mere suggestion of such a possibility was so unsettling that it kept me below in an unquiet mood for hours. I walked the court, and when Haynes came to put out the lights, paced the library floor till I was exhausted. The house was still and well nigh dark when I finally went upstairs, and after a little further wandering through the halls, entered my own room. 3 o'clock, and as wide awake as ever. Throwing myself into the Morris chair, which had been given me for my comfort, I shut my eyes in the hope of becoming drowsy, and was just feeling a lessening of the tense activity which was keeping my brain in a whirl, when there came a quick knock at my door, followed by the hurried word, "Mr. Bartholomew's words. Come quickly." I was on my feet in an instant, my heart cold in my breast, but every sense alert. Had I feared such a summons? Had some premonition of sudden disaster been cause of the intolerable restlessness which had kept my feet moving in the rooms below? Useless to wonder. The sounds of hurrying steps all over the house warned me to hasten also. Rushing from my room, I encountered Wealthy awaiting me at the turn of the hall. She was shaking from head to foot, and her voice broke as she said, "A sudden change. Mr. Edgar and Arthur are coming. Mr. Bartholomew wants to see you all while he has the power to speak and embrace you for the last time." I saw her eyes leave my face and pass rapidly over my person. I was fully dressed. "There they are," she whispered as Edgar emerged from his room, far down the hall just as Orpha, trembling and shaken with sobs, appeared at the top of the staircase. Both were in hastily donned clothing. I alone presented the same appearance as at dinner. As we met, Edgar took the lead, supporting Orpha, weakened both by our grief and sudden arousal from sleep. I followed after, never feeling more lonely or more isolated from them all. And in this manner we entered the room. Then, as always on crossing this threshold, my first glance was given to the picture which held such sway over my heart. The living Orpha was but a step ahead of me, but the Orpha most real to me, most in accord with me, was the one in whose imaginary ear I had breathed my vows of love, and from whose imaginary lips I had sometimes heard the fond self-deception, those vows written. Today the picture was in shadow, and my eyes turned quickly towards the fireplace. Shadow there too. No leaping flame or smouldering coals. For the first time in months the fire had been allowed to die out. The ominous fact struck like ice to my heart, and a secret shudder shook me. But it passed almost instantly, for on turning towards the bed I saw preparations made which assured me that my uncle's mind was clear to the duty of the hour, and that we had not been called to his side simply for his final embrace. He was lying high on his pillow, his eyes blazing as if the fire which had gone out of the hearth had left its reflection on his blazing eyeballs. He had not seen us come in, and he did not see us now. At his side was a table on which stood a large bowl and a lighted candle. They told their own story. His hands were stretched out over the coverlid. They held in feverish grasp the two documents I knew so well, one in one hand and one in the other, just as I had seen them the evening before. Edgar recognized them too, as I saw by the imperturbability of his look as his glance fell on them. But Orpha stood amazed, the colour leaving her cheeks till she was as pale as I had ever seen a woman. "What does that mean?" she whispered, or rather uttered with throat half closed in fear and trepidation. "Shall we explain?" I asked, with a quick turn towards Edgar. "Leave it to him," was a low, undisturbed reply. "He has heard a voice and is going to speak." It was true. Slowly and with effort, a father's glance sought her out, and love again became animate in his features. "Come here, Orpha," he said, and uttered murmuring words of affection as she knelt at his side. "I am going to make you happy. You have been a good girl. Do you see the two long envelopes I am holding, one in each hand?" "Yes, father." "Look at them." "No, do not take them. Just look at them where they lie, and tell me if in the corner of one you see a cross drawn in red." "Yes, father." "In which hand do you see it?" "In this one, the one nearest me." "You are sure?" "Very sure." "Edgar, look too, and tell me that I am right." "I will take your word, my darling child. Now pull that envelope, the one with the mark on it, from under my hand." "I have it, father." A moment's silence. Edgar's breath stopped on his lips. Mine had come haltingly from my breast ever since I entered the room. "Now, burn it." Instinctively she shrank back, but he repeated the command with a force which startled us all and made Orpha's hand shake as she thrust the document into the flame, and then, as it caught fire, dropped it into the gaping bowel. As it flared up and the scent of burning paper filled the room, he made a mighty effort and sat almost erect, watching the flaming edges curl up and drop away till all was consumed. "A will made a few weeks ago, of which I have repented," he declared quite steadily. "It had a twin, drawn up on the same day. That is the one I desire to stand. It is not in the envelope I hold in this other hand. This envelope is empty, but you will find the will itself in—" A choke, a gasp. The exertion had been too much for him. With a look of consummate fear distorting his features, he centered his gaze on his child, then sought to turn it on which of us? On Edgar or on me? We never knew. The light in his eyes went out before his glance reached its goal. Edgar Quentin Bartholomew was dead, and we, his two namesakes, the lesser and the greater, stood staring, the one upon the other, not knowing to which the term of greater rightfully belonged. The end of section 15.
Section 16 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. The Step on the Stair by Anna Katharine Greene. Chapter 16. Hidden. Dead? The word was spoken in such astonishment that it had almost the emphasis of unbelief. From whose lips had it come? I turned to see. We were all still grouped near or about the bed, but this voice was strange, or so it seemed to me at the moment. But it was strange only from emotion. It was that of Dr. Cameron, who had come quietly in response to the summons sent him at the first sign of change seen in his patient. I did not anticipate this, he was now saying. Yesterday he had strength enough for a fortnight or more of life. What was his trouble? He must have excited himself. Looking round upon our faces as we failed to reply, he let his fingers rest on the bowl from which little whiffs of smoke were still going up. This is an odd thing to have where disinfection is not necessary. Something of a most unusual nature has taken place here. What was it? Did I not tell you to keep him quiet? It was Edgar who answered. Doctor, you knew my uncle, knew him in health and knew him in illness. Do you think that anyone could have kept him quiet if he had the will to act, even if it were to please simply a momentary whim? What then if he felt himself called upon to risk his life in the performance of a duty? Could you or I or even his well-loved daughter have prevented him? Looking very noble, Edgar met the doctor's eye unflinchingly. Ah, a duty. The doctor's voice had grown milder. No, I do not think that any of us could have stopped him in that case. Turning towards the bed, he stood a moment gazing at the rigid countenance which but a few minutes before had been so expressive of emotion. Then, raising his hand, he pointed directly at it, saying with a gravity which shook every heart, "The performance of duty brings relief to both mind and body." Then why this look of alarm with which he met his end? Because he felt it coming before that duty was fully accomplished. If you must know, doctor, I am willing to tell you what occasioned this sudden collapse. Shall I not, Orpha? Shall I not, Quentin? It is his right as our physician. We shall save ourselves nothing by silence. Tell. That was all Orpha seemed to have power to utter, and I attempted little more. I was willing the doctor should know, that all the world should know, my part in this grievous tragedy. Even if I had wished for silence, the sting of Edgar's tone as he mentioned my name would have been enough to make me speak. I have no wish to keep anything from the doctor, I affirmed as quickly and evenly as if the matter were of ordinary purport. Only tell him all, keep nothing back. And Edgar did so with a simplicity and fairness which did him credit. If he had shown a tinge of sarcasm when he addressed me directly, it was not heard in the relation he now gave of the drawing up of the two wills and our uncle's final act in destroying one. He loved me. It was a lifelong affection, and when Quentin came, he loved him. This was said with a certain display of hardihood. Not wishing to divide his fortune, but to leave it largely in favor of one, he wavered for a time between us, but finally, at the conscious approach of death, made up his mind and acted as you have seen. Only, he finished with naivete peculiar to his temperament and nature, we do not know which of us he has chosen to bless or curse with his great fortune. You see the remains of one will, but of the other one or of its contents we have as yet no knowledge. The doctor, who had followed Edgar's words with great intentness, opened his lips as though to address him, but failed to do so, turning his attention towards me instead. Then, still without speaking, he drew up the sheet over the face once so instinct with every generous emotion, and quietly left our presence. As the door closed upon him, Orpha burst into sobs, and it was Edgar's arm, not mine, which fell about her shoulders. End of section 16.
Section 17 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 17. No attempt was made during those first few grief-stricken hours to settle the question alluded to above. Of course, it would be an easy matter to find the will which he, from sheer physical weakness, could not have put very far away. But Edgar showed no anxiety to find it, and I studiously refrained from showing any, while Orpha seemed to have forgotten everything but a loss. But at nightfall, Edgar came to where I was pacing the veranda, and halting in the open French window, said without preamble and quite brusquely for him, "The will of which uncle spoke as having been taken from the other envelope and concealed in some drawer or other cannot be found. It is not in the cubbyhole at the back of his bed or in any of the drawers or subdivisions of his desk. You were with him later than I last night. Did he intimate to you in any way where he intended to put it?" "I left him while the two wills, or at least the two envelopes, still remained in his hands. But Clark ought to be able to tell you. He is the one most likely to have gone in immediately upon my departure. Clark says that he no sooner entered Uncle's presence than he was ordered out, with an injunction not to come back or to allow anyone else to approach the room for a full half hour. My uncle wished to be alone." "And was he obeyed?" "Clark says that he was. Wealthy was sitting in a usual place in the hall as he went by to his room, and answered with a quiet nod when he told her what Uncle's wishes were. She is the last person to disobey him. Yet Uncle had been so emphatic that more than once he stole about the corner to see if she were still sitting where he had left her. And she was. Neither he nor she disturbed him until the time was up. Then Clark went in. Uncle was sitting in his great chair looking very tired. The envelopes were in his hand, but he allowed Clark to add them to a pile of other documents lying on the stand by his bed, where they still were when Wealthy came in. She says she was astonished to see so many valuable papers lying there, for he usually kept everything of the kind in the little cubbyhole let into the head of his bed. But when she offered to put them there, he said no, and was very peremptory indeed in his demand that she should go down to Warfa's room on an errand which, while of no special moment, would keep her from the room for 15 minutes if not longer. She went, and when she came back, the envelopes as well as all the other papers were still lying on the stand. Later, at his request, she put them all back in the drawer. Looking at them as she did so, "No. Who got them out this morning? The two envelopes, I mean?" She, and it was not till then that she noticed that one of them was empty. She says, and the plausibility of her surmise you must acknowledge, that it was during the time she was below with Orpha that Uncle took out the will now missing from its envelope and hid it away. Where, we cannot conceive. What do you know of this woman? Nothing but what is good. She has had the confidence of many people for years. It's an extraordinary situation in which we find ourselves, I commented, approaching him where he still stood in the open window. But there cannot be any real difficulty ahead of us. The hiding places which in his feeble state he could reach are few. Tomorrow we'll see this necessary document in hand. Meanwhile, you are the master. I said it to try him. Though my tone was a matter-of-fact one, he could not but feel the sting of such a declaration from me. And he did, and fully, as much as I expected. "You seem to think," he said, with a dilation of the nostril and a sudden straightening of his lips, which, while it lasted, made him look years older than his age, "that there is such a thing as the possibility of some other person taking that place upon the finding and probating of the remaining will?" "I have reason to, Edgar." "How much reason, Quentin?" "Only my uncle's word." Ah! He was very still, but the shot went home. And what did he say? He asked after a moment of silent communion with himself. That I was a man. I repeated these words with as little offence as possible. I felt that no advantage should be taken of his ignorance, if indeed he were as ignorant as he seemed. Nor did I feel like wounding his feelings. I simply wanted no misunderstanding to arise. You, the man, he said that? Those were his exact words. The man to administer his wealth, to take his place in this community, to... His voice sank lower. There was even an air of apology in his manner. To wed his daughter? Yes, and to my mind, I said it fervently, this last honour outweighs all the rest. I love Orpha deeply and devotedly. I have never told her so, but few women are loved as I love her. You dare? The word escaped from him almost without his volition. Didn't you know that there at least I have the precedence? That she and I are engaged? Truly, Edgar? He looked down at my hand, which I had laid in honest appeal on his arm, and as he did so, he flushed ever so slightly. I regard myself as engaged to her. Yet you do not love her. Not as I do, I hasten to add. She is my past, my present, and my future. She is my whole life. Otherwise, my conduct would be inexcusable. There is no reason why I should take precedence of you in other ways than that. He was taken aback. He had not expected any such an avowal from me. I had kept my secret well. It had not escaped the father's eye, but it had that of the lukewarm lover. You have some excuse for your presumption, he admitted at last. There has been no public recognition of our intentions, nor have we made any display of our affection. But you know it now, and must eliminate from your program that hope which you say is your whole life. As for the rest, I might as well tell you, now as later, that nothing but the sight of the lost will, made out as you have the hardihood to declare, will ever convince me that uncle, even in the throes of approaching dissolution, would so far forget the affection of years as to give into the hands of my betrothed wife for public destruction the will he had made while under the stress of that affection. The one we all saw reduced to ashes was the one in which your name figured the largest. That I shall always believe and act upon till you can show me in black and white the absolute proof that I have made a mistake. He spoke with an air of dignity and yet with an air of detachment also, not looking me in the eye. The sympathy I had felt for him in his unfortunate position left me, and I became boldly critical of everything he said. In every matter in which we, creatures of an hour, are concerned, there are depths which are never fully sounded. The present one was not likely to prove an exception. But the time had not come for me to show any positive distress, so I let him go with what I tried to make a dispassionate parting. Neither of us wished to take advantage of the other. That is why we are both disposed to be frank. I shall stand on my rights too, Edgar, if events prove that I am legally entitled to them. You cannot expect me to do otherwise. I am a man like yourself, and I love Orpha. Like a flash, he wheeled at that and came hastily back. Do you mean that according to your ideas, she goes absolutely with the fortune in these days of woman's independence? You will have to change your ideas. Uncle would never bind her to his wishes like that. He spoke with a conviction not observable in anything he had said before. He was not surmising now, but speaking from what looked very much like knowledge. Then you saw those two wills, read them, became acquainted with their contents before I knew of their existence? Fortunately, yes, he allowed. There you have the advantage of me. I only had general knowledge of the same. They were not unfolded before my eyes. He did not respond to the suggestion, as I had some hope that he would, but stood in silence, drumming nervously with his fingers on the framework of the window standing open at his side. My heart, always sensitive to changes of emotion, began pounding in my breast. He was meditating some action or formulating some disclosure, the character of which I could not even guess at. I saw resolution climaxing in the expression of his eye. Quentin, there is something you don't know. These words came with slow intensity. He was looking fairly at me now. There's another will, a former one, drawn up and attested to previously to those which made a nightmare of our uncle's final days. That one I have also seen, and what is more to the point, I believe it to be still in existence, either in some drawer of my uncle's desk or in the hands of Mr. Dunn, our legal adviser, and consequently producible at any time. I will tell you on my honor that by the terms of this first will, the only one which will stand, I am given everything over and above certain legacies which were alike on all three wills. No mention of Orpha? Yes, he leaves her a stated sum, and with such expressions of confidence and affection that no one can doubt that he did what he did from a conception, mistaken perhaps but sincere, that he was taking the best course to secure her happiness. Was this will made previous to my coming, or after? Before. How long before, Edgar? You cannot question my right to know. I question nothing but the good taste of this conversation on the part of both of us while uncle lies cold in the house. You're right. We will defer it. Take my hand, Edgar. I have not from the beginning to the end played you false in this matter. Nor have I made any effort beyond being at all times responsive to uncle's goodness to influence him in any unfair way against you. We are cousins and should be friends. He took a long breath, smiled faintly, and reached out his hand to mine. You have the most solid virtues, he laughed, and I ought to envy you. But I don't. The lighter ones will win, and when they do, not if mind you, but when, then we will talk of friendship. Not the sort of harangue calculated to calm my spirits or to make this day of mourning lose any of its gloom. The end of section 17.
Section 18 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The Step on the Stair by Anne Katharine Greene. Section 18. That night I slept but little. I had much to grieve over, much to think about. I had lost my best friend, of that I was sure. His place would never again be filled in my heart or in my imagination. Without him the house seemed a barren shell, save for the dim, unseen corner where my darling mourned in her own way the man we both loved. Might we but have shared each other's suffering! But under the existing state of things, that could not be. Our relations, one to the other, were too unsettled, which thought brought me at once face to face with the most hopeless of all my perplexities. How were Orpha and I to know, and when, if ever, what Uncle's wishes were, or what his final intentions? The will which would have made everything plain, as well as fix the status of everybody in the house, had not been found, and among the disadvantages in which this placed me was the fact that he, as the present acknowledged head of the house, had rights which it would have been most unbecoming in me to infringe upon. If he wished a door to be closed against me, I could not, as a mere resident under his roof, ask to have it opened. For days, possibly for weeks, at all events, until he saw fit to pursue the search he had declared to be at present so hopeless. It was for me to remain quiescent, a man apart, anxious for my rights but unable as a gentleman and a guest to make a move towards obtaining them. And unhappily for us, instantaneous action was what the conditions called for. An immediate and exhaustive inquiry, conducted by Edgar in the presence of every occupant of the house, offered the only hope of arriving speedily at the truth of which it was not to the interest of any of us to leave much longer in doubt. For some one of the few persons admitted to Uncle's presence after Edgar and I had left it must have aided him in the disposal of this missing document. He was far too feeble to have taken it from the room himself, nor could he, without a helping hand, have made any extraordinary effort within it, which would have necessitated the displacing of furniture, or the opening of drawers or other receptacles not plainly in sight, and within easy access. If the will which his sudden death prevented him from definitely locating was not found within 24 hours, it would never be found. The one helping him will have suppressed it. and this is what I believed had already occurred. For every servant in the house, from his man clerk to a shy little sewing girl who from time to time scurried on timid feet through the halls, favored Edgar to the point of self-effacing devotion. And Edgar knew it. Recognizing this fact at its full value, but not as yet questioning his probity, I asked myself who was the first person to enter my uncle's room immediately after my departure on the evening before. I did not know. Did Edgar? Had he taken any pains to find out? Fruitless to conjecture, impertinent to inquire. I had left Uncle sitting by the fire. He had bidden me call Wealthy, and it was just possible that in the interim elapsing between my going out and the entrance of nurse or servant, he had found the nervous strength to hide the missing paper, where no one as yet had thought to look for it. It did not seem possible, and I gave but little credence to this theory. Yet such is the activity of the mind when once thoroughly aroused, that all through the long night I was in fancy searching the dark corners of my uncle's room and tabulating the secret spots and unsuspected crevices in which the document so important to myself might lie hidden. Beginning with the bed, I asked myself if there could be anywhere in it an undisclosed hiding place other than the drawer I have already mentioned as having been let into the headboard. I decided to the contrary, since this piece of furniture, upon which he had been found lying, would have received the closest attention of the searchers. If Edgar had called in the services of Wealthy, as it would be natural for him to do, she would never have left the mattresses and pillows unexamined, while he would have ransacked the little drawer and sounded the wood of the bedstead for hollow posts or convenient slits. I could safely trust that the bed could tell no tales beyond those associated with our uncle's sufferings. Leaving it, then, in my imaginary circuit of the room, I followed the wall running parallel with the main hall, till I came to the door opening at the southern end of the room into a short passageway communicating with that hall. Here I paused a moment, for built into this passageway was a cabinet which during his illness had been used for the safeguarding of medicine bottles and etc. Could a folded paper of the size of the will find any place among the boxes and vials with which every one of its shelves were filled? I knew the place well enough to come to the quick decision that I should lose nothing by passing them quickly by. Turning the corner, which had nothing to show but another shelf, this time a hanging one, on which there was never anything kept but a jar or two, and a small photograph of Edgar, I concentrated my attention on the south wall made beautiful by the full-length portrait of Orpha, concerning which I have said so much. It had not always hung there. It had been brought from the den, as you will remember, when Uncle's illness had become pronounced, taking the place of a painting which had been hung elsewhere. Flanked by windows on either side, it filled the wall space up to where a table stood of size sufficient to answer for the serving of a meal. There were chairs here, too, and Orpha's little basket standing on its 3 slender legs. The document might have been put under her work. But no, the woman would have found it there, or in the table drawer, or among the cushions of the couch filling the space between this corner and the fireplace. There were rugs all over the room, but they must have been lifted, and as for the fireplace itself, not having had the sifting of ashes, I must leave it unconsidered. But not so the mantel or the winged chair dedicated solely to my uncle's use, and always kept near the hearth. This was where I had last seen him, sitting in this chair close to the fire dogs. The 2 wills were in his hands. Could one have fallen from its envelope, and so into the flames? The one he had meant to preserve, the one which was not marked with a hastily scrawled cross. Mad questions to which there was no answer. Would that I might have the man to sift those ashes, or that I might yet be given the opportunity of looking behind the ancient painting which filled the large square above the mantel. I did not see how anything like a folded paper could have been lodged there, but not an inch from floor to ceiling would have escaped my inspection, had I been fortunate enough, or my claims been considered important enough, to have entitled me to assist in the search. Should I end this folly of a disturbed imagination? Forget the room for tonight and the whole gruesome tragedy? Could I, in reality, do this before I had only half circled the room? There was the desk, the place of all others, where he would naturally lock up a paper of value. But this was so obvious that probably not another article in the room had been more thoroughly overhauled, or its contents more rigidly examined. If any of its drawers or compartments contained false backs or double bottoms, Edgar would be likely to know it. Up to the night of the ball, when in some way he forfeited a portion of our uncle's regard, he had been, according to his own story, in his benefactor's full confidence, even in matters connected with business and his most private transactions. The desk was negligible. If, as I sincerely believed, he had sought to conceal the will from Edgar as temporarily from everyone else. But back of the desk there was a bookcase, and books offer an excellent hiding place. But that bookcase was always locked, and the key to it, linked with that of the desk, kept safely to hand in the drawer inserted in his bedhead. The desk key, of course, had come into use at the first moment of the search, but had that of the bookcase? Possibly not. I made a note of this doubt, and in my fancy moved on to the two rooms which completed my uncle's suite towards the north, the study and a dressing-closet. I say study, and I say closet, but both were large enough to merit the name of rooms. The dressing-closet was under the combined care of Wealthy and Clark. They must be acquainted with every nook and corner of it. Wealthy had undoubtedly been consulted as to its contents, but had Clark? The study, since the time when Uncle's condition became serious enough to have a nurse within call, had been occupied by Wealthy. Certainly he would have hidden nothing in her room which he wished kept from Edgar. The fourth corner was negligible. So was the wall between it and a second passageway, which, like the one already described, led to a door opening into the main hall. Only this one, necessitated, like the other, by the curious break between the old house and the new, held no cabinet or any place of concealment. It was the way of entrance most used by Uncle when in health, and by all the rest of us both then and later. Had he made use of it that night for reaching the hall or some place beyond? Hardly, but if he had, where would he have found a cubbyhole for the will, short of Edgar's room or mine? The closet indicated in the diagram of this room as offering another break in the eastern wall was the next thing to engage my attention. I had often seen it open, and it held, according to my recollection, nothing but clothes. He had always been very methodical in his ways, and each coat had its hook, and every hat, not in constant use, its own box. The hooks ran along the back, and along one of the sides. The other side was given up to shelves, only wide enough to hold the boxes just alluded to, and the long row of shoes, the number and similarity of which I found it hard to account for, till I heard someone, in speaking of petty economies, and of how we all have them, mention this peculiar one of my uncle's, which was to wear a different pair of shoes every day in the week. Had Edgar, or whoever conducted the search, gone through all the pockets of the many suits lining these simple walls? Had they lifted the shoes? The only object to be seen between the door of this closet and the alcove sunk in the wall for the accommodation of the bedhead was the small stand holding his night lamp and the various articles for use and ornament which one usually sees at an invalid's bedside. I remembered the whole collection. There was not a box there, nor a book, not even a tablet, nor a dish large enough to hold the will folded as I had seen it. Had the stand a drawer? Yes, but this drawer had no lock. Its contents were open to all. Edgar must have handled them. I had come back to my starting point, and what had I gained in knowledge or in hope by my foolish imaginary quest? Nothing. I had but proved to myself that I was no more exempt than the next man from an insatiable, if hitherto unrecognized, desire for this world's goods and this world's honors. Nothing less could have kept my thoughts so long in this special groove at a time of such loss and so much personal sorrow. My shame was great, and to its salutary effect upon my mind I attribute a certain lessening of interest in things material, which I date from this day. My hour of humiliation over, my thoughts reverted to Orpha. I had not seen her all day, nor had I any hope of seeing her on the morrow. She had not shown herself at meals, nor were we to expect her to leave her room, or so I was told, until the day of the funeral. Whether this isolation of hers was to be complete, shutting out Edgar as well as myself, I had no means of determining. Probably not, if what Uncle had told me was true, and they were secretly engaged. When I fell asleep at dawn, it was with the resolution fixed in my mind that with the first opportunity which offered, I would make a desperate endeavor to explain myself to her. As my pride was such that I could only do this in Edgar's presence, the risk was great. So would be the test made of her feelings by the story I had to relate. If she listened, hope, shadowy but existent, might still be mine. If not, then I must bear her displeasure as best I could. Possibly I should suffer less under it than from the uncertainty which kept every nerve quivering. End of section 18.
Section 19 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 19. The next day was without incident, save such as were connected with the sad event which had thrown the house into mourning. Orpha did not appear, and Edgar was visible only momentarily, and that at long intervals. When he did show himself, it was with an air of quiet restraint which caused me some thought. The suspicion he had shown, or was it just a natural revulsion at my attitude and pretensions, seemed to have left him. He was friendly in aspect, and when he spoke, as he did now and then, there was apology in his tone, almost commiseration, which showed how assured he felt that nothing I could do or say would ever alter the position he was maintaining amongst us with so much grace and calm determination. Had he found the will, and had it proved to be the one favourable to his interests, not to mine? I doubted this, and with cause, for the faces of those about him did not reflect his composure, but wore a look of anxious suspense quite distinct from that of sorrow. Sincerely as my uncle was mourned by every member of his devoted household. I noticed this first in Clark, who had taken his stand near his dead master's door and could not be induced to leave it. No sentinel on watch ever showed a sadder or more resolute countenance. It was the same with Baldi. Every time I passed through the hall, I found her hovering near one door or the other of a former master's room, the great tears rolling down her cheek and her mouth set with a firmness which altered her whole appearance. Usually mild of countenance, she reminded me that day of some wild animal guarding her den, especially when her eye met mine. If the will favouring Edgar had been found, she would have faced me with a very different aspect and cared little what I did or where I stayed. But no such will had been found, And what was, perhaps, of almost equal importance, neither had the original one. The one made before I came to see, and which Edgar had so confidently stated was still in the house. Both were gone, and here a thought struck me which stopped me short as I was descending the stairs. If the original one had been destroyed, as would have been natural upon or immediately after the signing of the other two, and no other should ever come to light, in other words, if uncle, so far as all practical purposes went, had died in estate, then in the course of time Orpha would inherit the whole estate. I knew enough of law to be sure of that, and if engaged to Edgar, he would have little in the end to complain of. Was this the source of his composure, so unnatural to one of his temperament and headlong impulses? I would not have it so. With every downward step which I took after that, I repeated to myself, no, no. And when I passed within sight of Orpha's door, somehow the feeling arose within me that she was repeating with me that same vigorous no, no. A lover's fancy founded on, well, on nothing. A dream, light as air, to be dispelled the next time I saw her. For struggle against it as I would, both reason and experience assured me only too plainly that women of her age choose for their heart's mate, not the man whose love is the deepest and most sincere, but the one whose pleasing personality had fired their imagination and filled their minds with dreams. And Edgar, in spite of his irregular features, possessed this appeal to the imagination above and beyond any other man I have ever met. I shall never forget the seemingly commonplace descent of mine down these 2 flights of stairs. In those few minutes, I seemed to myself to run the whole gamut of human emotions, to exhaust the sorrows and perplexities of a lifetime. And it was nothing. Mere child's play. Before another 24 hours had passed, how happy would I have been in this experience had expressed the full sum of grief and trial I should be called upon to endure. I had other experiences that day, confirmatory of the conclusion I had come to. Hostile glances everywhere, except, as I have said, from Edgar. Attention to my wants, respectful replies to my questions, which I assure you were very limited, but no display of sympathy or kind feeling from any one indoors or out. To each and all I was an unwelcome stranger, with hands stretched out to steal the morsel from another man's dish. I bore it. I stood the day out bravely, as was becoming in one conscious of no evil intentions, and when evening came, retired to my room in the hope that sleep would soon bring me the relief my exhausted condition demanded. So little are we able to foresee 1 hour, nay, 1 minute into the future. I read a little, or tried to, then I sank into a reverie which did not last long, for they had chosen this hour to carry down the casket into the court. My room, of which you will hear more later, was in the rear of the house and consequently somewhat removed from the quarter where all this was taking place. But imagination came to the aid of my hearing, intensifying every sound. When I could stand no more, I threw up my window and leaned out into the night. There was consolation in the darkness, and for a few fleeting minutes I felt a surcease of care and a lightening of the load weighing upon my spirit. The face of heaven was not unkind to me, and I had one treasure of memory with which to meet whatever humiliation the future might bring. My uncle had been his full vigorous self at the moment he rose up before me and said, with an air of triumph, "You are the man." For that one thrilling instant I was the man. However, the people of his house chose to regard me. Soothed by the remembrance, I drew in my head and softly closed the window. God! How still it was! Not a sound to be heard anywhere. My uncle's body had been carried below, and this whole upper floor was desolate. So was his room. The room which had witnessed such misery, the room from which I had felt myself excluded, where if it still existed the missing will lay hidden. The will which I must see, handle, show to the world, show to Orpha. Was there anyone there now, watching as they had watched, at door or beside, while his body still lay in the great bed and the mystery of his last act was still a mystery unsolved? A few steps and the question would be answered. But should I take those steps? Brain and heart said no. But man is not always governed by his brain or by his heart, or by both combined. Before I knew it, and quite without conscious volition, I had my hand on the knob of my door. I had no remembrance of having crossed the floor. I felt the knob of the door turning in my hand, and that was the sum of my consciousness. Thus started on the way, I could not stop. The hall, as I stepped into it, lay bare and quiet before me. So did the main one when I had circled the bend and stood in sight of my uncle's door. But nothing would have made me believe at that moment that there was no sentinel behind it. Yet I hurried on, listening and looking back like a guilty man, for brain and heart were yet crying out, "No!" There was no one to mark my quickly moving figure, for the doors, whichever way I looked, were all shut. Nor would any one near or far be likely to hear my footsteps, for I was softly shod. But when I reached his door, it was as impossible for me to touch it as if I had known that the spirit of my uncle would meet me on the threshold. Sick at heart, I staggered backwards. There should be no attempt made by me to surprise in any underhanded way the secrets of his room. What I might yet be called upon to do should be done openly and with Orpha's consent. She was the mistress of this home. However, our fortunes turned. She was now, and always would be, its mortal head. This was my one glad thought. To waft her a good night message, I leaned over the balustrade, and was so leaning when suddenly, sharply, frightfully, a cry rang up from below, rousing every echo in the wide, many-roomed house. It was from a woman's lips, but not from the Orpha's, thank God. And after that first instant of dismay, I ran forward to the stair head, and was on the point of plunging recklessly below, when the door of Uncle's room opened and the pale and alarmed face of Welly confronted me. "What is it?" she cried. "What has happened?" Before I could answer, Clark rushed by me, appearing from I never knew where. He flew pell-mell down the stairs, and I followed, scarcely less heedless of my feet than he. As we reached the bottom, I almost on top of him, a hardly audible click came from the hall above. I recognized the sound, possibly because I was in the measure listening for it. Weldy was about to follow us, but not until she had locked the door she was leaving without a catch-up. As we all crowded in line at the foot of the first flight, the door of Orpha's room opened, and she stepped out and faced us. "What is it? Who is hurt?" were her first words. Somebody cried out. The voice sounded like Martha's. Martha was the name of one of the girls. "We don't know," replied Clark. "We are going to see." She made as if to follow us. "Don't," I prayed, beseeching her with look and hand. "Let us find out first whether it is anything but a woman's hysterical outcry." She paused for a moment, then pressed hastily on. "I must see for myself," she declared, and I forbore to urge her further. Nor did I offer her my arm, for my heart was very sore. She had not looked my way once. No, not even when I spoke. So she too doubted me. Oh God, my lot was indeed a hard one. End of section 19. Read by Kriti Dwivedi.
Section 20 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurie. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 20 and 21. The scene, which met our view as we halted in one of the arches overlooking the court, was one for which we sought in vain for full explanation. The casket had been placed, and a man stood near it, holding the lid which he had evidently just taken off, probably at someone's request. But it was not upon the casket or the man that our glances became instantly focused. Grief has its call, but terror dominates grief, and terror stood embodied before us in the figure of the girl Martha, who with staring eyes and pointing finger bade us, "Look, look," crouching as the words left her lips and edging fearfully away. Look? Look at what? She had appeared to indicate the silent form in the casket, but that could not be. The death of the old is sad, but not terrible. She must have meant something else, something which we could not perceive from where she stood, from where we stood. Leaning further forward, I forced my gaze to follow hers and speedily became aware that the others were doing the same, and that it was inside the casket itself that they were all peering, and with much the same appearance of consternation Martha herself had shown. Something was wrong there, and alive to the effect which this scene must have upon Orpha. I turned her way just in time to catch her as she fell back from the marble balustrade she had been clutching in her terror. "Oh, what is it? What is it?" she moaned, her eyes meeting mine for the first time in days. "I will go and see, if you think you can stand alone." "Wealthy will take care of me," she murmured, as another arm than mine drew her forcibly away. But I did not go on the instant, for just then Martha spoke again, and we heard in tones which set every heart beating tumultuously. "Spots! Black spots on his forehead and cheek. I have seen them before, seen them on my dead brother's face, and he died from poison." "Wretch!" I shouted down from the gallery where I stood, in irreprehensible wrath and consternation, as Orpha, escaping from Wealthy's grasp, fell insensible at my feet. "Would you kill your young mistress?" And I stooped to lift Orpha, but an arm thrust across her pushed me inexorably back. "Would you blame the girl for what you yourself have brought upon us?" came in a hiss to my ear. And staring into Wealthy's face, I saw with a chill as of the grave what awaited me at the hands of hate if no succor came from love. In another moment I had left the gallery, whether it was from pride or conscious innocence or just the daring of youth in the face of sudden danger. The hot blood within me drove me to add myself to the group of friends and relatives circling my uncle's casket, where I belonged as certainly as truly as Edgar did. Not for me to hide my head or hold myself back at a crisis so momentous as this. Even the shudder which passed from man to man at my sudden appearance did not repel me, and when after an instant of hesitation one person after another began to sidle away till I was left there alone, with the man still holding the lid in his trembling fingers, I did not move from my position or lift the hand which I had laid in reverent love upon the edge of the casket. That every tongue was stilled, and many a breath held in check, I need not say. It was a moment calling for a man's utmost courage, for the snake of suspicion whose hiss I had heard above was rearing its crest against me here, and not a friendly eye did I meet. But perhaps I should have, if Edgar's face had been turned my way, but it was not. Miss Colfax was one of the group watching us from the other side of the fountain, and his eyes were on her and not on me. I stood in silent observation of him for a minute. Then I spoke. "Edgar, if there is anything in the appearance of our uncle's body which suggests foul play, though it be only to an ignorant servant, why do you not send for the doctor?" He started, and turning very slowly gave me look for look. "Do you advise that?" he asked. With a glance at the dear features, which were hardly recognizable, I said, "I not only advise it, but as one who believes himself entitled to full authority here, I demand it." A murmur from every lip, varying in tone, but all hostile, was followed by a silence which bitterly tried my composure. It was broken by a movement of the undertaker's man. Stepping forward, he silently replaced the lid he had been holding. This forced a word from Edgar. "We will not dispute authority in this presence, or disagree as to the action you propose. Let someone call Dr. Cameron. It is not necessary, announced a voice from the staircase. This has already been done. And Orpha, erect, and showing none of the weakness which had so nearly laid her at my feet a few minutes before, stepped into our midst. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurie. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 22. Such transformations are not common, and can only occur in strong natures under the stress of a sudden emergency. With what rejoicing I hailed this new Orpha, and marked the surprise on every face as she bent over the casket and imprinted a kiss upon the cold wood which shut in the heart which had so loved her. When she faced them again, not an eye but showed a tear. Only her own were dry, but how steady. Edgar, who had started forward, stopped stock still as she raised her hand. No statue of even-handed justice could have shown a calmer front. I could have worshipped her, and did in my most inmost heart, for I saw with a feeling of awe which I am sure was shared by many others there, that she, whom we had seen blossom from girl to womanhood in a moment, was to be trusted, and that she would do what was right because it was right, and not from any less elevated motive. That she was beautiful thus, with a beauty which put her girlhood's charms to blush, did not detract from her power. Eagerly we waited for what she had to say. When it came, it was very simple. "I can understand," she said, "the shock you have all sustained, but I ask you to wait before you accept the awful suggestion conveyed by my poor Martha's words. She had a dreadful experience once, and naturally was thrown off her balance by anything which brought it to mind. But the phenomenon which she once witnessed in her brother, under very different circumstances, I am sure, is no proof that a like cause is answerable for what we see disfiguring the face we so much love. Let us hear what Dr. Cameron has to say before we associate evil with a death which in itself is hard enough to bear. Edgar, will you bring me a chair? I shall not leave my father's side till Dr. Cameron bids me to do so." He did not hear her, that is, not attentively enough to do her bidding. He was looking again at Miss Colfax, who was speaking in whispers to the man she was engaged to, and in the pride of my devotion it was I who brought a chair and saw my dear one seated. Her "thank you" was even and not unkind, but it held no warmth. Nor did the same words afterwards addressed to Edgar at some trifling service he showed her. She was holding the balance of her favor at rest between us, and so she would continue to hold it till her duty became clear and Providence itself tipped the scale. Thus far it was given me to penetrate her mind. Was it through my love for her, or because the rectitude of her nature was so apparent in that high hour? Dr. Cameron, not being able to come immediately upon call, the few outsiders who were present took their leave after a voluntary promise by each and all to preserve a rigid silence concerning the events of the evening until released by official authority. The grace with which Edgar accepted this token of friendship showed him at his best. But when they were gone, it was quite another Edgar who faced us in the great court. With hasty glance he took in all our faces, then turned his attention upward to the gallery where Clark and Wealthy still stood. "No one is to stir from his place while I am gone," he said. "If the doctor's ring is heard, let him in. but I am in serious earnest when I say that I expect to see on my return every man and woman now present in the precise place in which I leave them." His voice was stern, his manner troubled. He was anything but his usual self, nor was it with his usual suavity. He suddenly turned upon me and said, "Quentin, do you consent?" "To remain here?" I asked. "Certainly. Indeed, I had no other wish." But Orpha was not of my mind. With a glance at Edgar, as firm as it was considerate, she quietly said, "You should allow yourself no privilege which you deny to Quentin. If for any reason you choose to leave us for purposes you do not wish to communicate, you must take him with you." The flush which this brought to his cheek was the first hint of color I had seen there since the evening began. "This from you, Orpha?" he muttered. "You would place this stranger where my father put him, on a level with yourself. But why leave us, Edgar? Why not wait till the doctor comes?" They were standing near each other, but they were now stepped closer. Instinctively, I turned my back. I even walked away from them. When I wheeled about again, I saw that they were both approaching me. "I am going up with Edgar," she said. "Will you sit in my place till I come back?" "Gladly, Orpha." But I wondered what took them above. Something important, I knew, and watched them with jealous eyes as in their ascent their bright heads came into view, now through one arch and now through another, till they finally emerged, he leading, she following, upon the gallery. Here they paused to speak to Clark and Wealthy. A word, and Clark stepped back, allowing Wealthy to slip up ahead of them to the third floor. They were going to Uncle's room, of which Wealthy had the key. Deliberately I wheeled about. Deliberately I forbore to follow their movements any further, even in fancy. Prudence forbade such waste of emotion. I would simply forget everything but my present duty, which was to hold every lesser inmate of the house in view, till these two had returned or the doctor arrived. But when I heard them coming, no exercise of my own will was strong enough to prevent me from concentrating my attention on the gallery to which they must soon descend. They reached it as they had left, Edgar to the fore, and Orpha and Wealthy following slowly after. A momentary interchange of words, and Wealthy rejoined Clark, and Edgar and Orpha came steadily down. There was nothing to be learned from their countenances, but I had a feeling that their errand had brought them no relief, that the situation had not been bettered, and that what we all needed was courage to meet the developments awaiting us. I was agreeably disappointed, therefore, when the doctor, having arrived, met the first hasty words uttered by Edgar with an incredulous shrug. Nor did he show alarm or even surprise when, after lifting the lid from the casket, he took a prolonged look at the august countenance thus exposed. It was not until he had replaced this lid and paused for a moment in thoughtful silence that I experienced a fresh thrill of doubt and alarm. This, however, passed when the doctor finally said, "Discolorations such as you see here, however soon they appear, are in themselves no proof that poison has entered the stomach. There are other causes which might easily induce them. But since the question has been raised, since in the course of my treatment poison in careful doses has been administered to Mr. Bartholomew, of which poison there probably remains sufficient to have hastened death, if inadvertently given by an inexperienced hand, it might be well to look into the matter. It would certainly be a comfort to you all to know that no such accident has taken place." Here his eyes, which had been fixed upon the casket, suddenly rose. I knew, perhaps others did, where his glance would fall first. Though an excellent man, and undoubtedly a just one, he could not fail to have been influenced by what he must have heard in town of the two wills and the part I played in unsettling my uncle's mind in regard to his testamentary intentions. If under the doctor's casual manner there existed anything which might be called doubt, it would be, must be, centered upon the man who was a stranger, unloved and evidently distrusted by all in this house. Convinced as I was of this, I could not prevent the cold perspiration from starting out on my forehead, nor Orpha from seeing it, or, seeing it, drawing a step or two further off. Fate and my temperament, the susceptibility of which I had never realized till now, were playing me false. Physical weakness added to all the rest. I was in sorry case. As I nerved myself to meet the strain awaiting me, it came. The doctor's gaze met mine, his keen with questioning mind firm to me and defy his or any other man's misjudgment. No word was spoken, nor was any attempt at greeting made by him or by myself. But when I saw those honest eyes shift their glance from my face to whomever it was who stood beside me, I breathed as a man breathes who, submerged to the point of exhaustion, suddenly finds himself tossed again into the light of day and God's free air. The relief I felt added to my self-scorn. Then I forgot my own sensations in wondering how others would hold up against this ordeal, and what my thoughts would be, remembering how nearly I had come to losing my own self-possession if I beheld another man's lids droop under a soul-search so earnest and so prolonged. Shrinking from so stringent a test of my own generosity, I turned aside, not wishing to see anything further, only to hear. Had I looked in the right place, this story might never have been written, but I only listened, held my breath, and listened for a break, any break, in the too heavy silence. It came just as my endurance had reached the breaking point. Dr. Cameron spoke, addressing Edgar. The funeral, I understand, is to be held tomorrow. At what hour, may I ask? At 11 in the morning. It will have to be postponed, though there is little probability of any change being necessary in the wording of the death certificate, yet it is possible, and I must have time to consider. End of chapter 22. Section 22 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Anna Katharine Greene. Chapter 23 and 24. That night I slept but little. I had much to grieve over, much to think about. I had lost my best friend. Of that I was sure. His place would never again be filled in my heart or in my imagination. Without him, the house seemed a barren shell, save for the dim, unseen corner where my darling mourned in her own way the man we both loved. Might we but have shared each other's suffering! But under the existing state of things, that cannot be. Our relations, one to the other, were too unsettled, which thought brought me at once face to face with the most hopeless of all my perplexities. How were Orpha and I to know, and when, if ever, what Uncle's wishes were, or what his final intentions? The will which would have made everything plain, as well as fixed the status of everybody in the house, had not been found. And among the disadvantages in which this placed me was the fact that he, as the present acknowledged head of the house, had rights which it would have been most unbecoming in me to infringe upon. If he wished a door to be closed against me, I could not, as a mere resident under his roof, ask to have it opened. For days, possibly for weeks, at all events until he saw fit to pursue the search he had declared to be at present so hopeless. It was for me to remain quiescent, a man apart, anxious for my rights, but unable as a gentleman and a guest to make a move towards obtaining them. And unhappily for us, instantaneous action was what the conditions called for. An immediate and exhaustive inquiry, conducted by Edgar in the presence of every occupant of the house, offered the only hope of arriving speedily at the truth of what it was not to the interest of any of us to leave much longer in doubt. For someone of the few persons admitted to Uncle's presence after Edgar and I had left it must have aided him in the disposal of this missing document. He was far too feeble to have taken it from the room himself, nor could he, without a helping hand, have made any extraordinary effort within it which would have necessitated the displacing of furniture or the opening of drawers or other receptacles not plainly in sight and within easy access. If the will, which his sudden death prevented him from definitely locating, was not found within 24 hours, it would never be found. The one helping him would have suppressed it, and this is what I believed had already occurred. For every servant in the house, from this man Clark to a shy little sewing girl who from time to time scurried on timid feet through the halls, favored Edgar to the point of self-effacing devotion. And Edgar knew it. Recognizing this fact at its full value, but not as yet questioning his probity, I asked myself who was the first person to enter my uncle's room immediately after my departure on the evening before. I did not know. Did Edgar? Had he taken any pains to find out? Fruitless to conjecture, impertinent to inquire. I had left Uncle sitting by the fire. He had bidden me call Wealthy, and it was just possible that in the interim, elapsing between my going out and the entrance of nurse or servant, he had found the nervous strength to hide the missing paper where no one as yet had thought to look for it. It did not seem possible, and I gave but little credence to his theory. Yet such is the activity of the mind when once thoroughly aroused, that all through the long night I was in fancy searching the dark corners of my uncle's room, and tabulating the secret spots and unsuspected crevices in which the document, so important to myself, might lie hidden. Beginning with the bed, I asked myself if there could be anywhere in it an undiscovered hiding place other than the drawer I had already mentioned as having been let into the headboard. I decided to the contrary, since this piece of furniture upon which he had been found lying would have received the closest attention of the searchers. If Edgar had called in the services of Wealthy, as it would be natural for him to do, she would never have left the mattresses and pillows unexamined, while he would have ransacked the little drawer and sounded the wood of the bedstead for hollow posts or convenient slits. I could safely trust that the bed could tell no tales beyond those associated with our uncle's sufferings. Leaving it, then, in my imaginary circuit of the room, I followed the wall running parallel with the main hall, till I came to the door opening at the southern end of the room into a short passageway communicating with that hall. Here I paused a moment, for built into this passageway was a cabinet, which during his illness had been used for the safeguarding of medicine bottles, etc. Could a folded paper of the size of the will find any place among the boxes and vials with which every one of its shelves were filled? I knew the place well enough to come to the quick decision that I should lose nothing by passing them quickly by. Turning the corner, which had nothing to show but another shelf, this time a hanging one, on which there was never anything kept but a jar or two and a small photograph of Edgar, I concentrated my attention on the south wall, made beautiful by the full-length portrait of Orpha, concerning which I have said so much. It had not always hung there. It had been brought from the den, as you will remember, when Uncle's illness had become pronounced, taking the place of a painting which had been hung elsewhere. Flanked by windows on either side, it filled the wall space up to where a table stood of size sufficient to answer for the serving of a meal. There were chairs here too, and Orpha's little basket standing on its 3 slender legs. The document might have been put under her work. But no, the woman would have found it there, or in the table drawer, or among the cushions of the couch filling the space between this corner and the fireplace. There were rugs all over the room, but they must have been lifted. And as for the fireplace itself, not having had the sifting of the ashes, I must leave it unconsidered. But not so with the mantel or the wing chair, dedicated solely to my uncle's use and always kept near the hearth. This was where I had last seen him, sitting in this chair close to the fire-dogs. The 2 wills were in his hands. Could one have fallen from its envelope and so into the flames? The one he had meant to preserve? The one which was not marked with a hastily scrawled cross? Mad questions to which there was no answer. Would that I might have been the man to sift those ashes, or that I might yet be given the opportunity of looking behind the ancient painting which filled the large square above the mantel. I did not see how anything like folded paper could have been lodged there, but not an inch from floor to ceiling would have escaped my inspection had I been fortunate enough, or my claims been considered important enough to have entitled me to assist in the search. Should I end this folly of a disturbed imagination, forget the room for tonight and the whole gruesome tragedy? Could I, in reality, do this before I had only half circled the room? There was the desk, the place of all others where he would naturally lock up a paper of value. But this was so obvious that probably not another article in the room had been more thoroughly overhauled or its contents more rigidly examined. If any of its drawers or compartments contained false backs or double bottoms, Edgar would be likely to know it. Up to the night of the ball, when in some way he forfeited a portion of our uncle's regard, he had been, according to his own story, in his benefactor's full confidence, even in matters connected with business and his most private transactions. The desk was negligible, if, as I sincerely believed, he had sought to conceal the will from Edgar as temporarily from everyone else. But back of the desk there was a bookcase, and books offer an excellent hiding place. But that bookcase was always locked, and the key to it, linked with that of the desk, kept safely to hand in the drawer inserted in his bedhead. The desk key, of course, had come into use at the first moment of the search, but had that of the bookcase? Possibly not. I made a note of this doubt, and in my fancy moved on to the 2 rooms which completed my uncle's suite towards the north, the study and a dressing closet. I say study, and I say closet, but both were large enough to merit the name of rooms. The dressing closet was under the combined care of Wealthy and Clark. They must be acquainted with every nook and corner of it. Wealthy had undoubtedly been consulted as to its contents, but had Clark? The study, since the time when Uncle's condition became serious enough to have a nurse within call, had been occupied by Wealthy. Certainly, he would have hidden nothing in her room which he wished kept from Edgar. The 4th corner was negligible. So was the wall between it, and a second passageway which, like the one already described, led to a door opening into the main hall. Only this one, necessitated like the other by the curious break between the old house and the new, held no cabinet or any place of concealment. It was the way of entrance most used by Uncle when in health and by all the rest of us both then and later.
Had he made use of it that night for reaching the hall and some place beyond? Hardly. But if he had, where would he have found a cubbyhole for the will, short of Edgar's room or mine? The closet indicated in the diagram of this room as offering another break in this eastern wall was the next thing to engage my attention. I had often seen it open, and it held, according to my recollection, nothing but clothes. He had always been very methodical in his ways, and each coat had its hook, and every hat, not in constant use, its own box. The hooks ran along the back and along one of the sides. The other side was given up to shelves only, wide enough to hold the boxes just alluded to and the long row of shoes, the number and similarity of which I found it hard to account for, till I heard someone, in speaking of petty economies and of how we all have them, mention this particular one of my uncles, which was to wear a different pair of shoes every day in the week. Had Edgar or whoever conducted the search gone through all the pockets of the many suits lining these simple walls? Had they lifted the shoes? The only object to be seen between the door of this closet and the alcove sunk in the wall for the accommodation of the bedhead was the small stand holding his night lamp and the various articles for use and ornament which one usually sees at an invalid's bedside. I remembered the whole collection. There was not a box there, nor a book, not even a tablet, nor a dish large enough to hold the will folded as I'd seen it. Had the stand a drawer? Yes, but this drawer had no lock. Its contents were open to all. Edgar must have handled them. I had come back to my starting point, and what I had gained in knowledge or in hope by my foolish imaginary quest. Nothing. I had but proved to myself that I was no more exempt than the next man from an insatiable, if hitherto unrecognized desire for this world's goods and this world's honors. Nothing less could have kept my thoughts so long in this especial grove at a time of such loss and so much personal sorrow. My shame was great, and to its salutary effect upon my mind I attribute a certain lessening of interest in things material which I date from this day. My hour of humiliation over, my thoughts reverted to Orpha. I had not seen her all day, nor had I any hope of seeing her on the morrow. She had not shown herself at meals, nor were we to expect her to leave her room, or, so I was told, until the day of the funeral. Whether this isolation of hers was to be complete, shutting out Edgar as well as myself, I had no means of determining. Probably not, if what Uncle had told me was true and they were secretly engaged. When I fell asleep at dawn, it was with resolution fixed in my mind that, with the first opportunity which offered, I would make a desperate endeavor to explain myself to her. As my pride was such that I could only do this in Edgar's presence, the risk was great. So would be the test made of her feelings by the story I had to relate. If she listened, hope, shadowy, but existent, might still be mine. If not, then I must bear her displeasure as best I could. Possibly I should suffer less under it than from the uncertainty which kept every nerve quivering. The next day was without incident, save such as were connected with the sad event which had thrown the house into mourning. Orpha did not appear, and Edgar was visible only momentarily, and that at long intervals. When he did show himself, it was with an air of quiet restraint, which caused me some thought. The suspicion he had shown, or was it just a natural revulsion at my attitude and pretensions, seemed to have left him. He was friendly in aspect, and when he spoke, as he did now and then, there was an apology in his tone, almost commiseration, which showed how assured he felt that nothing I could do or say would ever alter the position he was maintaining amongst us with so much grace and calm determination. Had he found the will, and had it proved to be the one favorable to his interests and not to mine? I doubted this, and with cause, for the faces of those about him did not reflect his composure, but wore a look of anxious suspense quite distinct from that of sorrow, sincerely as my uncle was mourned by every member of his devoted household. I noticed this first in Clark, who had taken his stand near his dead master's door, and could not be induced to leave it. No sentinel on watch ever showed a sadder or a more resolute countenance. It was the same with Wealthy. Every time I passed through the hall, I found her hovering near one door or the other of her former master's room, the great tears rolling down her cheeks and her mouth set with a firmness which altered her whole appearance. Usually mild of countenance, she reminded me that day of some wild animal guarding her den, especially when her eye met mine. If the will favoring Edgar had been found, she would have faced me with a very different aspect and cared little what I did or where I stayed. But no such will had been found, and what was, perhaps, of almost equal importance, neither had the original one, the one made before I came to see, and which Edgar had so confidently stated was still in the house. Both were gone, and here a thought struck me which stopped me short as I was descending the stairs. If the original one had been destroyed, as would have been natural upon or immediately after the signing of the other two, and no other should ever come to light, in other words, if Uncle, so far as all practical purposes went, had died in state, then in the course of time Orpha would inherit the whole estate. I knew enough of law to be sure of that. And if engaged to Edgar, he would have little in the end to complain of. Was this the source of his composure, so unnatural to one of his temperament and headlong impulses? I would not have it so. With every downward step which I took after I repeated to myself, "No, no," and when I passed within sight of Orpha's door, somehow the feeling rose within me that she was repeating with me that same vigorous "No, no." A lover's fancy founded on nothing. A dream, light as air, to be dispelled the next time I saw her. For struggle against it as I would, both reason and experience assured me only too plainly that women of her age chose for their heart's mate not the man whose love is the deepest and most sincere, but the one whose pleasing personality has fired their imagination and filled their minds with dreams. And Edgar, in spite of his irregular features, possessed this appeal to the imagination above and beyond any other man I have ever met. I shall never forget the seemingly commonplace descent of mine down these 2 flights of stairs. In those few minutes I seemed to myself to run the whole gamut of human emotions, to exhaust the sorrows and perplexities of a lifetime. And it was nothing. Mere child's play. Before another 24 hours had passed, how happy would I have been if this experience had expressed the full sum of grief and trial I should be called upon to endure. I had other experiences that day, confirmatory of the conclusion I had come to. Hostile glances everywhere except, as I have said, from Edgar. Attention to my wants, respectful replies to my questions, which I assure you were very limited, but no display of sympathy or kind feeling from anyone indoors or out. To each and all I was an unwelcome stranger, with hands stretched out to steal the morsel from another man's dish. I bore it. I stood the day out bravely, as was becoming in one conscious of no evil intentions, and when evening came, retired to my room in the hope that sleep would soon bring me the relief my exhausted condition demanded. So little are we able to foresee 1 hour, nay 1 minute, into the future. I read a little, or tried to, then I sank into a reverie which did not last long, for they had chosen this hour to carry down the casket into the court. My room, of which you will hear more later, was in the rear of the house, and consequently somewhat removed from the quarter where all this was taking place. But imagination came to the aid of my hearing, intensifying every sound. When I could stand no more, I threw up my window and leaned out into the night. There was consolation in the darkness, and for a few fleeting minutes I felt a surcease of care and a lightening of the load weighing upon my spirits. The face of heaven was not unkind to me, and I had one treasure of memory which to meet whatever humiliation the future might bring. My uncle had been his full, vigorous self at the moment he rose up before me and said with an air of triumph, "You are the man." For that one thrilling instant, I was the man, however the people of his house chose to regard me. Soothed by the remembrance, I drew my head and softly closed the window. God, how still it was! Not a sound to be heard anywhere. My uncle's body had been carried below, and this whole upper floor was desolate. So was his room. The room which had witnessed such misery, the room from which I had felt myself excluded, where, if it still existed, the missing will lay hidden, the will which I must see, handle, show to the world, show to Orpha. Was there anyone there now, watching as they had watched, at door or beside, while his body still lay in the great bed, and the mystery of his last act was still a mystery unsolved? A few steps, and the question would be answered. But should I take those steps? Brain and heart said no. But man is not always governed by his brain or by his heart, or by both combined. Before I knew it, and quite without conscious volition, I had my hand on the knob of my door. I had no remembrance of having crossed the floor. I felt the knob of the door turning in my hand, and that was the sum of my consciousness. Thus started on the way I could not stop. The hall, as I stepped into it, lay bare and quiet before me. So did the main one, which I had circled the bend and stood in sight of my uncle's door. But nothing would have made me believe at that moment that there was no sentinel behind it. Yet I hurried on, listening and looking back like a guilty man, for brain and heart were yet crying out, "No!" There was no one to mark my quickly moving figure, for the doors, whichever way I looked, were all shut, nor would anyone near or far be likely to hear my footsteps, for I was softly shod. But when I reached his door, it was as impossible for me to touch it as if I had known that the spirit of my uncle would meet me on the threshold. Sick at heart, I staggered backwards. There should be no attempt made by me to surprise, in any underhanded way, the secrets of this room. What I might yet be called upon to do should be done openly and with Orpha's consent. She was the mistress of this home. However our fortunes turned, she was now, and always would be, its moral head. This was my one glad thought, to waft her a good night message. I leaned over the balustrade, and was so leaning when suddenly, sharply, frightfully, a cry rang up from below, rousing every echo in the wide, many-roomed house. It was from a woman's lips, but not from Orpha's, thank God. And after that first instant of dismay, I ran forward to the stairhead and was on the point of plunging recklessly below when the door of Uncle's room opened and the pale and alarmed face of Wealthy confronted me. "What is it?" she cried. "What has happened?" Before I could answer, Clark rushed by me, appearing from I never knew where. He flew pell-mell down the stairs, and I followed, scarcely less heedless of my feet than he. And as we reached the bottom, I almost on top of him, a hardly audible click came from the hall above. I recognized the sound, possibly because I was in a measure listening for it. Wealthy was about to follow us, but not until she had locked the door she was leaving without a watcher. As we all crowded in line at the foot of the first light, the door of Orpha's room opened and she stepped out and faced us. "What is it? Who is hurt?" were her first words. Somebody cried out. The voice sounded like Martha's. Martha was the name of one of the girls. "We don't know," replied Clark. "We are going to see." She made as if to follow us. "Don't," I prayed, beseeching her with look and hand. "Let us find out first whether it is anything but a woman's hysterical outcry." She paused for a moment, then pressed hastily on. "I must see for myself," she declared, and I forbore to urge her further, nor did I offer her my arm, for my heart was very sore. She had not looked my way once, no, not even when I spoke, so she too doubted me. Oh God, my lot was indeed a hard one. End of chapter 23 and 24. Section 23 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 25. It is not my intention, and I am sure it is not your wish, that I should give all the details leading up to the inevitable inquest which followed the discoveries of the physicians and the action of the police. In the first place, my pride, possibly my self-respect, held me back from any open attempt to acquaint myself with them. My interview with the inspector, of which I have just made mention, added much to his knowledge, but very little to mine. To his questions I gave replies as truthful as they were terse. When I could, I confined myself to facts and never obtruded sentiment unless pressed, as it were, to the wall. He was calm, reasonable, and not without consideration, but he got everything from me that he really wanted, and at times forced me to lay my soul bare. In return, I caught, as I thought, faint glimmers now and then of how the mind of the police was working, only to find myself very soon in a fog where I could see nothing distinctly. When he left, the strongest impression which remained with me was that in the terrible hours I saw before me, my greatest need would be courage, and my best weapon under attack the truth as I knew it. In this conclusion I rested, but not without a feeling which was as new to me as it was disturbing. I could not leave my room without sensing that somewhere, unseen and unheard, there lingered a presence from whose watchfulness I could not hope to escape. If in passing towards the main hall, I paused at the little circular staircase outside my door for one look down at the marble-floored pavement beneath, it was with the consciousness that an ear was somewhere near which recognized the cessation of my steps and waited to hear them recommence. So in the big halls, every door was closed, so slight the movement, so unfrequent any passing to and fro in the great house during the 2 days which elapsed before the funeral. But to heave a sigh or show in any way the character or trend of my emotions was just as impossible to me as though the walls were lined with spectators and every blank panel I passed was a sounding board to some listener beyond. Once only did I allow myself the freedom natural to a mourner in the house of the dead. Undeterred by an imaginary or even an actual encounter with unsympathetic servant or interested police operative, I left my room on the second day and went below. My goal, the court. My purpose, to stand once more by the remains of all that was left to me of my great-hearted uncle. If I met anyone on the way, I have no memory of it. Had Orpha flitted by, or Edgar stumbled upon me at the turn of a corner, I might have stayed my step for an instant in outward deference to a grief which I recognize, though I was not supposed to share it. But of others I took no account, nor do I think I so much as lifted my eyes or glanced to right or left when, having crossed the tessellated pavement of the court, I paused by the huge mound of flowers beneath, which lay what I sought, and thrusting my hand among those tokens of love and respect till I touched the wood beneath, swore that whatever the future held for me of shame or its reverse, I would act according to what I believed to be the will of him now dead, but who for me was still a living entity. This done, I returned as I had come, only a lighter step, for some portion of the peace for which I longed had fallen upon me with the utterance of that solemn promise. I shall give but one incident in connection with the funeral. To my amazement, I was allotted a seat in the carriage with Edgar. Orpha rode with some relatives of her mother, people I had never seen. Though there was every chance for Edgar and myself to talk, nothing more than a nod passed between us. It was better so. I was glad to be left to my own thoughts. In the church I noted no one, but at the grave I became aware of an influence which caused me to turn my head a trifle aside and meet the steady look of a middle-aged man who was contemplating me very gravely. Taking in his lineaments with a steady look of my own, I waited till I had the opportunity to point him out to one of the undertaker's men, when I learned that he was a well-known lawyer by the name of Jackson, and instantly became assured that he was no other than the man who had drawn up the second will, the will which I had been led to believe was strongly in my favor. As his interest in me was all to appearance of a kindly sort, untinged by suspicion, I felt that perhaps the odds, after all, were not so greatly against me. Here was a man ready to help me, and should I need a friend, Providence had certainly shown me in what direction to look. That night I slept the best of any night, since the shock which had unhinged the nerves of everyone in the house. I had ascertained that the full name of the lawyer who had been instrumental in drawing up the second will was Frederick W. Jackson, and while uttering this name more than once to myself, I fell into a dreamless slumber. End of section 23.
Section 24 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 26. You may recall that my first thought in contemplating the coil in which we had all been caught by the alleged disappearance of the will supposed to contain my uncle's final instructions was that an inquiry, including every person then in the house, should be made by someone in authority, Edgar for instance, for the purpose of determining who was responsible for the same, by a close investigation into the circumstances which made this crime possible. Little did I foresee at the time that such an inquiry, though shirked when it might have resulted in good, lay before us backed by the law and presided over by a public official. But this fact was the first one to strike me. As convened in one of the large rooms in the City Hall, we faced the coroner in ignorance, most of us, of what such an inquiry portended and how much or how little of the truth it would bring to light. I knew what I had to fear from my own story. I had told it once before and witnessed its effect. But how about Orpha's and Edgars, and that of the long row of servants, uneasy in body and perplexed in mind, from whose unwitting, if not unwilling lips, some statement might fall which would fix suspicion or so shift it as to lead us into new lines of thought. I had never been in a courtroom before, and though I knew that the formality as well as the seriousness of a trial would be lacking in a coroner's inquest, I shivered at the prospect, for someone of the witnesses soon to be heard had something to hide, and whether the discovery of the same or its successful suppression was most to be desired, who could tell? The testimony of the doctors, as well as much of general interest in connection with the case, fell on deaf ears so far as I was concerned. Orpha, clad in her mourning garments and heavily veiled, held all my thoughts. Even the elaborate questioning of the two lawyers who drew up the wills, the similarity and dissimilarity of which undoubtedly lay at the bottom of the dreadful crime we were assembled to inquire into, left me cold. In a way, I heard what had passed between each of these men and the testator on the day of the signing. How Mr. Dunn, who had attended to my uncle's law business for years, had recognized the desirability of his client making a new will under the changed conditions brought about by the reception into his family of a second nephew of whose claims upon a certain portion of his property must wish to make some acknowledgement, received the detailed instructions sent him with no surprise and followed them out to the letter, bringing the document with him for signature on the day and at the hour designated in the notes he had received from his client. The result was so satisfactory that no delay was made in calling in the witnesses to his signature and the signing of all three. What delay there was caused by a little controversy in regard to his former will, whose provisions differed in many respects from this one. Mr. Bartholomew wished to retain it. The lawyer advised its destruction, the lawyer finally gaining the day. It being on Mr. Bartholomew's possession at the time, the witness expected it to be brought out and burned before his eyes. But it was not. Mr. Bartholomew merely promised that this should be done before the day ended. Whether or not he kept his word, the lawyer could not say from any personal knowledge. Mr. Jackson had much the same story to tell. He too had received a letter from Mr. Bartholomew asking his assistance in the making of a new will, together with instructions for the same, scrupulously written out in full detail by the testator's own hand on bits of paper carefully numbered. Asked to show these instructions, they were handed over and laid side by side with those already passed up by Mr. Dunn. I think they were both read. I hardly noticed. I only know that they were found to be exactly similar, with the one notable exception I need not mention. Of course, the names of the witnesses differed. What had reached my ear was a sentence uttered by Mr. Jackson as coming from my uncle when the will brought for his signature was unfolded before him. "You may be surprised," Uncle had said, "at the tenor of my bequest and the man who I have chosen to bear the heavy burden of a complicated heritage. I know what I am doing, and all I ask of you and the two witnesses you have been kind enough to bring here from your office is silence till the hour comes when it will be your business to speak." This created a small hubbub among the people assembled, to many of whom it was probably the first word they had ever heard in my favor. During it and the sounding of the gavel calling them to order, my attention naturally was drawn in the direction of these men and women to whom my affairs seemed to be of so much importance. Alas, egotist that I was! They were not interested in me but in the case, and especially in anything which suggested an undue influence on my part over an enfeebled old man. Their antagonism to me was very evident, being heightened rather than lessened by the words just heard. But there was one face I encountered which told a different story. Mr. Jackson had his own ideas, and they were favorable to me. With a sigh of relief, I turned my attention back to the heavily veiled figure of Orpha. What was she thinking? How was she feeling? What interpretation might I reasonably put upon her movements, seeing that I lacked the key to her innermost mind? Witness came and went, but only as she swayed forward in interest or sank back in disappointment did I take heed of their testimony or weigh in the scales of my own judgment the value or non-value of what they said. For truth to say, I had heard nothing so far that was really new to me, nothing to solve certain points raised in my own mind, nothing that vied in interest with the slightest gesture or the least turn of the head of her who bore so patiently this marshalling before her in heavy phalanx facts so hideous as to bar out all sweeter memories. But when in the midst of a sudden silence I heard my own name called, I started in dismay, all unprepared as I was to face this hostile throng. But it was not I whom they wanted, but Edgar. No one had glanced my way. To the people of C, there was but one Edgar Quentin Bartholomew, now that their chief citizen was gone. The moment was a bitter one to me, and I fear I showed it. But my good sense soon reasserted itself. Edgar was answering questions, and I, as well as others, was there to learn. And to learn, I must listen. Your father and mother? Both dead before I was 5 years old. Uncle Edgar then took me into his home. Adopted you? Not legally, but in every other respect he was a father to me, and I hope I was a son to him. But no papers were ever drawn up. Did he ever call you son? I have no remembrance of his ever having done so. His favourite way of addressing me was boy. A slight tremulousness in speaking this endearing name added to its effect. I gripped at my heart beneath my coat. Our uncle had used the same word in speaking to me once. Did he ever talk to you of his intentions in regard to his property, and if so, when? Often, before I became of age. And not since? Oh, yes, since, but not so often. It did not seem necessary. We understood each other. Mr. Bartholomew, did it ever strike you as peculiar that your uncle, having a daughter, should have chosen his brother's son as his heir? No, sir. You see, as I said before, we understood each other. Understood? How? We never meant, he or I, that his daughter should lose anything by my inheritance of his money. It was modestly, almost delicately said, and had he loved her, I could not but have admired him at that moment. But he did not love her, and to save my soul, I could not help sending a glance away. Would her head rise in proud acknowledgment of his worth, or would it fall in shame at his hypocrisy? It fell, but then I was honest enough to realize that the shame this bespoke might be that of a loving woman troubled at hearing her soul's most sacred secrets thus bared before the public. Anxious for her as well as for myself, I turned my eyes upon the crowd confronting us, and I wondered at the softened looks I saw there. He had touched a chord of fine emotion in the breast of these curiosity mongers. It was no new story to them. It had been common gossip for years that he was to marry Orpha, and so make her and himself equal heirs of his great fortune. But his bearing as he spoke, the magnetism which carried home his lightest word, gave to the well-known romance a present charm which melted every heart. I felt how important any words of mine would be to stem the tide of sympathy that was bearing him on and soon would sweep me out of sight. But as, overwhelmed by this prospect, I cowered low in my seat, the thought came that these men and women, whose dictum I feared, were not the arbiters of my destiny, and I took a look at the jury and straightened in my seat. Surely I saw more than one honest face among the 12, and 2 or 3 that were more than ordinarily intelligent. I should stand some chance with them. Meanwhile, another question had been put. Did your uncle at any time ever suggest to you that under a change of circumstances he might change his mind? Never, till the day before he died. There was no break between you? No quarrel? We did not always agree. I am not perfect. With a smile he said this, and it was only natural that he should express himself as not always satisfied with my conduct. But break? No. He loved me better than I deserved. You have a cousin, a gentleman of the same name, now a resident in your house. Did the difference of opinion between yourself and uncle to which you acknowledge occur since or prior to this cousin's entrance to the family? Oh, I have memories of childish escapades not always approved of by my uncle, nor have I always pleased him since I became a man. But the differences of opinion to which you probably allude became more frequent after the introduction amongst us of this second nephew. Why, I hardly know. I do not blame my cousin for them. The subtle inflection with which this last was said was worthy of a master of innuendo. It may have been unconscious. It likely was, for Edgar is naturally open in his attack rather than subtle. But conscious or unconscious, it caused heads to wag and sly looks to pass from one to another with many a knowing wink. The interloper was to blame, of course, though young Mr. Bartholomew was too good to say so. The coroner probably had his own private opinion on this subject, for taking no notice of these wordless suggestions, he proceeded to ask, "Was your cousin ever present when these not altogether agreeable discussions occurred between yourself and uncle?" "He was not. Uncle was not the kind of man to upbraid me in the presence of a relative. He thought I showed a growing love of money without much recognition of what it was really good for." "Ah, I see. Then that was the topic of these unfortunate conversations between you, and not the virtues or vices of your cousin." "We had one, perhaps two conversations on that subject, but many others and matters far from personal, in which there was nothing but what was agreeable and delightful to us both." "Doubtless. What I want to bring out is whether from anything your uncles ever said to you, you had any reason to fear that you had been or might be supplanted in your uncle's regard by this other man of his and your name. In other words, whether your uncle ever intimated that he and not you might be made the chief beneficiary in a new will?" "He never said it previous to the time I have mentioned." There was a fiery look in Edgar's eye as he emphasized the statement by sharpness of tone strangely in contrast to the one he had hitherto used. "What he may have thought, I have no means of knowing. It was for him to judge between us." "Then there has always existed the possibility of such a change?" "You must have known this even if you failed to talk on the subject." "Yes, I sometimes thought my uncle was moved by a passing impulse to make such a change, but I never believed it to be more than a passing impulse. He showed me too much affection. He spoke too frequently of days when I studied under his eye and took my pleasure in his company." "You acknowledge then that lately you yourself began to doubt his constancy to the old idea? Will you say what first led you to think that what you had regarded as a momentary impulse was strengthening into a positive determination?" "Mr. Coroner, if you will pardon me, I must take exception to that word positive. He could never have been positive at any time as to what he would finally do. Else, why two wills? It was what I heard the servants say on my return from one of my absences which first made me question whether I had given sufficient weight to the possibility of my cousin's influence over uncle being strong and persistent enough to drive him into active measures. I allude, of course, to the visit paid him by his lawyer and his witnessing on the part of his man clerk and his nurse Wealthy to a document they felt sure was a will. As it was well known throughout the house that one had already been drawn up in full accordance with the premises so often made me, they showed considerable feeling, and it was only natural that this should arouse mine, especially as the whole day's proceedings, the coming of a second lawyer with two men whom nobody knew, was never explained or even alluded to in any conversation I afterwards held with my uncle. I thought it all slightly alarming, but still I held to my faith in him. He was a sick man and might have crotchets. At what time and from whom did you definitely hear the truth about that day's proceedings? That two wills had been drawn up, alike in all respects save that in one you are named as a chief beneficiary and in the other your cousin from England? At this question, which evidently had power to trouble him, Edgar lost for the first time his air of easy confidence. Did he fear that he was about to incur some diminution of the good feeling which had hitherto upheld him in any statement he chose to make? I watched him very closely to see. But his answer hardly enlightened me. The question, if you will remember, was when and where he received definite confirmation of what had been told him concerning two wills. "In my uncle's room the night before he died," was his reply, uttered with a gloom wholly unnatural to him even in a time of trouble. He had wished to see me, and we were talking pleasantly enough when he suddenly changed his tone, and I heard what he had done and how my future hung on the whim of a moment. Can you repeat his words? I cannot. The impression they made is all that is left me. I was too agitated, too much taken aback, for my brain to work clearly or my memory to take in more than the great fact. You see, it was not only my position as heir to an immense fortune I saw it threatened, but the dearer hope it involved, and what was as precious as all the rest, the loss of my past as I had conceived it, for I had truly believed that I stood next to his daughter in my uncle's affections. Too close indeed for any such tampering with my future prospects. He was himself again, shaken with feeling, but winsome in voice, manner, and speech. And it was the sincerity of his feeling which made him so. He had truly loved his uncle. No one could doubt that, not even myself, who had truly loved him also. On what terms did you leave him? Surely you can remember that? Edgar's eye flashed. As I noted it, and the resolution which was fast overcoming the sadness which had distinguished his features up till now, I held my breath in apprehension, for here was something to fear. When I left him, it was with a mind much more at ease than when he first showed me these two wills, for my faith in him had come back. He would burn one of those wills before he died, but it would not be the one which put to shame by its destruction him who had been as a child to him from the day of his early orphanage. The coroner himself was startled by the effect made by these words upon the crowd, and probably blamed his own leniency in allowing this engaging witness to express himself so fully. In a tone which sounded sharp enough in contrast to the mellow one which had preceded it, he said, "That is what you thought. We had rather listen to facts." Edgar bowed, still gracious, still the darling of the men and women ranged before him, many of whom remembered his boyhood, while I sat rigid, realizing how fully I was at the mercy of his attractions, and would continue to be till I had an opportunity to speak, and possibly afterwards, for prejudice raises a wall which nothing but time can batter down. And Orpha? What of her? How was she taking all this? In my anxiety, I cast one look in her direction. To my astonishment, she sat unveiled and was gazing at Edgar with an intentness which slowly but surely forced his head to turn and his eye to seek hers. An instant thus, then she pulled down her veil, and the flush just rising to his cheek was lost again in pallor. Unconsciously, the muscles of my hands relaxed. For some reason, life had lost some of the poignant terror it had held for me a moment before. A drowning man will catch at straws, so will a lover, and I was both. In the absorption that followed this glimpse of Orpha's face so many days denied me, I lost the trend of the next few questions, and only realized that we were approaching the crux of the situation when I heard, "You did not visit him again?" "No." "Where did you go?" "To my room." "Will you state to the jury just where your room is located?" "On the same floor as Uncle's, only further front on the opposite side of the hall." "We have here a chart of that floor. Will you be good enough to step to it and indicate the two rooms you mentioned?" Here, at a gesture from the coroner, an official drew a string attached to a roll suspended on one of the walls, and a rudely drawn diagram, large enough to be seen from all parts of the courtroom, fell into view. Edgar was handed a stick with which he pointed out the two doors of his uncle's room and those of his own. What was coming? "Mr. Bartholomew, will you now tell the jury what you did on returning to your room?" "Nothing. I threw myself into a chair and just waited." "Waited for what?" "To hear my cousin enter my uncle's room." The bitterness with which he said this was so deftly hidden under an assumption of casual rejoinder as only to be detected by one who was acquainted with every modulation of his fine voice. "And did you hear this?" "Very soon. As soon as he could come up from the lower hall where Clark, my uncle's man, had been sent to summon him." "If you heard this, you must also have heard when he left your uncle's room." "I did." "Was the interview a long one?" "I was sitting in front of the clock on my mantelpiece. He was in there just 20 minutes. I felt my breast heave, and straightening myself instinctively, I met the concentrated gaze of 100 pair of eyes, level like one against me. Did I smile? I felt like it. But if I did, it must have expressed the irony with which I felt the meshes of the net in which I was caught tighten with every word which this man spoke. The coroner, who was the only person in the room who had not looked my way, went undeviatingly on. "In what part of the house does this gentleman of whom we are speaking have his room?" "On the same floor as mine, but further back at the end of a short hall." "Will you take the pointer from the officer and show the location of the second Mr. Bartholomew's room?" The witness did so. "Did you hear in which direction your cousin went on leaving your uncle? Did he go immediately to his room?" "He may have done so, but if he did not stay long, for very soon I heard him return and proceed directly downstairs." "How long was he below?" "A long time. I had moved from my seat, and my eye was no longer on the clock, so I cannot say how long." "Did you hear him when he came up for a second time?" "Yes, he is not a light stepper." "Where did he go? Directly to his room?" "No, he stopped on the way." "How stopped on the way?" "When he reached the top of the stairs, he paused like one hesitating, but not for long. Soon I heard him coming in the direction of my room, pass it by, and proceed to our uncle's door, the one in front, so little used as to be negligible, where he lingered so long that I finally got up and peered from my own doorway to see what he was doing." "Was the hall dark?" "Very." "Darker than usual?" "Yes, much." How was that? What had happened? The electric light usually kept burning at my end of the hall had been switched off. When? Before your cousin came up or after? It simply was not burning when I opened my door. Will you say from which of the doors in your suite you were looking? From the one marked C on the chart. That, as a jury can see, if they will look, is diagonally opposite the one at which the witness had heard his cousin pause. Will the witness now state if the hall was too dark at the time he looked out for him to see whether or not anyone stood at his uncle's door? No, it was not too dark for that, owing to the light which shone in from the street through the large window you see there. Enough, you say, to make your uncle's door visible? Quite enough. And what did you see there? Your cousin standing? No, he was gone. How gone? Could he not have been in your uncle's room? Not then. Why do you say not then? Because while I looked, I could hear his footsteps at the other end of the house, rounding the corner where the main hall meets the little one in which his room is situated. My God, I had forgotten all this. I had been very anxious to know how uncle had fared since I left him in such a state of excitement, whether he was sleeping or awake, and hoped by listening I should hear Weldy's step and so judge how matters were within. But a meaning sinister, if not definite, had been given to this natural impulse by the way Edgar's voice fell as he uttered the word stopped. And from that moment I recognized him for my enemy, either believing in my guilt or wishing others to. In which latter case, it was for me to fight my battle with every weapon my need called for. But the conflict was not yet, and patience must still be my watchword. But I held my breath as I waited for the next question. You say that you heard him moving down the hall. You did not see him at your uncle's door? No, I did not. But you're confident he was there previous to your looking out? I am very sure that he was. My ear seldom deceives me. Mr. Bartholomew, will you think carefully before you answer the following question? Was there any circumstance connected with this matter which will enable you to locate the hour at which you heard your cousin pass down the hall? He hesitated. He did not want to answer. Why? I would have given all that I possessed to know. But he only said, I did not look at my watch. I did not need to. The clock was striking 3. 3! The jury will note the hour. Why did he say that? The jury will note the hour? My action was harmless. Everything I did that night was harmless. What did he mean then by the hour? The mystery of it troubled me, a mystery he was careful to leave for the present just where it was. Returning to his direct investigation, the coroner led the witness back to the time preceding his entrance into the hall. You were listening from your room. That room was dark. You were no longer watching the clock which had not yet struck. Yet perhaps you can give us some idea of how long your cousin lingered at your uncle's door before starting down the hall? No, I should not like to do that. 5 minutes? I cannot say. Long enough to have entered that room and come out again? You ask too much. I am not ready to swear to that. Very good. I will not press you. But the suggestion had been made, and for a purpose linked with the mystery of which I have just spoken. Glancing at Mr. Jackson, I saw him writing in his little book. He had noted this too. I was not alone in my apprehension, which, like a giant shadow thrown from some unknown quarter, was reaching slowly over to envelop me. When I was ready to listen again, it was to hear, What did you do then? I went to bed. Did you see or hear anything more of your cousin that night? No, not till the early morning, when we were all roused by the news which Weldy brought to every door that uncle was very much worse and that the doctor should be sent for. Tell us where it was you met him then. In the hall near uncle's door, the one marked 2 on the chart. How did he look? Was there anything peculiar in his appearance or manner? He was fully dressed. And you? I had no time to do more than wrap a dressing gown about me. At what time was this? You remember the hour, no doubt? 4:30 in the morning. Anyone can tell you that. And he was fully dressed. In morning clothes or evening? In the ones he wore to dinner the night before. It was true. I had not gone to bed that night. There was too much on my mind. But to them it would look as if I had sat up ready for the expected alarm. Was he in these same clothes when you finally entered your uncle's room? Certainly. There was no time then for changing. These questions might have been addressed to me instead of to him. They would have been answered with as much truth. But the suggestiveness would have been lacking, and in this I recognized my second enemy. I now knew that the coroner was against me. A few persons there may have recognized this fact also, but they were all too much in sympathy with Edgar to resent it. I made no show of doing so, nor did I glance again at Orpha to see the effect on her of these attacks levelled at me with so much subtlety. I felt in the humiliation of the moment that unless I stood cleared of every suspicion, I could never look her again in the face. Meanwhile, the inquiry had reached the event for which all were waiting, the destruction of the one will, and the acknowledgment by the dying man that the envelope which held the other was empty. Were you near enough to see the red mark on the one he had ordered burned? Yes, I took note of it. Had you seen it before? Yes. When in the interview of which I have spoken, my uncle showed me the 2 envelopes and informed me of the several contents. Did he tell you, or did you learn in any way, which will was the one marked with red? No. I did not ask him, and he did not say. So, when you saw it burning, you did not know with certainty whether it was the will making you or your cousin his chief heir? I did not. He said it firmly, but he said it with effort. Again, why? The time to consider this was not now, for at this reply, expected though it was, a universal sigh swept through the house, carrying my thoughts with it. Emotions must have its outlet. The echo in my own breast was a silent one, springing from sources beyond the ken of the simple onlooker. We were approaching a critical part of the enquiry. The whereabouts of the missing document must soon come up. Should I be obliged to listen to further insinuations such as had just been made? Was it his plan to show that I was party to a fraud and knew where the missing will lay secreted? Where it would always lie secreted because it was in his favour and not in mine? It was possible. Anything was possible. If I were really wise, I would prepare myself for the unexpected. For the unexpected was what I probably should be called upon to face. Yet it was not so, or I did not think it so in the beginning. Asked to describe his uncle's last moments, he did so shortly, simply, feelingly. Then came the question for which I waited. Your uncle died then without a sign as to where the remaining will was to be found? He did not have time. Death came instantly, leaving the words unsaid. With a gesture of reproof, for he would not have it seem that he liked these comments, the coroner pressed eagerly on. What of his looks? Did his features betray any emotion when he found that he could no longer speak? Edgar hesitated. It was the first time we had seen him do so, and my heart beat in anticipation of a lie. But again I did him an injustice. He did not want to answer, that we could all see, but when he did, he spoke the truth. He looked frightened, or so I interpreted his expression, and his head moved a little. Then all was over. In the silence which followed, a stifled sob was heard. We all knew from whom it came, and every eye turned to the patient little figure in black who, up till now, had kept such strong control over her feelings. If Miss Bartholomew would like to retire into the adjoining room, she is at liberty to do so, came from the coroner's seat. But she shook her head, murmuring quietly, Thank you, I will stay. I blessed her in my heart, still neutral, still resolute to hear and know all. The inquiry went on. Mr. Bartholomew, did you search for that will? Thoroughly, in a haphazard way at first, expecting to find it in some of the many drawers in his room. But when I did not, I went more carefully to work, I and my 2 faithful servants, who, having been in personal attendance upon him all through his illness, knew his habits and knew the room. But even then, we found nothing in any way suggestive of the document we were looking for. And since, the room has been in the hands of the police. I have not heard that they have been any more successful. There were more questions and more answers, but I paid little attention to them. I was thinking of what had passed between the inspector and myself at the time he visited me in my room. I have said little about it because a man is not proud of such an experience. But in the quiet way in which this especial official worked, he had made himself very sure before he left me that this document was neither on my person nor within the 4 walls of the room itself. This had been a part of the search. I tingled yet whenever I recall the humiliation of that hour. I tingle at this moment, but rebuke myself as the mystery of the whole proceeding got a stronger hold upon my mind. Not with me, but somewhere. When would they reach the point where perhaps the solution lay? 5 hours had elapsed between the time I left uncle and the rousing of the house at Weldy's hurried call. What had happened during those hours? Who could tell the tale? The whole tale, since manifestly that had never been fully related. Clark? Wealthy? I knew that they had told the police what they had confided to each other concerning their experience in the sick room, but under oath, and with the shadow of crime falling across a lesser mystery, what might not come to light under the probe of this prejudiced but undoubtedly honest coroner? The end of section 24.
Section 25 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Glenda Villamar. The Step on the Stair by Anna Katharine Greene. Chapter 27. My impatience grew with every passing moment, but fortunately it was not to be tried much longer, for I soon had the satisfaction of seeing Edgar leave the witness chair, and Clark, as we called him, take his seat there. This old and tried servant of a man, exacting as he was friendly, and generous as he was just, had always inspired me with admiration, far as I was from being in his good books. Had he liked me, I would have found myself strong in what was now a doubtful position. But devoted as he was to Edgar, I could not hope for any help from him, save of the most grudging kind. I therefore sat unmoved and unexpectant while he took his oath and answered the few opening questions. They pertained mostly to the signing of the first will, to which he had added his signature as witness. As nothing new was elicited, this matter was soon dropped. Other points of interest shared the same fate. He could substantiate the testimony of others, but he had nothing of his own to impart. Would it be the same when he got to his final attendance on his master? The last words uttered between them? The final good night? The coroner himself seemed to be awake to the full importance of what this witness might have to disclose, for he scrutinized him earnestly before saying, "We will now hear, as nearly as you can recall, what passed between you and your sick master on the night which proved to be his last. Begin at the beginning, that is, when you were sent to summon one or other of his two nephews to Mr. Bartholomew's room." "Pardon, sir, but this was not the beginning. The beginning was when Mr. Bartholomew, who had to our astonishment had eaten his supper in his chair by the fireside, drew a small key from the pocket in his dressing gown, and, handing it to me, bade me unlock the drawer let into the back of his bedstead, and bring him the two big envelopes I should find there." "You are right. That is the beginning. Go on with your story." "I had never been asked to unlock this drawer before. He had always managed to do it himself, but I had no difficulty in doing it or in bringing him the papers he had asked for. I just lifted out the whole batch and, laying them down in his lap, asked him to pick out the ones he wanted." "Did he do it?" "Yes, immediately." "Before you moved away?" "Yes, sir." "Then you caught a glimpse of the papers he selected?" "I did, sir. I could not help it. I had to wait, for he wished me to relieve him of the ones he didn't want." "And you did this?" "Yes. I took them from his hand and laid them on the table to which he pointed." "Now for the ones he kept, describe them." "Two large envelopes, sir, larger than the usual legal size, brown in color, I should say, and thick with the papers that were in them." "Have you ever seen any envelopes like these before?" "Yes, on Mr. Bartholomew's desk, the day I was called in to witness his signature." "Very good. There were two of them, you say?" "Yes, sir, two." "Were they alike?" "Exactly, I should say." "Any mark on either one?" "Not that I observed, sir, but I only saw the face of one of them, and that was absolutely blank." "No red marks on either?" "Not that I saw, sir." "Very good. Proceed, Mr. Clark. What did Mr. Bartholomew say after you had laid the other papers aside?" "He bade me look for Mr. Edgar, said he was in a hurry, and wanted to see him at once." "Was that all?" "Yes, sir. He was not a man of many words. Besides, I left the room immediately and did not enter it again till Mr. Edgar left him." "Where were you when he did this?" "At the end of the hall, talking to Wealthy. There's a little cozy corner there, where she sits, and where I sometimes waited when I was expecting Mr. Bartholomew's ring." "Did you see Mr. Edgar, as you call him, when he came out?" Yes, sir, crossing over to his room. And what did you do after that? Went immediately to Mr. Bartholomew to see if he was wishing to go to bed, but he was not. On the contrary, he had another errand for me. He wanted to see his other nephew, so I went below searching for him. Was Mr. Bartholomew still sitting by the fire when you went in? Yes, he was. With the 2 big envelopes in his hands? Not that I noted, sir, but he had pockets in his gown large enough to hold them, and they might have been in these. Never mind the might-have-beens. Just the plain answer, Mr. Clark. Yes, sir. Excuse me, sir. Feeling afraid that he would get very tired sitting up so long, I hurried downstairs, found Mr. Quentin, as we call him, in the library, and brought him straight up. Then I went back to Wealthy. Is there a clock in the cozy corner? There is, sir. Did you look at it as you came and went? I did this time. Why this time? First, because I was anxious for Mr. Bartholomew not to tire himself too much, and... Go on, we want the whole truth, Mr. Clark. I was curious to see whether Mr. Bartholomew would keep Mr. Quentin any longer than he did Mr. Edgar. And did he? A little, sir. Did you and the woman Wealthy exchange remarks upon this? We did, sir. At this admission, I took a quick look at Mr. Jackson, and was relieved to see him make another entry in his little book. He had detected here, as well as I, an opening for future investigation. I heard him, as it were in advance, putting this suggestive query to the present witness. What had you and Wealthy been saying on this subject? I know very little of courts or the usages of court procedure, but I know that I should have put this question if I had been conducting this examination. The coroner evidently was not of my mind, which certainly was not strange, seeing where his sympathies were. What do you mean by little? 10 minutes. By the clock? Yes, sir, said rather sheepishly. Proceed. What happened next? I went immediately to Mr. Bartholomew's room, thinking that of course he would be ready for me now, but he was not. Instead, he bade me leave him and not come back for a full half-hour, and not to allow anyone else to disturb him. I was to give the same order to Wealthy. And did you? Yes, sir, and left her on the watch. And where did you go? To my room for a smoke. Were you concerned at leaving Mr. Bartholomew alone for so long a time? Yes, sir. We never liked to do that. He had grown to be too feeble, but he was not a man you could disobey, even for his own good. Did you spend the whole half-hour in smoking? Yes, sir. Not leaving your room at all? Oh, I left my room several times, going no further, though, than the end of my small hall. Why did you do this? Because Mr. Bartholomew had been so very peremptory about anybody coming to his room. I had every confidence in Wealthy, but I could not help going now and then to see if she was still on watch. With what result? She was always there. I did not speak to her, not wishing her to know that I was keeping tabs on her, but each time I went I could see the hem of her dress protruding from behind the screen, and knew that she, like myself, was waiting for the half-hour to be up. As soon as it was, I stepped boldly down the hall, telling Wealthy as I passed that I should make short work of putting the old gentleman to bed, and for her to be ready to follow me in a very few minutes. And I kept my word. Mr. Bartholomew was still sitting in his chair when I went in. He had the 2 documents in his hand and asked me to place them, together with the other papers, on the small stand at the side of his bed, and there they stayed up to the time I gave place to Wealthy. This is all I have to tell about that night. I went from his room to mine and slept till we were all wakened by the ill news that Mr. Bartholomew had been taken worse and was rapidly sinking. There was an instant's lull during which I realized my own disappointment. I heard nothing that had not been known before. Then the coroner said, "Did your duties in Mr. Bartholomew's room during these months of illness include any time the handling of his medicines?" "No, sir." "Did you ever visit his medicine cabinet or take anything from its shelves?" "No, sir." "You must often have poured him out a glass of water?" "Oh, yes, I have done that." "Did you do so on that night? Think carefully before you answer." "I do not need to, for I'm very sure that I handed him nothing. I did not even remember seeing the usual pitcher and glass of water in the room." "Not on the stand at his side?" "No, sir." Nothing of the kind near him? Not that I saw, sir. Very good. You may step down. End of section 25.
Section 26 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 28. Wealthy was the next witness summoned, and her appearance on the stand caused a flutter of excitement to pass from end to end of the well-packed room. All knew that from her, if from anybody, enlightenment must come as to what had taken place in the few fatal hours which had elapsed after Clark's departure from the room. Would she respond to our hopes? Would she respond to mine? Or would she leave the veil half raised from sheer inability to lift it higher? Conscious that the blood was leaving my cheeks, and fearful that she could not hold the attention of the crowd from myself, I sought for relief in the face of Edgar. He must know her whole story, also whom it threatened. Would I be able to read in his lip and eye, ordinarily so expressive, what we had to expect? No, he was giving nothing away. He was not even looking with anything like attention at anybody. Not even my way as I had half expected. The mobile lip was straight, the eye, usually sparkling with intelligence, fixed to the point of glassiness. I took in that look well. The time might come when I should find it wise to recall it. Wealthy is a good-looking woman, with that kind of comeliness which speaks of a warm heart and motherly instincts. Seen in the home, whether at work or at rest, she was the embodiment of all that ensured comfort and ease to those under her care. She was more than a servant, more than nurse, and as such was regarded with favor by everyone in the house, even by my poor unappreciated self. In public, and before the eyes of this mixed assemblage, she showed the same pleasing characteristics. I began to breathe more easily. Surely she might be trusted not to be swayed sufficiently by malice, either to evade or cover the truth. For all her love for Edgar, she will be true to herself. She cannot help it with that face and demeanor. The coroner showed her every consideration. This was but due to the grief she so resolutely endeavored to keep under. All through the opening questions and answers, which were mainly corroborative of much that had gone before, he let her sometimes garrulous replies pass without comment, though the spectators frequently evinced impatience in their anxiety to reach the point upon which the real mystery hung. It came at last, and was welcomed by a long-drawn breath from many an overburdened breast. "Mr. Clark has said that on leaving Mr. Bartholomew's room for the last time that night, he saw the two envelopes about which so much has been said still lying on the little stand drawn up by the bedside. Were they there when you went into the room?"
"Yes, sir. I noticed them immediately. The stand is very near the door by which I usually enter, and it was a matter of habit with me to take a look at my patient before busying myself with making my final preparations for the night. As I did this, I observed some documents lying there, and as it was never his custom to leave business papers lying about, I asked him if he would not like to have me put them away for him. But he answered no, not to bother, for there was something he wanted me to get for him which would take me down into Miss Orpha's room, and, as it was growing late, I had better go at once. "Mind you," he said, "she is but a girl, and may not remember where she has put it. But if so, she must look for it, and you are not to come back until she has found it, if you have to stay an hour." As the thing he wanted was a little white silk shawl which had been her mother's, and as the dear child did not know exactly in which of 2 or 3 chests she had hidden it, it did take time to find it, and it was with a heart panting with anxiety that I finally started to go back, knowing what a hard evening he had had, and how often the doctor had told us that he was to be kept quiet, and above all never to be left very long alone. But I was more frightened yet when I got about halfway upstairs, for for the first time since I had lived in the house, though I have been up and down that flight hundreds of times, I felt a presence."
"You may cut that out," came kindly but peremptorily from the coroner, probably to the immense disappointment of half the people there. The presence on that night! I myself felt a superstitious thrill at the thought, though I had laughed a dozen times at this old wives' tale. "Tell your story straight," admonished the coroner.
"I will, sir. I mean to, sir. I only wanted to explain how I came to stumble in rushing up those stairs, and yet how quick I was to stop when I heard something on reaching the top which frightened me more than any foolish fancy. This was the sound of a click in the hall towards the front. Someone was turning the key in Mr. Bartholomew's door, the one nearest the street. As this door is only used on occasion, it startled me. Besides, who would do such a thing? There was no one in the hall, for I ran quickly the length of it to see. So it must have been done from the inside, and by whom then but by Mr. Bartholomew himself? But I had left him in bed. Here was a coil, and as strong as I am, I found myself catching at the banisters for support, for I did not understand his locking the door when he was in the room alone. However, he may have had his reasons, and rather ashamed of my agitation, I was hurrying back to the other door when I heard a click there, and realized that the doors were being unlocked and not locked, that he was expecting me and making the way open for me to come in. Had I arrived a few minutes sooner, I should not have been able to enter. It gave me a turn. My sick master shut up there alone, locked in by himself. I had never known him to do such a thing all the time he was ill, and I had to quiet myself a bit before I dared go in. When I did, he was lying in bed looking very white, but peaceful enough, more peaceful indeed than he had at any time that day. "Is that you, Wealthy?" he asked. "Is that the little shawl? Give it to me." I handed it to him, and he laid it, folded as it was, against his cheek. I felt troubled. I hardly knew why, and stood looking at him. He smiled, and glancing at the little pile of documents lying on the stand, told me that I could put them away now. "Here is the key," he said. I took it from his hand after seeing him draw it from under the pillow. I had often used it for him. Unlocking the drawer which was set into the headboard of his bed where it jutted into the alcove, I reached for the papers and locked them up in the drawer and handed him back the key. "Thank you," he said, and turned his face from the light. It was a signal for me to drop the curtain hanging at that side of the bed. This I did. "One moment. In handling the papers you speak of, did you notice them particularly?" "Not very, sir. I remembered that the top one was in a dark brown envelope and bulky." "Which side was up?" "The flap side." "Sealed?" "No, open. That is, loose, not fastened down." "You noticed that?" "I couldn't help it. It was right under my eyes." "Did you notice anything else? That there was a second envelope in the pile, similar to the one on top?" "I cannot say that I did. The papers were all bunched, you see, and I just lifted them quickly and put them in the drawer." "Why quickly?" "Mr. Bartholomew was looking at me, sir." "Then you did not note that there was another envelope in that pile, just like the top one, only empty?" "I did not, sir." "Very good. You may go on now. You dropped the curtain. What did you do next?" "I prepared his soothing medicine." Her voice fell, and an expression of great trouble crossed her countenance. "I always had this ready in case he should grow restless in the night." "A soothing medicine. Where was that kept?" "With the rest of the medicines in the cabinet built into the small passageway leading to the upper door." "And you went there for the soothing medicine. At about what time?" "Not far from 11 o'clock, sir. I remember thinking as I passed by the mantel clock how displeased Dr. Cameron would be if he knew that Dr. Bartholomew's light was not yet out." "Go on. What about the medicine? Did you give it to him every night?" "Not every night, but frequently. I always had it ready." "Will you step down a minute? I want to ask Dr. Cameron a few questions about this soothing medicine." The interruption was welcome. We all needed a moment's respite. Dr. Cameron was again sworn. He had given his testimony at length earlier in the day, but it had been mainly in reference to a very different sort of medicine, and it was of this simpler and supposedly very innocent mixture that the coroner wished to learn a few facts.
Dr. Cameron was very frank with his replies, told just what it was, what the dose consisted of, and how harmless it was when given according to directions. "I have never known," he added, "of Mrs. Starr ever making any mistake in preparing or administering it. The other medicine, of which I have already given a detailed account, I have always prepared myself. It is that other medicine, taken in connection with this one, of which I wish to ask. Say the two were mixed. What would be the result?" "The powerful one would act, whatever it was mixed with." "What about the color? Would one affect the other?" "If plenty of water were used, the change in color would hardly be perceptible." "Thank you, Doctor. We can release you now." The doctor stepped down, whereupon a recess was called, to the disappointment and evident chagrin of a great many. End of section 26. Recording by Todd.
Section 27 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dawn Sutton. The Step on the Stair by Anna Katharine Greene. The mood of the coroner changed with the afternoon session. He was curter in speech and less patient with the garrulity of his witnesses. Perhaps he dreaded the struggle which he foresaw awaited him. He plunged at once into the topic he had left unfinished, and at the precise point where he had left off. Wealthy had resumed her place on the stand. "And where did you put this soothing mixture after you prepared it?" "Where I always did, on the shelf hanging in the corner on the further side of the bed, the side towards the windows. I did this so that it would not be picked up by mistake for a glass of water left on the stand." "Tell that to the jury again, Mrs. Starr, that the soothing medicine of which you speak was in a glass on the shelf we all can see indicated on the chart above your head, and plain water in a glass standing on the table on the near side of the bed?" "Excuse me, Dr. Jones. I did not mean to say that there was any glass of water on the small stand that night. There was not. He did not seem to want it. So I left the water in a pitcher on the table by the hearth. I only meant that it being my usual custom to have it there, I got in the habit of putting anything in the way of medicine as far removed from it as possible." "Mrs. Starr, when did you prepare this soothing medicine, as you call it?" "Soon after I entered the room." "Before Mr. Bartholomew slept?" "Oh, yes, sir." "Tell how you did it, where you did it, and what Mr. Bartholomew said while you were doing it. That is, if he said anything at all." "The bottle holding this medicine was kept, as I have already said, with all the other medicines, in the cabinet hanging in the upper passageway." Every eye rose to the chart. "The water in a pitcher on the large table to the left of the fireplace. Filling a glass with this water, which I had drawn myself, I went to the medicine cabinet and got the bottle containing the drops the doctor had ordered for this purpose, and carrying it over to the table, together with the medicine drop, added the customary 10 drops to the water, and put the bottle back in the cabinet and the glass with the medicine in it on the shelf. Mr. Bartholomew's face was turned my way, and he naturally followed my movements as I passed to and fro, but he showed no special interest in them, nor did he speak. Was this before or after you dropped the curtain on the other side of the bed? After. The bed, I have been given to understand, is surrounded on all sides by heavy curtains which can be pulled to at will. Was the one you speak of the only one to be dropped or pulled at night? Usually, you see, Miss Orpha's picture hangs between the windows and was company for him if he chanced to wake in the night. Again that sob, but fainter than before, and to me very far off. Or was it that I felt so far removed myself, pushed aside and back from the grief and sufferings of this family? The heads which turned at this low but pathetic sound were soon turned back again as the steady questioning went on. You speak of going to the medicine cabinet. It was your business, no doubt, to go there often? Very often. I was as a nurse, you see. There was another bottle of the medicine kept there, the one labeled dangerous. Yes, sir. Did you see that bottle when you went for the soothing mixture you speak of? No, sir. This was very firmly said. I wasn't thinking of it, and the bottle I wanted being in front, I just pulled it out and never looked at any other. This other bottle, the dangerous one, where was that kept? Way back behind several others. I had put it there when the doctor told us that we were not to give him any more of that especial medicine without his orders. If you went to this cabinet so often, you must have a very good idea of just how it looked inside. I have, sir, her voice falling a trifle. At least I thought I detected a slight change in it, as if the emotion she had so bravely kept under up to this moment was beginning to make itself felt. Then tell us if everything looked natural to you when you went to it this time. Everything in order? Nothing displaced? I did not notice. I was too intent on what I was after. Besides, if I had... Well, go on. Her brows puckered in distress, and I thought I saw her hand tremble where it showed amid the folds of her dress. If no other man held his breath at that short interim in which not a sound was heard, I did. Something was about to fall from her lips, but she was speaking. If I had observed any disorder such as you mention, I should not have thought it at all strange. I am not the only one who had access to that cabinet. His daughter often went to it, and the young gentleman, too. Both of them? Yes, sir. What should take them there? Her head lifted, her voice steadied. She looked the capable, kindly person of a few moments ago. That thrill of emotion was gone. Perhaps I have overemphasized it. We all work together, sir. The young gentleman, that is one or the other of them, often took my place in the room, especially at night, and Mr. Bartholomew, used to being waited on and having many wants, they had learned how to take care of him and give him what he called for. And this took them to the cabinet? Undoubtedly. It held a great variety of things besides his medicines. The coroner paused. During the most trying moment of my life, every eye in the room turned on me, not one on Edgar. I bore it stoically, a feeling I endeavored to crush, making havoc in my heart. Then the command came. Continue with your story. You have given us the incidents of the night such as you observed them before Mr. Bartholomew slept. You will now relate what happened after. Again I watched her hand. It had clenched itself tightly, and then loosened as these words rang out from the seat of authority. The preparation for what she had to tell had been made. The time had now come for its relation. She began quietly, but who could tell how she would end? For an hour I kept my watch on the curtain side of the bed. It was very still in the room, so deathly still that after a while I fell asleep in my chair. When I woke, it was suddenly and with a start of fear. I was too confused at first to move, and as I sat listening, I heard a slight sound on the other side of the bed, followed by the unmistakable one of a softly closing door. My first thought, of course, was for my patient, and throwing the curtains aside, I looked through. The room was light enough, for one of the logs on the hearth had just broken apart, and the glow it made lit up Mr. Bartholomew's face and showed me that he was sleeping. Relieved at the sight, I next asked myself who could have been in the room at an hour so late, and what this person wanted. I was not frightened, now that I was fully awake, and being curious, nothing more, I drew the portiere from before the passageway at my back, and stepping to the door beyond, opened it and looked out. Here she became suddenly silent, and so intent were we all in anticipation of what her next words would reveal, that the shock caused by this unexpected break in her story vented itself in a sort of gasp from the parched lips and throats of the more excitable persons present. It was a sound not often heard, save on the theatrical stage at a moment of great suspense, and the effect upon the witness was so strange that I forgot my own emotion in watching her as she opened her lips to continue and then closed them again, with a pitiful glance at the coroner. He seemed to understand her, and made a kindly effort to help her in this sudden crisis of feeling. "Take your time, Mrs. Starr," he said. "We are well aware that testimony of this nature must be painful to you, but it is necessary and must be given. You opened the door and looked out. What did you see?" "A man, or rather the shadow of a man, outlined very dimly on the further wall of the hall." "What man?" "I do not know, sir." She did. The woman was lying. No one ever looked as she did who was in doubt as to what she saw. The coroner, intentionally or unintentionally blind to this very decided betrayal of her secret, still showed a disposition to help her. "Was it so dark?" "Yes, sir. The electrolier at the stairhead had been put out probably by him as he passed, for it was a slip. I saw it in the way her face changed and her voice faltered, as with one accord every eye in the assemblage before her turned quickly towards the chart. I did not need to look. I know that hall by heart. The electrolier she spoke of was nearer the back than the front. To put it out in passing meant that the person stopping to extinguish it was heading towards the rear end of the hall. In other words, Clark or myself. As it was not myself, but she must have thought it was, for when the coroner, drawing the same conclusion, pressed her to describe the shadow, and annoyed at her vague replies, asked her point blank if it could be that of Clark. She shook her head and finally acknowledged that it was much too slim. A man's, though. Certainly a man's. And what became of the shadow? It was gone in a minute, disappeared at the turn of the wall. She had the grace to droop her head, as if she realized what she was doing and took but little pleasure in it. My estimation of her rose on the instant, for she did not like me, was jealous of every kindness my uncle had shown me, and yet felt compunction over what she was thus forced into saying. If she knew! Ah, if she knew! Passed in tumult through my brain, and I bore the stare of 100 eyes as I could not have borne the stare of one, if that one had been Orpheus. Thank God her veil was so thick. Further questions brought out little more concerning this incident. She had not followed the shadow. She had not looked at the clock. She had not even gone around the bed to see what had occasioned the peculiar noise she had heard. She had not thought of it of sufficient importance. Indeed, she had not attached any importance to the incident at the time, since her patient had not been wakened, and late visits were not uncommon in that sick room, where the interest of everybody in the house centered, night as well as day. But when Mr. Bartholomew at last grew restless, and she went for the medicine she had prepared, she saw with some astonishment that it was not in the exact place on the shelf where she had placed it, or at least in the exact place where she felt sure that she had placed it. But even this did not alarm her or arouse her suspicion. How could it when everybody in the house was devoted to its master, or at all events gave her every evidence of being so? Besides, she might have been mistaken as to where she had set down the glass. Her memory was not what it was, and so on, till the coroner stopped her with the query. "And what did you do? Did you give him the dose his condition seemed to call for?" "I did, and my heart is broken at the thought." She showed it. Tears were welling from her eyes, and her whole body shook with the sobs she strove to suppress. "I can never forgive myself that I did not suspect, mix a fresh draught, do anything but put that spoon, filled with doubtful liquor, between his lips. But how could I imagine that anyone would tamper with the medicines in that cabinet, that anyone would—" Here she was stopped again, peremptorily this time, and her testimony switched to the moment when she saw the first signs of anything in Mr. Bartholomew's condition approaching collapse, and how long it was after she gave him the medicine. "So little time. I was not watching the clock. Perhaps I slept again. I shall never know, but if I did, it was the sound of a sudden gasp from behind the curtains which started me to my feet. It was like a knife going through me, for I had a long experience with the sick before I came to K, and knew that it foretold the end. I was still surer of this when I bent over to look at him. He was awake, but I shall never forget his eye. 'Wealthy,' he whispered, exerting himself to speak plainly. 'Call the children, call all of them, bid them come without delay. All is over with me. I shall not live out the coming day. But first the bowl, the one in the bathroom, bring it here, put it on the stand, and 2 candles, light it. Don't look, act.' It was the master ordering a slave. There was nothing to do but to obey. I went to the bathroom, found the bowl he wanted, brought the candles, lighted them, turned on the electricity, for the candles were mere specks in that great room, and then started for the door. But he called me back. "I want the 2 envelopes," he cried. "Open the drawer and get them. Now put them in my hands, one in my right, the other in my left, and hasten, for I fear to lose my speech." I was rushed. I was terrified to leave him alone, even for an instant, but to cross him in his least wish might mean his death. So I fled like a wild woman through the halls, first to Mr. Edgars' room, then downstairs to Miss Orpha, and later, not till after I had seen the 2 on their way to Mr. Bartholomew's room, to the rear hall and Mr. Quentin's door. "What did you do there?" "I both knocked and called." "What did you say?" "That his uncle was worse, and for him to come immediately. Mr. Bartholomew found difficulty in speaking, and wanted to see them all before his power to do so failed." "Did he answer?" "Instantly, opening the door and coming out. He was in Mr. Bartholomew's room almost as soon as the others." "How could that be? Did he not stop to dress?" "He was already dressed, just as he rose from dinner." What followed has already been told. I will not enlarge upon it. The burning of the one will in the presence of Orpha, Edgar, and myself, with wealthy Stair standing in the background. Uncle's sudden death before he could tell us where the will containing his last wishes could be found, and the shock we had all received at the astonishment shown by the doctor at his patient having succumbed so suddenly when he had fully expected him to live another fortnight. The excitement which had been worked up to fever point gradually subsided after this, and the hour being late, the inquiry was adjourned to be continued the next day. End of section 27.
Section 28 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lisa Greene. The Step on the Stair by Anna Katharine Greene, Chapter 30. In my haste to be through with the record of a testimony which so unmistakably gave the impression that I was the man who had tampered with the medicine which prematurely ended my uncle's fast-failing life, I omitted to state that Wealthy's eager admission that notwithstanding the doctor's surprise at the sudden passing of his patient and her own knowledge that the room contained a previously used medicine which had been pronounced dangerous to him at this stage of his illness, she did not connect these 2 facts in her mind even then as cause and effect. Not till the dreadful night in which she heard the word poison uttered over Mr. Bartholomew's casket did she realize what the peculiar sound which had roused her from her nap beside the sickbed really was. It was the setting down of the glass on the shelf from which it had been previously lifted. This was where the proceedings had ended, and it was at this point they were taken up the next day. I say nothing of the night between. I have tried to forget it. God grant the day will come when I may. Nor shall I enter into any description of the people who filled the room on this occasion, or of the change in Orpha's appearance, or in that of such persons toward whom my eyes, hot with the lack of sleep, wandered during the first half hour. I am eager to go on, eager to tell the worst, and have done with this part of my story. To return then to Wealthy's testimony as continued from the day before. The casket in which Mr. Bartholomew's body had been laid on the morning of the second day had been taken in the early evening down into the court. She had not accompanied it. When asked why, she said that Mr. Edgar had asked her to remain in the room and on no account to leave it without locking both doors. So she had stayed until she heard a scream ringing up through the house, and convinced from its hysterical sound that it came from one of the maids, she hastened to lock the one door which had been left unfastened and go below. As in company with Mr. Quentin and Clark, she reached the balcony on the second floor. She could see that there were several persons in the court, so she stopped where she was and simply looked down at what was going on. It was then she got the shock of her life. The girl who had uttered the scream was pointing at her dead master's face and shouting the word poison. One can imagine what passed through her mind as the clouds cleared away from it, and she realized to what in her ignorance she had been made party to. She certainly made the jury feel it, though she was less garrulous and simpler in her manners than on the previous day, and hardly knowing what to expect from her peculiar sense of duty, I was in dread anticipation of hearing her relate the few words which had passed between us as Orpha fell into my arms, words in which she accused me of being the cause of all this trouble. But she spared me that, either because she did not know how to obtrude it without help from the coroner, or because she had enough right feeling not to emphasize the suspicion already roused against me by her previous testimony. Grateful for this much grace, I restrained my own anxieties and listened intently for what else she had to say, in the old hope that some word would yet fall from her lips or some glance escape from her eye, which would give me the clue to the hand which had really lifted that glass and set it down a little further along the shelf. I thought I was on its track when she came to the visit she had paid to the room above in the company of Edgar and Orpha. But I heard little new. The facts elicited were well-known ones. They had approached the cabinet together, looked into it together, and pushing the bottles about, brought out the one for which they were seeking from the very place in the rear of the shelf where she had put it herself, when told that it would not be required any longer. "Yes, that is the bottle," she declared, as the coroner lifted a small phial from the table before him and held it up in her sight and in that of the jury. As he did this, I could scarcely hide the sickening thrill which for a moment caused everything to turn black around me, for the label was written large, and the word poison had a ghastly look to one who had loved Edgar Quentin Bartholomew, when I could see and hear again. Wealthy was saying, "A few drops wouldn't be missed. My memory isn't good enough for me to be sure of a fact like that." Evidently, she had been asked if on taking the phial from the shelf she had noticed any diminution of its contents since she had last handled it. "You say that you pushed the bottles aside in order to get at this one. Was that necessary? Could you not have reached in over them and lifted it out?" "I never thought of doing that. None of us did. We were all anxious to satisfy ourselves as to whether or not the bottle was there, and just took the quickest way we knew of finding out." "But you could have got hold of it in the way I suggested? Reached in, I mean, and pulled it out without disarranging the other bottles?" She stopped to think, contracting her brows and stealing what I felt sure was a look at Edgar. "It would have been difficult," she finally conceded, "but a person with long fingers might have got hold of it all right. The bottles in front and around it were not very large, much of the same size as the one you just showed us." "Then, in your opinion, this could have been done?" I heard afterwards that it had been done by one of the police operatives. "It could have been done," almost doggedly she said it. "Without making much noise?" "Without making any, if the person doing it knew exactly where the phial was to be found." Not doggedly now, but incisively. "And how many of the household, to your definite knowledge, did?" "3, besides myself. Miss Orpha, Mr. Edgar, and Mr. Quentin, all of whom shared my nursing." The warmth with which she uttered the first 2 names, the coldness with which she uttered mine, was it intentional or just the natural expression of her feelings? Whatever prompted this distinction in tone, the effect was to signal me out as definitely as though a brand had left its scorching mark upon my forehead. And I innocent! Why I did not leap to my feet, I do not know. I thought I did, shouting a wild disclaimer. If men stared and women shrieked, that was nothing to me. All that I cared for was Orpha sitting there listening to this hellish accusation. So maddened was I, so dead to all human conditions, that I doubt if I should have been surprised had the ghostly figure of my uncle evolved itself from air and taken its place on the witness stand in revolt against this horror. Anything was possible, but to let the world, by which I meant Orpha, believe this thing for a moment. All this tumult in brain and heart, and my body quiet, fixed, with not a muscle so much as quivering. By what force was I thus withheld? Possibly by some hypnotic influence exerted by Mr. Jackson, for when I looked in his direction, I found him gazing very earnestly in mine. I smiled. It must have been a very dreary smile, and ironic in the extreme, for my heart was filled with bitterness and could express itself in no other way. The decided shake of the head which he gave me in return had its effect, however, and digging my nails into my palm, I listened to what followed with all the stoicism the situation called for. I was still in a state of rigid self-control when I heard my name spoken loudly and with command, and woke to the fact that Wealthy had been dismissed from the stand and that I was to be the next witness. Was I ready for it? I must be, and to test my strength, I cast one straight look at Orpha. She had lifted her veil and met my gaze fairly. Had there been guilt in my heart? But I could pass her without shame, and sustained by this fact, I took my place on the stand with a calmness I had hardly expected to show in the face of this prejudiced throng. End of section 28. Section 29 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lisa Greene. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene, Chapter 31. As my story, sometimes elicited by questions and sometimes allowed to take the form of an uninterrupted narrative, differed in no essential from the one already given in these pages, I see no reason for recapitulating it here any more than I did the one I told days before to the inspector. Fixed in my determination to be honest in all I said, but not to say any more than was required, I was able to hear unmoved low murmurs which now and then rose from the center of the room as I made some unexpected reply, or revealed, as I could not help doing, the strength of the tie which united me to my deceased uncle. No one believed in that, and consequently attributed any assertion of the kind to hypocrisy. And with this I had to contend from the beginning to the end, softened perhaps a little towards the last, but still active enough to make my position a very trying one. The result of my examination must be given, however, even if I have to indulge in some repetition. My testimony, if accepted as truth, established certain facts. They were these: that Mr. Bartholomew had changed his mind more than once as to which of us two nephews he would leave the bulk of his fortune, that he had shown positive decision only on the night preceding his death, declaring to me that I was his final choice, that, notwithstanding this, he had not then and there destroyed the will antagonistic to this decision, as would seem natural if his mind had been really settled in its result, but had kept them both in hand up to the time of my departure from the room. That late in the night, after a long séance with myself in the library on the lower floor, I had come upstairs, and in my anxiety to know whether my uncle were awake or resting quietly after so disturbing an evening, had stopped to listen first at one of his doors and then at the other, but had refrained from going in or even seeing my uncle again until summoned with the rest of the family to hear his dying wishes. That when he handed one of the wills to his daughter and bade her burn it in the large bowl he had ordered placed at his bedside, I believed it to be the one I had expected to see him burn the night before, and that I just as confidently believed that the one which had been taken from the other envelope and put away in some spot not yet discovered was the one designating me as his chief heir according to his promise, and should so believe until it was found and I was shown to the contrary. This in justification of my confidence in him, and also to refute the idea insofar as I was able, that I had been so fearful of his changing his mind again that I was willing to cut his life short rather than run the risk of losing my inheritance. For I was sensible enough to see that, to minds so prejudiced, the fact that the will favoring myself, having been the last one drawn, afforded them sufficient excuse for a supposition which seemed the only explanation possible for the mystery they were facing. A few were undoubtedly influenced either by my earnestness or the dignity which innocence gives to the suspected man, but the many not. And when at the conclusion of my testimony I was forced to repass Orpha on my way back to my seat, I found that I no longer had the courage to meet her eye, lest I should see pity there, or, what was worse, an attempt to accept that what I had to say against reason and possibly against her own judgment. But when her name was called, and with quick unveiling of her face, she took her place upon the stand, I could not keep my glances back, for I was thinking now, not of myself, but of her, and the suffering which she must undergo if her examination was to be of any help in disentangling the threads of this involved inquiry. That I was justified in my fears was at once apparent, for the first question that attracted attention and drew every head forward in breathless interest and undisguised curiosity was this: "Miss Bartholomew, I regret that I must trespass upon matters which, in my respect for yourself and family, I should be glad to leave untouched. But conditions force me to ask if the rumor is correct that you are engaged to marry your cousin Edgar, with whom you have been brought up." "No," she answered at once, with that clear ring to her voice which carried it without effort to the remotest corners of the room. "I am engaged to no one, but am under an obligation, gladly entered into because it was my father's wish, to marry the man, if the gentleman so pleases, to whom my father has willed the greater portion of his money." The coroner raised his gavel, but laid it down again, for the excitement called forth by the calm dignity of this answer was of that deep and absorbing kind which shrinks from noisy demonstration. "Miss Bartholomew, do you know or have you any suspicion as to where your father concealed the will which will settle this question?" "None whatever." And now the sweet voice wavered. "You know your father's room well?" "Every inch of it, and can imagine no place in it where he might have thrust the document on taking it out of the envelope?" "None." "Miss Bartholomew, you have heard the last witness state that your father distinctly told him on the night before his death that he had decided to make him his chief inheritor. Did your father ever make the same declaration to you?" "He has said that he found my foreign cousin admirable." "That hardly answers my question, Miss Bartholomew." The pink came out on her cheeks. Oh, how lovely she was, but in what trouble also. "He once asked me if I could rely on his judgment in the choice of my future husband?" came reluctantly from her lips. "Up till then, I had not been aware that there was to be any choice." "You mean—" "That I had never been given reason to think that there was any man living whom he could prefer for a real son to the nephew who lived like a son in the family." "Can you remember just when this occurred? Was it before or after the ball held in your house?" "It was after, some weeks after." "After he had been ill for some time then?" "Yes, sir." The coroner glanced at the jury, and the jurymen at each other. She must have observed this, for a subtle change passed over her face which revealed the steadfast woman without taking from the winsomeness of her girlishness so well known to all. She was yet in the glow of whatever sentiment had been aroused within her, when she was called upon to reply to a series of questions concerning this ball, leading up, as I knew they must, to one which had been in my own mind ever since that event. What had passed between her and her father when, on hearing he was ill, she went up to see him in his own room? "I found him ailing, but indisposed to say much about it. What he wanted was to tell me that on account of not feeling quite himself, he had decided not to have any public announcement made of his plans for Edgar and myself. That would keep, but lest our friends, who had expected something of the kind, might feel aggrieved, he proposed that as a substitute for it, another announcement should be made which would give them almost equal pleasure, that of the engagement of his ward, Miss Colfax, to Dr. Hunter, and this was done." "And was all this which passed between you at the time? No hint of a quarrel between himself and the nephew for whom he had contemplated such honor?" He said nothing that would alarm or sadden me. He was very cheerful, almost gay, all the time I was in the room. Alas, how little we knew! It was the spontaneous outburst of a bereaved child, and the coroner let it pass. Would he could have spared her the next question, but his fixed idea of my guilt would not allow this, and I had to sit there and hear him say, "In the days which followed, during which you doubtless had many opportunities of seeing both of your cousins, did the attentions of the one you call Quentin savor at all of those of courtship?" "No, sir. We were all too absorbed in caring for my sick father to think anything of the kind." It was firmly but sweetly said, and such was the impression she made on the crowd before her, that I saw a man who was lounging against the rear wall unconsciously bow his head in token of his respect for her womanliness. The coroner, a little impressed himself perhaps, sat in momentary silence, and when he was ready to proceed, chose a less embarrassing subject. What it was, I do not remember now, nor is it of importance that I should enlarge any further on an examination which left things very much as they were and had been from the beginning. By the masses convened there, I was considered guilty, but by a few, not, and as the few had more than one representative in the jury, the verdict which was finally given was the usual one where certainty is not attained: murder by poison administered by a person unknown. End of section 29.
Section 30 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by S.Reeves. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Book 3, Which of Us Two? Chapter 32. Solitude. How do we picture it? A man alone on a raft in the midst of a boundless sea? A figure against a graying sky, with chasms beneath and ice peaks above. Such a derelict between life and death I felt myself to be, as on leaving the courthouse I stepped again into the street and faced my desperate future. I almost wish that I might feel a hand upon my shoulder and hear a voice in my ear saying, "Here's my warrant. I arrest you for murder in the name of the law." For then I should know where my head would be laid for the night. Now I knew nothing. Had Edgar joined me? But that would have been asking too much. I stood alone. I walked alone, and heads fell and eyes turned aside as I threaded my slow way down the street. Where should I go? Suddenly it came to me that Orpha would expect me to return home. I had no reason for thinking so, but the impression once yielded to, I was sure of her expectancy and sure of the grave welcome I should receive. But how could I face them, all with that brand between my eyes? To see Clark's accusing face and Wealthy's attempt not to show her hatred of me too plainly. It would take a man with a heart of adamant to endure that. I had no such heart. Yet if I failed to go, it might look to some persons like an acknowledgment of guilt, and that would be worse. I would go, but for the night only. Tomorrow should see me far on my way to other quarters, that is, if the police would allow it. The police? Well, why not see the inspector? He had visited me. Why should I not visit him? An objective was found. I turned toward the police station, but before I reached it, I met Mr. Jackson. He never admitted it, but I think he had been dogging me, having perhaps some inkling as to my mood. The straightforward way in which he held out his hand gave me the first gleam of comfort I had had that day. Could it be that he was sincere in the show of confidence, that he had not been influenced by Wealthy's story, or his judgment palsied by the fact patent to all? That with the expectation of myself, there was not a person among those admitted to my uncle's room who had not lived in the house for years and given always and under all circumstances evidences of the most devoted attachment to him? Or did he simply look upon me as the millionaire client who would yet come into his own and whose favor it would be well to secure in this hour of present trial? A close study of his face satisfied me that he was really the friend he seemed, and yielding to his guidance, I allowed him to lead me to his office where we sat down together and had our first serious talk. He did believe me and would stand by me if I so desired it. Edgar Bartholomew was a favorite everywhere. But if his uncle, who had loved him and reared him in the hope of uniting him with his daughter, could be moved from the position to the point of having a second will of an opposing nature drawn up and signed by another lawyer on the same day, it must have been because he felt he had found a better man to inherit his fortune and to marry his daughter. It was a fact well enough known that Edgar was beginning to show a streak of recklessness in his demeanor which could not have been pleasing to his staid and highly respectable uncle. There was another man nearby of characteristics much more trustworthy, and his conscience favored this man. A strong nature, that of our late friend, he had but one weakness, an inordinate partiality for this irresponsible, delightful nephew. That is how I see the matter. If you will put your affairs in my hands, I think I can make it lively for those who may oppose you. But Wealthy's testimony, linking my presence at the upper door of Uncle's room with the person she heard tampering with the glass, believed by all to have held the draught which was the cause of his death. Mr. Bartholomew, are you sure she saw your figure fleeing down the hall? I was on the point of saying, whose else? I did rush down the hall, when he sharply interrupted me. What we want to know and must endeavor to find out is whether, under the conditions, she could see your shadow of that of any other person who might be passing from front to rear sufficiently well to identify it. Greatly excited, I stared at him. How can that be done? Well, Mr. Bartholomew, fortunately for us, we have a friend at court. If we had not, I judge that you would have been arrested on leaving the courthouse. Who? My heart beat to suffocation. I could hardly articulate. Did I hope to hear a name which could clear my sky of every cloud and make the present, doubtful as it seemed, a joy instead of a menace? If I did, I was doomed to disappointment. The inspector, who was the first to examine you, does not believe in your guilt. Disappointment, but a great, hopeful surprise also. I rose to my feet in my elation. This unexpected news, coming with such a shock on the heels of my despair, but sat again with a gesture of apology as I met his steady look. I know this because he is a friend of mine, he averred by way of explanation. And will help us? He will see that the experiment I mention is made. Poison could not have got into the glass without hands. Those hands must be located. The police will not cease their activities. Mr. Jackson, I give you the case. Do what you can for me, but... I had risen again and was walking restlessly away from him as I came to this quick halt in what I was about to say. He was watching me, carefully, thoughtfully, out of the corner of his eye. I was aware of this, and as I turned to face him again, I took pains to finish my sentence with quite a different ending from that which had almost slipped from my unwary tongue. But first I want your advice. Shall I return to the house, or go to the hotel and send for my clothes? Return to the house by all means. You need not stay there more than one night. You are innocent. You believe that the house and much more are yours by your uncle's will. Why should you not return to your own? You are not the man to display any bravado, neither are you the man to accept the opinion of servants and underlings. But my cousin Orpha, the real owner, as I look at it, of everything there. Miss Bartholomew has a just mind. She will accept your point of view, for the present at least. I dared not say more. I was never quite myself when I had to speak her name. He seemed to respect my reticence, and after some further talk, I left him and betook myself to the house, which held for me everything I loved and everything I feared in the world I had made for myself. End of Section 30.
Section 31 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Anna Katharine Greene. Chapter 33. During the first portion of this walk, I forced my mind to dwell on the astonishing fact that the inspector, whom I had regarded as holding me in suspicion, was the one man most convinced of my innocence. He had certainly shown no leaning that way in the memorable interview we had held together. What had changed him? Or had I simply misunderstood his attitude, natural enough to an amateur who finds himself for the first time in his life subject to the machinations of the police? As I had no means of answering this query, I gradually allowed the matter, great as it was, to slip from my mind, and another and more present interest to fill it. I was approaching the Bartholomew mansion, and its spell was already upon me. An embodiment of beauty and of mystery, a glorious pile of masonry, hiding a secret on the solution of which my honor as a man and my hope as a lover seemed absolutely to depend. There was a mob at either gate, dispersing slowly under the efforts of the police. To force my way through a crowd of irritated, antagonistic men and women, collected perhaps for the purpose of intercepting me, required not courage, but a fool's bravado. Between me and it I saw an open door. It belonged to a small shop where I had sometimes traded. I ventured to look in. The woman who usually stood behind the counter was not there, but her husband was, and gave me a sharp look as I entered. "I want nothing but a refuge," I hastily announced. "The crowd below there will soon be gone. Will it incommode you if I remain here till the street is clear?" "Yes, it will," he rejoined abruptly, but with a twinkle of interest in his eye showed that his feelings were kindlier than his manner. "The better part of the crowd, you see, are coming this way, and some of them are in a mood far from Christian." By some of them I gathered that he meant his wife, and I stepped back. "People have such a way of making up their minds before they see a thing out," he muttered, slipping from behind the counter and shutting the door she had probably left open. "If you will come with me," he added more cheerfully, "I will show you the only thing you can do if you don't want a dozen women's hands in your hair." And crossing to the rear, he opened another door leading into the yard, where he pointed out a small garage, empty, as it chanced, of his Ford. "Step in there, and when all is quiet yonder, you can slip into the street without difficulty. I shall know nothing about it." And with this ignominious episode associated with my return, I finally approached the house I had entered so often under very different auspices. I had a latch key in my pocket, but did not choose to use it. I rang instead. When the door opened, I took a look at the man who held a knob in hand. Though he occupied the position of butler in the great establishment, and was therefore continually to be seen at meals, I did not know him very well, did not know him at all, for he was one of the machine-made kind whose perfect service left nothing to be desired, but of whose thoughts and wishes he gave no intimation unless it was to those he had known much longer than he had me. Would he reveal himself in face of my intrusion? I was fully as curious as I was anxious to see. No, he was still the perfect servant, and opened the door wide, without a gleam of hostility in his eye or any change in his usual manner. Passing him, I stepped into the court. The fountain was playing. The house was again a home, but would it be a home to me? I resolved to put the question to an immediate test upstairs. Hearing Haynes's steps passing behind me on his way to the rear, I turned and asked him if Mr. Bartholomew had returned. Then I saw a change in the man's face, a flash of feeling gone as quickly as it came. It had always been, "Does Mr. Edgar want this?" or "Mr. Edgar want that?" The use of his uncle's name in designating him seemed to seal that uncle forever in his tomb. "You will find him in the library," was Haynes's reply as he passed on, and looking up, I saw Edgar standing in the doorway awaiting me. Without any hesitation I approached him, but stopped before I was too near. I was resolved to speak very plainly, and I did. "Edgar, I can understand why, with this hideous doubt still unsettled as to the exact person who, through accident we hope, was unfortunate enough to be responsible for our uncle's death, you should find it very unpleasant to see me here. I have not come to stay, though it might be better all round if I were to remain for this one night. I loved uncle. I am innocent of doing him any harm. I believe him to have made me the heir to this estate in the will thus unhappily lost to sight, but I shall not press my claim, and am willing to drop it if you would drop yours, leaving Orpha to inherit." "That would be all right if the loss of the will were all." Was this Edgar speaking? "But you know and I know that the loss of the will is of small moment in comparison to the real question you mentioned first. The verdict was murder. There is no murder without an active hand. Whose hand? You say that it was not yours. I want to believe you, but—" "You do not?" His set expression gave way. It was an unnatural one for him, but in the quick play of features which took its place, I could not read his mind, one emotion blotting out another so rapidly that neither heart nor reason could seize satisfactorily upon any. "You do not?" I repeated. "Oh, I know nothing about it. It is all a damnable mystery. Edgar, shall I pack up my belongings and go?" He controlled himself. "Stay the night," he said, and turning on his heel, went back into the library. Then it was that I became aware of the dim figure of a man sitting quietly in an inconspicuous corner near the stairway. It needed no perspicacity on my part to recognize in him a police detective. I found another on the second floor, and my heart misgave me for Orpha. Verily, the police were in occupation. When I reached the third, I found 2 more stationed like sentinels on the 2 doors of my departed uncle's room. This I did not wonder at, and I was able to ignore them as I hurried by to my own room, where I locked myself in. I was thankful to be allowed to do this. I had reached the point where I felt the necessity of absolute rest from questioning or any thought of the present trouble. I would amuse myself. I would smoke and gradually pack. The darkness ahead was not impenetrable. I had a friend in the inspector. Edgar had not treated me ill, not positively ill. It would be possible for me to appear at the dinner table, possibly to face Orpha if she found strength to come. Yet were it not well for her to be warned that I was in the house? Would Edgar think of this? Yes, I felt positive that he would, and then, if she did not come— But nothing must keep her from the table. I would not go myself unless summoned. I stood in no need of a meal. In those days I was scarcely aware of what I ate. On this night it seemed simply unbelievable that I should ever again crave food. But a smoke was different. Sitting down by the window, I opened my favorite box. It was nearly empty. Only a part of the lower layer remained. Taking out a cigar, I was about to reach for a match when I caught sight of a loose piece of paper protruding from under the few cigars which remained. It had an odd, out-of-the-way look, and I hastened to pull it forth. Great heaven! It appeared to be a note. The end of a sheet of paper taken from my own desk had been folded once, and on opening I saw this: "The key which Mr. Bartholomew always wore on a string about his neck was not there when they came to undress him. Burn this at once." No signature. The letters, as shown above, had been cut carefully from some magazine or journal. Was it a trap laid by the police? Or the well-meant message of a friend? Alas, here was a matter for fresh questioning, and I was wearied to the last point of human endurance. I sat dazed, my brain in confusion, my faculties refusing to work. One thing only remained clear, that I was to burn this scrawl as soon as read. Well, I could do that. There was a fireplace in my room, sometimes used, but oftener not. It had not been used that day, which had been a mild one, but that did not matter. The draught was good and would easily carry up and out of sight a shred of paper like this. But my hand shook as I set fire to it and watched it fly in one quick blaze up the chimney. As it disappeared, and the last spark was lost in the blackness of the empty shaft, I seemed to have wakened from a dream in which I was myself a shadow amongst shadows. So remote was this incident and all the rest of this astounding drama from my natural self and the life I had hoped to live when I crossed the ocean to make my home in rich but commonplace America. End of section 31. Recording by Todd. Section 32 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 34 and Chapter 35. 34. Miss Bartholomew wishes me to say that she would be glad to see you at dinner. I stared stupidly from the open doorway at Haines, standing respectfully before me. I was wondering if the note I had just burned had come from him. He had shown feeling, and he had not shown me any antagonism. But the feeling was not for me, but for the master he had served almost as long as I was years old. So I ended in accepting his formality with an equal show of the same, and determined to be done with questions for this one night, if no longer. I prepared myself for dinner and went down. I found Orpha pacing slowly to and fro under the glow of the colored lamps which illuminated the fountain. Older, but lovelier and nobler in the carriage of her body and in the steady look with which she met my advance. Suddenly I stopped dead short. It was the first time I had entered her presence without a vivid sense of the barrier raised between us by the understanding under which we all met, that we were cousins and nothing more, till the word was given which should release us to be our natural selves again. But the lift of one of her fingers, scarcely perceptible except to a lover's eye, brought me back to reason. This was no time for breaking down that barrier, even if we were alone, which I now felt open to doubt, and my greeting had just that hesitation in it which one in my position would be likely to show to one in hers. Her attitude was kindly, nothing more, and Edgar presently relieved me of the embarrassment of further conversation by sauntering in from the conservatory side by side with Miss Colfax. Remembering the scene between them to which I had been a witness on the night of the ball, I wondered at seeing them thus together, but perceiving by the bearing of all three that she was domiciled here as a permanent guest, this wonder was lost in another. Why Orpha should not sense the secret with which, as I watched them, the whole air seemed to palpitate. But then she had not had my opportunities for enlightenment. A little old lady whom I had not seen before, but who was evidently a much-esteemed relative of the family, made the fifth at the dinner table. Formality reigned. It was our only refuge from an embarrassment which would have made speech impossible. As it was, Miss Colfax was the only one who talked, and what she said was of too little moment to be remembered. I was glad when the meal was at an end, and I could, with propriety, withdraw. Better the loneliest of rooms in the dreariest of hotels than this. Better a cell. No, my very soul recoiled. Not that, not that. I am afraid that I was just a little mad as I paused at the foot of the great staircase on my way up. But I was sane enough the next moment. The front door had opened, admitting the inspector. I immediately crossed the court to meet him. Accosting him, I said in explanation of my presence, "You see me here, Inspector. But if not detained, I shall seek out other quarters tomorrow. I was very anxious to get back to my desk in New York, if the firms are willing to receive me. But whether there or here, I am always at your call till this dreadful matter is settled. Now, if you have no questions to ask, I am going to my room, where I can be found at any minute." "Very good," was his sole reply, uttered without any display of feeling, and, seeing that he wished nothing from me, I left him and went quickly upstairs. I always dreaded the passage from the second floor to the third, tonight more than ever. Not that I was affected by the superstitious idea connected by many with that especial flight of stairs. Certainly I was too sensible a man for that, though I had had my own experience too. But the dread of the acute memories associated with the doors I must pass was strong upon me, and it was with relief that I found myself at last in my own little hall, even if I had yet to hurry by the small winding staircase at the bottom of which was a listening ear acquainted with my every footfall. Briskly as I had taken the turn from the main hall, I had had time to note the quiet figure of Wealthy seated in her old place, hands in lap, face turned my way, a figure of stone with all the wonted good humor and kindliness of former days stricken from it, making it to my eyes one of deliberate accusation. Was not this exactly what I had feared and dreaded to encounter? Yes, and the experience was not an agreeable one. But for all that, it was not without its compensations. Any idea I may have had of her being the one to warn me that the key invariably carried by my uncle on his person was not to be found there at his death, was now definitely eliminated from my mind. She could not have shown this sympathy for me in my anomalous position, and then eye me as she had just done with such implacable hostility. My attention, thus brought back to a subject which, if it had seemed to lie passive in my mind, had yet made its own atmosphere there during every distraction of the past hour, I decided to have it out with myself as to what this communication had meant and from whom it had come. That it was no trap, but an honest hint from some person who, while not interested enough to show himself openly as my friend, but who was nevertheless desirous of affording me what help he could in my present extremity, I was willing to accept as a self-evident truth. The difficulty, and it was no mean one, I assure you, was to settle upon the man or woman willing to take this secret stand. Was it Clark? I smiled grimly at the very thought. Was it Orpha? I held my breath for a moment as I contemplated this possibility. The incredible possibility that this made-up, patched-up line of printed letters could have been the work of her hands. It was too difficult to believe this, and I passed on. The undertaker's man. That could easily be found out. But why such effort at concealment from an outsider? No, it was not the undertaker's man. But who else was there in all the house who would have the knowledge of the fact thus communicated to me in this mysterious fashion? Martha? Eliza? Haynes? Bliss? The chef who never left his kitchen, all orders being conveyed to him by Wealthy or by telephone from the sick-room? No, no. There was but one name left, the most unlikely of all, Edgars. Could it be possible? I did not smile this time, grimly or otherwise, as I turned away from this supposition also. I laughed, and, startled by the sound which was such as had never left my lips before, I rose with a bound from my chair, resolved to drop the whole matter from my mind and calm myself by returning to my task of looking over and sorting out my effects. Otherwise, I should get no sleep. 35. What was it? It was hardly a noise. Yet somebody was astir in the house, and not very far from my door. Listening, I caught the sound of heavy breathing in the hall outside, and, slipping out of bed, crossed to the door and suddenly pulled it wide open. A face confronted me, every feature distinct in the flood of moonlight pouring into the room from the opposite window. Alarm and repugnance made it almost unrecognizable, but it was the face of Edgar and no other, and, as in my astonishment I started backwards, he spoke. "I was told," they said, "that you were ill, that groans were heard coming from this room. I am glad it is not so. Pardon me for waking you." And he was gone, staggering slightly as he disappeared down the hall. A moment later I heard his voice raised further on, then a door slam, and after that quiet. Confounded, for the man was shaken by emotion, I sat down on the edge of the bed and tried to compose my faculties sufficiently to understand the meaning of this surprising episode. Automatically I looked at my watch. It was just 3. I had associations with that hour. What were they? Suddenly I remembered. It was the hour I visited my uncle's door the night before his death, when Wealthy— The name steadied the rush and counter-rush of swirling, not-to-be-controlled thoughts. Mr. Jackson had spoken of an experiment to be made by the police for the purpose of determining whether the shadow Wealthy professed to have seen about that time flitting by on the wall further down would be visible from the place where she stood. Had they been trying this? Had he been the one? There was no thoroughfare in this direction, and, wearied to death, I sank back on my pillow, and after a few restless minutes fell into a heavy sleep. End of section 32. Recording by Todd. Section 33 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 36. Next day the thunderbolt fell. Entering Mr. Jackson's office, I found him quite alone and waiting for me. Though the man was almost a stranger to me, and I had very little knowledge of his face or its play of expression, I felt sure that the look with which he greeted me was not common to him, and that so far as he was concerned, my cause had rather gained than lost in interest since our last meeting. "You did not telephone me last night," were his first words. "No," I said, "there was really no occasion." "Yet something very important happened in your house between 3 and 4 in the morning." "I thought so. I hoped so. But I knew so little what that I dared not call you up for anything so indefinite. This morning life seems normal again, but in the night—" "Go on. I want to hear." "My cousin, Edgar, came to my door in a state of extreme agitation. He had been told that I was ill. I was not. But say that I had been, I did not see why he should have been so affected by the news. I'm a trial to him, an incubus, a rival whom he must hate. Why should he shiver at sight of me and whirl away to his room?" "It was odd. You had heard nothing previously, then?" "No, I was fortunate enough to be asleep." "And this being a silent drama, you did not wake?" "Not till the time I said." He was very slow, and I very eager, but I restrained myself. The peculiarity observable in his manner had increased rather than diminished. He seemed on fire to speak, yet unaccountably hesitated, turning away from my direct gaze and busying himself with some little thing on his desk. I began to feel hesitant also, and inclined to shirk the interview. And now for a confession. There was something in my own mind which I had refused to bear even to my own perceptions. Something from which I shrank, and yet which would obtrude itself at moments like these. Could it be that I was about to hear, put in words, what I had never so much as whispered to myself? It was several minutes later, and after much had been said, before I learned. He began with explanations. "A woman is the victim of her own emotions. On that night, Wealthy had been on the watch for hours, either in the hall or in the sick-room. She had seen you and another come and go under circumstances very agitating to one so devoted to the family. She was, therefore, not in a purely normal condition when she started up from her nap to settle a question upon which the life of a man might possibly hang. At least, this is how the police reasoned. So they put off the experiment upon which they were resolved to an hour approximately the same in which the occurrence took place which they were planning to reproduce, keeping her, in the meantime, on watch for what interested her most. "Pardon me, it was in connection with yourself," he commented, flashing me a look from under his shaggy brows. "She has very strong beliefs on that point, strong enough to blind her, or—" He broke off suddenly, and as suddenly went on with his story. "Not till in apparent solitude she had worked herself up to a fine state of excitement did the inspector show himself, and with a fine tale of the uselessness of expecting anything of a secret nature to take place in the house while her light was still burning and her figure guarded the hall, induced her to enter the room from which she might hope to see a repetition of what had happened on that fatal night. I honor the police. We could not do without them. But their methods are sometimes a little misleading. After another half-hour of keen expectancy, during which she had not dozed, I warrant, there came the almost inaudible sound of the knob turning in the upper door. Had she been alone, she would have screamed, but the inspector's hand was on her arm, and he made his presence felt to such a purpose that she simply shuddered, but that so violently that her teeth chattered. A fire had been lit on the hearth, for it was by the light thus given that she had seen what she said she had seen that night. Also, the curtains of the bed had been drawn back as they had not been then, but must now be for her to see through to the shelf where the glass of medicine had been standing. Her face, as she waited for whomever might appear there, was one of bewilderment mingled with horror. But no one appeared. The door had been locked, and all that answered the look was the impression she received of someone endeavoring to open it. As, shaken by these terrors, she turned to face the inspector, He pressed her arm again, and drew her toward the door by which they had entered, and from which she had seen the shadow she had testified to before the coroner. Stepping the length of the passageway intervening between the room and the door itself, he waited a moment, then threw the latter open just as the shadow of a man shot through the semi-darkness across the opposite wall. "Did you recognize it?" the inspector whispered in her ear. "Is it the same?" She nodded wildly, and drew back, suppressing the sob which gurgled in her throat. "The Englishman?" he asked again. Again she nodded. Carefully he closed the door. He was himself a trifle affected. The figure which had fled down the hall was that of the man who had just been told that you were ill in your room. I need not name him. End of section 33. Recording by Todd.
Section 34 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 37. Slowly I rose to my feet. The agitation caused by these words was uncontrollable. How much did he mean by them? And why should I be so much more moved by hearing them spoken than by the suppressed thought? He made no move to enlighten me, and, walking again to the window, I affected to look out. When I turned back, it was to ask, "What do you make of it, Mr. Jackson? This seems to place me on a very different footing, but—" "The woman spoke at random. She saw no shadow. Her whole story was a fabrication." "A fabrication?" "Yes, that's how we look at it. She may have heard someone in the room. She may have even heard the setting down of the glass on the shelf. But she did not see your shadow, or if she did not recognize it as such, for the light was the same, and so was every other condition as on the previous night. Yet the inspector, standing at her side and knowing well who was passing, says there was nothing to be seen on the wall but a blur, no positive outline by which any true conclusion could be drawn." Does she hate me so much as that? So honest a woman fabricate a story in order to involve me in anything so serious as a crime? I could not believe this myself. No, it was not through hate of you, rather through her great love for another. Don't you see what lies at the bottom of her whole conduct? She thinks— Don't! The word burst from me unawares. Don't put it into words. Let us leave some things to be understood, not said. Then, as his lips started to open and a cynical gleam came into his eyes, I hurriedly added, "I want to tell you something. On the night when the question of poison was first raised by the girl Martha's ignorant outbreak over her master's casket, I was standing with Miss Bartholomew in the balcony. Wealthy was on her other side. As that word rang up from the court, Miss Bartholomew fainted, and as I shrieked out some invective against the girl for speaking so in her mistress's presence, I heard these words hissed into my ear. 'Would you blame the girl for what you yourself have brought upon us?' It was Wealthy speaking, and she certainly hated me then, and, I added, perhaps with unnecessary candor, with what she evidently thought very good reason." At this, Mr. Jackson's face broke into a smile, half quizzical and half kindly. "You believe in telling the truth," said he. "So do I, but not all of it. You may feel yourself exonerated in the eyes of the police, but remember the public. It will be uphill work exonerating yourself with them." "I know it, and no man could feel the sting of his position more keenly. But you must admit that it is my duty to be as just to Edgar as to myself. Nay, more so. I know how much my uncle loved this last and dearest namesake of his. I know, no man better, that if what we do not say and must not say were true, and uncle could rise from his grave to meet it, it would be with shielding hands and a forgiveness which would demand this and this only from the beloved ingrate, that he should not marry Orpha. Uncle was my benefactor, and in honor to his memory, I must hold the man he loved innocent, unless forced to find him otherwise, even for Orpha's sake. Does she love him? The question came too quickly, and the hot flush would rise, but I answered him. He is loved by all who know him. It would be strange if his lifelong playmate should be the only one who did not. Deuce take it, burst from the irate lawyer's lips. I was speaking of a very different love from that. And I was thinking of a very different one. The embarrassment this caused to both of us made a break in the conversation, but it was presently resumed by my asking what he thought the police were likely to do under the circumstances. He shot out one word at me. Nothing. Nothing? My face brightened, but my heart sank. That is, as I feel bound to inform you, this is one of those cases where a premature move would be fatal to official prestige. The Bartholomews are held in much too high esteem in this town for thoughtless attack. The old gentleman was the czar of this community. No one more respected and no one more loved. Had his death been attributed to the carelessness or aggression of an outsider, no one but the governor of the state could have held the people in cheek. But the story of the two wills having got about, suspicion took its natural course. The family itself became involved, an enormity which would have been inconceivable had it not been that the one suspected was the one least known, and, you will pardon me if I speak plainly, even if I touch the raw, the one least liked. A foreigner, moreover, come, as all thought, from England on purpose to gather in this wealth. You felt their animosity at the inquest, and you also must have felt their restraint. But had anyone dared to say of Edgar what was said of you, either a great shout of derisive laughter would have gone up, or hell would have broken loose in that courtroom. With very few exceptions, no one there could have imagined him playing any such part. And they cannot today. They have known him too long, admired him too long, seen him too many times in loving companionship with the man now dead to weigh any testimony or be moved by any circumstance suggestive of anything so flagrant as guilt of this nature. The proof must be absolute before the bravest among us would dare assail his name to this extent. And the proof is not absolute. On the contrary, it is very defective, for so far as any of us can see, the crime, if perpetrated by him, lacks motive. Shall I explain? Pray do. Since we have gone this far, let us go the full length. Light is what I want. Light on every angle of this affair. If it serves to clear him, as it now seems it has served to clear me, I shall rejoice. Mr. Jackson, with a quick motion, held out his hand. I took it. We were friends from that hour. First, then, continued the lawyer, you must understand that Edgar has undergone a rigid examination at the hands of the police. This may not have appeared at the inquest, but nevertheless, what I say is true. Now, taking his story as a basis, we have this much to go upon. He has always been led to believe that his future has been cut out for him according to the schedule universally understood and accepted. He was not only to marry Orpha, but to inherit personally the vast fortune which was to support her in the way to which she is entitled. No doubt as to this being his uncle's intention, an intention already embodied in a will drawn up by Mr. Dunn, ever crossed his mind until you came upon the scene, and not then immediately. Even the misunderstanding with his uncle occasioned, as I am told, by Mr. Bartholomew learning of some obligations he had entered into of which he was himself ashamed, failed to awaken the least fear in his mind of any change in his uncle's testamentary intentions, or any real lessening of the affection which had prompted these intentions. Indeed, so much confidence did he have in his place in his uncle's heart, that he consented, almost with a smile, to defer the announcement of what he considered a definite engagement with Orpha, because he saw signs of illness in his uncle and could not think of crossing him. But he had no fear, as I have said, that all would not come right in time, and the end be what it should be. Nor did his mind change with the sudden signs of favor shown by his uncle toward yourself. The odd scheme of sharing with you by a definite arrangement the care which your uncle's invalid condition soon called for, he accepted without question, as he did every other whim of his autocratic relative. But when the servants began to talk to him of how much writing his uncle did while lying in his bed, and whispers of a new will, drawn up in your absence as well as in his, began to circulate through the house, he grew sufficiently alarmed to call on Mr. Dunn at his office and propound a few inquiries. The result was a complete restoration of his tranquillity, for Mr. Dunn, having been kept in ignorance of another lawyer having visited Quinton Court immediately upon his departure, and supposing that the will he had prepared and seen attested was the last expression of Mr. Bartholomew's wishes, gave Edgar such unqualified assurances of a secured future that he naturally was thrown completely off balance when, on the night which proved to be Mr. Bartholomew's last, he was summoned to his uncle's presence and was shown not only one new will, but two, alike in all respects save in the essential point with which we are both acquainted. Now, as I am as anxious as you are to do justice to the young man, I will say that if your uncle was looking for any wonderful display of generosity from one who saw in a moment the hopes of a lifetime threatened with total disaster, then he was expecting too much. Of course, Edgar rebelled and said words which hurt the old gentleman. He would not have been normal otherwise. But what I want to impress upon you in connection with this interview is this. He left the room with these words ringing in his ears. "Now we will see what your cousin has to say. When he quits me, but one of these two wills will remain, and that one you must make up your mind to recognize. Therefore," and here Mr. Jackson leaned toward me in his desire to hold my full attention, "he went from that room with every reason to fear that the will to be destroyed was the one favoring himself, and the one to be retained that which made you chief heir and the probable husband of Orpha. Have we heard of anything having occurred between then and early morning to reverse the conclusions of that moment? No. Then why should he resort to crime in order to shorten the few remaining days of his uncle's life, when he had every reason to believe that his death would only hasten the triumph of his rival? I was speechless, dazed by a fact that may have visited my mind, but which had never before been clearly formulated there. Seeing this, the lawyer went on to say, "That is why our hands are held." Still I did not speak. I was thinking. What I had said we would not do had been done. The word crime had been used in connection with Edgar, and I had let it pass. The veil was torn aside. There was no use in asking to have it drawn to again. I would serve him better by looking the thing squarely in the face and meeting it, as I had met the attack against myself, with honesty and high purpose. But first, I must make some acknowledgment of the conclusion to which all this pointed, and I did it in these words. You see, the boy is innocent. I have not said that, but I have said it. Very good, you have said it. Now go on. This was not so easy, but the lawyer was waiting and watching me, and I finally stammered forth, there is some small fact thus far successfully suppressed, which, when known, will change the trend of public opinion and clarify the whole situation. Exactly. And till it is, we will continue to search for the will, which I honestly believe lies hidden somewhere in that mysterious house. Had he destroyed it during that interval in which he was left alone, there would have been some signs left on the ashes on the hearth, and Wealthy denies seeing anything of the sort when she stooped to replenish the fire that night. And so does Clark, who, at Edgars' instigation, took up the ashes after their first failure to find the will and carefully sifted them in the cellar. I have been wondering if they did that. Well, they did, or so I've been told. Besides, you must remember the look of consternation, if not of horror, which crossed your uncle's face as he felt that death was upon him and he could no longer speak. If he had destroyed both wills, the one when alone, the other in the face of you all, he would have shown no such emotion. He had simply been eliminating every contestant save his daughter, something which should have given him peace. You are right. And as for myself, I propose to keep quiet, hoping that the mystery will soon end. Do you think the police will allow me to leave town? Where do you want to go? Back to work, to my desk at Meadows and Waite in New York. I don't think that I would do that. You will meet with much unpleasantness. I must learn to endure cold looks and hypocritical smiles. But not unnecessarily. I would advise you to take a room at the Sheldon, live quietly, and wait. If you wish to write a suitable explanation to your firm, do so. There can be no harm in that. My heart leapt. His advice was good. I should at least be in the same town as Orpha. There is just one more thing, I observed as we were standing near his office door preparatory to my departure. Did Edgars say whether he saw the wills themselves, or, like myself, only the two envelopes presumably holding them? He was shown them open. Mr. Bartholomew took them one after the other from their envelopes, and spreading them out on the desk, pointed out the name of Edgar Quentin, the son of my brother Frederick, on the one, and Edgar Quentin, the son of my brother James, on the other, and so stood with his finger pressed on the latter while they had their little scene. When that was over, he folded the two wills up again and put them back in their several envelopes, all without help. Edgar looking on, as I have no doubt, in a white heat of perfectly justifiable indignation. Can't you see the picture? I could and did, but I had no disposition to dwell on it. A question had risen in my mind to which I must have an answer. You speak of Edgar looking on. At what, may I ask? At Uncle's handling of the wills, or in a general way at Uncle himself? He said that he kept his eye on the two wills. Oh, and did he note into which envelope the one went in which he was most interested, the one favoring himself? Yes, but the envelopes were alike, neither being marked at that time, and as his uncle jumbled them together in his hands, this did not help him or us. Ah, the red mark was put on later? Yes, the pencil with which he did it was found on the floor. I tried to find a way through these shadows, to spur my memory into recalling the one essential thing which would settle a very vexing question. But I was obliged to give it up with the acknowledgment that mark was in the corner of one of the envelopes at the time I saw them, but I do not know which will it covered. God, what a complication! Yes, no daylight yet, my boy, but it will come. Some trivial matter, unseen as yet, or if seen, regarded as of no account, will provide us with a clue leading straight to the very heart of this mystery. I believe this, and you must too. Otherwise you will find your life a little hard to bear. I braced myself. I shrank unaccountably from what I felt it to be my present duty to communicate. I always did when there was any possibility of Orpha's name coming up. Some trivial matter? An unexpected clue? I repeated. Mr. Jackson, I have been keeping back a trivial matter which may yet prove to be a clue. And I told him of the note, made up of printed letters, which I had found in my box of cigars. He was much interested in it, and regretted exceedingly that I had obeyed the injunction to burn it. From whom did this communication come? That I could not answer. I had my own thoughts. Much thinking, and perhaps much hoping, had led me to believe that it was from Orpha, but I could not say this to him. Happily, his own thoughts had turned to the servants, and I foresaw that sooner or later they were likely to have a strenuous time with him. As his brows puckered and he seemed in imagination to have them already under examination, I took a sudden resolution. Mr. Jackson, I have read of a means now in use in police investigation which sometimes leads to astonishing results. I spoke hesitatingly, for I felt the absurdity of my offering any suggestion to this able lawyer. The vial which held the poison must have been handled. Wouldn't it show fingerprints? The lawyer threw back his head with a good-natured snort, and I stopped, confused. I know that it is ridiculous for me, I began, but he cut me short very quickly. No, it's not ridiculous. I was just pleased, that's all. Of course the police made use of this new method of detection, looked about for fingerprints and all that, and found some, I have been told. But you must remember that 2 days at least elapsed between Mr. Bartholomew's death and any suspicion of foul play. That such things as the glass and other small matters had all been removed, and here is the important point, the most important of all, that the cabinet which held the medicines had been visited and the bottle labeled dangerous touched, if not lifted entirely out, and that by more than one person. Of course they found fingerprints on it and on the woodwork of the cabinet, but they were those of Orpha, Edgar, and Wealthy, who rushed up to examine the same at the first intimation that your uncle's death might have been due to the use of this deadly drug. And now you will see why I felt something like pleasure at your naive mention of fingerprints. Of all the persons who knew of the location and harmful nature of this medicine, you only failed to leave upon the vial this irrefutable proof of having had it in your hand. Now you know the main reason why the police have had the courage to dare public opinion. Your fingerprints were not to be found on anything connected with that cabinet. My fingerprints? What did they know of my fingerprints? I never had them taken. Again, that characteristic snort. You have had a personal visit, I am told, from the inspector. What do you think of him? Don't you judge him to be quite capable of securing an impression of your fingertips if he so desired, during the course of an interview lasting over 2 hours? I remembered his holding out to me a cigarette case and urging me to smoke. Did I do so? Yes. Did I touch the case? Yes. I took it in hand. Well, as it had done me no harm, I could afford to smile, and I did. Yes, he is quite capable of putting over a little thing like that. Bless him for it. Yes, you are a fortunate lad to have won his good will. I thought of Edgar and of the power which, seemingly without effort, he exercised over every kind of person with whom he came in contact, and was grateful that in my extremity I had found one man, if not two, who trusted me. Just a little buoyed up by my success in this venture, I attempted another. There is just one thing more, Mr. Jackson. There is a name which we have not mentioned, that is, in any serious connection, but which, if we stop to think, may suggest something to our minds worthy of discussion. I mean, Clark's. Can it be that under his straightforward and devoted manner he has held concealed jealousies or animosities which demanded revenge? I have no acquaintance with the man, but I heard the inspector say that he wished everyone he had talked to about this crime had the simple candor and quiet understanding of Luke Clark. Though broken-hearted over his loss, he stands ready to answer any and all questions, declaring that life will be worth nothing to him till he knows who killed the man he has served for 15 years. I don't think there is anything further to be got out of Clark. The inspector is positive that there is not. But was I? By no means. I was not sure of anything but Orpha's beauty and worth and the love I felt for her, and vented my dissatisfaction in the querulous cry, "Why should I waste your time any longer? I have nothing to offer, nothing more to suggest. To tell the truth, Mr. Jackson, I am all at sea." And he, being, I suspect, somewhat at sea himself, accepted my good day and allowed me to go. End of section 34, read by BookBard. Section 35 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 38. There is some small fact thus far successfully suppressed, which when known will alter the trend of public opinion and clarify the whole situation. A sentence almost fatuous in its expression of a self-evident truth, one too which had been uttered by myself, but foolish and fatuous as it was, it kept ringing on in my brain all that day and far into the night, until I formulated for myself another one less general and more likely to lead to a definite conclusion. Something occurred between the hour I left Uncle's room and my visit to his door at 3 o'clock in the morning, which from its nature was calculated to make Edgar indifferent to the destruction of the will marked with red, and Wealthy so apprehensive of harm to him that to save him from the attention of the police, she was willing to sacrifice me and perjure herself before the coroner. What was it? You see, from declining to connect Edgar with this crime, I had come to the point of not only admitting the possibility of his guilt, but of arguing for and against it in my own mind. I had almost rather have died than do this, but the word having once passed between me and Mr. Jackson, every instinct within me clamored for a confutation of my doubt, or a confirmation of it so strong that my duty would be plain, and the future of Orpha settled as her father would have it. To repeat, then, to understand this crime, and to locate the guilty hand which dropped poison into the sick man's soothing mixture, it was necessary to discover what had happened somewhere in the house between the hours I have mentioned, of sufficient moment to account for Edgar's attitude and that of the faithful wealthy. But one conjecture suggested itself after hours of thought. Was it not possible that while I was below, Clark in his room and Wealthy in Orpha's, that Edgar had made his way for the second time into his uncle's presence, persuaded him to revoke his decision, and even gone so far as to obtain from him the will adverse to his own hopes? Thus fortified, but still fearful of further vacillation on the part of one whose mind, once so strong, seemed now to veer this way or that with every influence brought to bear upon it, what more natural than, given a criminal's heart, he should think of the one and only way of ending this indecision and making himself safe from this very hour? A glass of water, a drop of medicine from the bottle labeled dangerous, a quick good night, and a hasty departure. It made the hair stir on my forehead to conceive of all this in connection with a man like Edgar. But my thoughts, once allowed to enter this groove, would run on. The deed is done. Now to regain his room. That room is near. He has but to cross the hall. A few steps, and he is at the stairhead, has passed it, when a noise from below startles him, and peering down, he sees Wealthy coming up from the lower floor. Wealthy, ready to tell any story when confronted, as she soon would be, by the fact that death had followed his visit. Death, which in this case meant murder. It was base beyond belief, hardly to be thought of, but did it not explain every fact? I would see. First, it accounted for the empty envelope and the disappearance of the will which it had held. Also for the fact that this will could not be found in any place accessible to a man too feeble to leave his own room. It had been given to Edgar, and he had carried it away. Had they searched his room for it? They had searched mine, and they had searched me. Had they been fair enough to search his room and to search him? Secondly, Edgar's restlessness on that fatal night, the watch he kept on Uncle's door, the interest he had shown at seeing me there, and possibly his reluctance to incriminate me by any absolute assertion which would link me to a crime which he, above all others, knew that I had not committed. Thirdly, the comparative calmness with which he saw his uncle, still undecided, or, what was fully as probable, confused in mind by his sufferings and the near approach of death, order the destruction of the remaining will, to preserve which and make it operative he had risked the remorse of a lifetime. He knew that with both wills gone, the third and original one, which at that time he believed to be still in existence, would secure for him even more than the one he saw being consumed before his eyes, viz., the undisputed possession of the Bartholomew estate. So much for the time preceding the discovery that crime, and not the hazard of disease, had caused our uncle's sudden death. How about Edgar's conduct since? Was there anything in that to dispute his theory? Not absolutely. Emotion, under circumstances so tragic, would be expected from him, and with his quick mind and knowledge of the worshipful affection felt for him by every member of the household, he must have had little fear of any unfortunate results to himself, and a most lively recognition of where the blame would fall if he acted his part with the skill of which he was the undoubted master. There was but one remote possibility which might turn the tables. Perhaps it came across him like a flash. Perhaps he had thought of it before, but considered it of no consequence so long as it was the universally accepted belief that Uncle had died a natural death. And this brings us to fourthly. Was it in accordance with my theory, or the reverse, for him immediately, and before the doctor could appear, to rush upstairs in company with Orpha and Nurse Wealthy to inspect the cabinet where the medicines were kept? In full accordance with my theory, knowing that he must have left finger marks there on bottle or shelf, he takes the one way to confound suspicion, adds more of his own, and passes the vial into the hands of the two who accompanied him on this very excusable errand. Was there any other fact which I could remember which might tip the scale, so heavily weighted, even a trifle the other way? Yes, one, a big one. The impossibility for me even now to attribute such devilry to a man who had certainly loved the victim of this monstrous crime. As I rose from this effort to sound the murky depths into which my thoughts had groveled, in spite of myself and all the proprieties, I found by the strong feeling of revulsion which made the memory of the past hour hateful to me, that I could never pursue the road which I had thus carefully mapped out for myself. That, innocent or guilty, Edgar Quentin Bartholomew, beloved by our uncle, was sacred in my eyes because of that love, and that whatever might be done by others to fix this crime upon him, I could do nothing, would do nothing to help them, even if I must continue to bear to the very end the opprobrium under which I now labored. And Orpha? Had I forgotten my fears for her? The duty I had felt to preserve her from a step which might mean more than unhappiness, might mean shame? No, but in that moment of decision, made for me by my own nature, the conviction had come that I need not be apprehensive of Orpha marrying Edgar, or marrying me, while this question between us remained unsettled. She would be neutral to the end, even if her heart broke. I knew my darling. In this mood, and in this determination, I remained for 2 weeks. I tried to divert myself by reading, and I think my love for books, which presently grew into a passion, had its inception in that monotonous succession of day after day without a break in the suspense, which held me like a hand upon my throat. I was not treated ill. I was simply boycotted. This made it unpleasant for me to walk the streets, though I never hesitated to do so when I had a purpose in view. Of Orpha I heard little, though now and then some whiff of gossip from Quentin Court would reach me. She had filled the house with guests, but there was no gaiety. The only young person among them was Lucy Colfax, who was preparing for her wedding. The rest were relatives of humble means and few pleasures, to whom life amid the comforts and splendors of Quentin Court was like a visit to fairyland. Edgar had followed my example and taken up his abode in one of the hotels. But he spent most of his evenings at the house, where he soon became the idol of the various aunts and cousins who possibly would never have honored me with anything beyond a certain civility. Ere long I heard of his intention to leave town. With his position no better defined than it was, he found C intolerable. I wondered if they would let him go. By they, I mean the police. If they did, I meant to go too, or at least to make an effort to do so. I wanted to work. I wanted to feel my manhood once again active. I wrote to the firm in whose offices I had a desk. This is my letter, robbed of its heading and signature. I am well aware in what light I have been held up to the public by the New York press. No one accuses me, yet there are many who think me capable of a great crime. If this were true, I should be the most despicable of men. For my uncle was a good friend and made a man of me out of very indifferent material. I revered him, and as my wish was to please him while he was living, so it is my present desire to do as he would have me do now as he is gone. If on the receipt of this you advise me not to come, I shall not take it as an expression of disbelief in what I have said, but as a result of your kindly judgment that my place is in my hometown so long as there is any doubt of the innocency of my relations toward my uncle. This dispatched, I waited 3 days for a response. Then I received this telegram. Come. Going immediately to headquarters, I sought out the inspector and showed him this message. Shall I go or shall I not? I asked. He did not answer at once. He seemed to hesitate, and finally left the room for a few minutes. When he came back, he smiled and said, My answer is yes. You are young. If you wait for full justification in this case, you may have to wait a lifetime, and then, again, you may not. I wrung his hand, and for the next hour forgot everything but the manner in which I would make the attempt to see Orpha. I could not leave without a word of farewell to the one being for whose sake I kept my soul from despair. I dared not call without permission. I feared a rebuff at the front door. Orpha would certainly be out. Again, I might write, and she might get the letter, but I could not be sure. Bliss handled the mail, and of course I was unreasonably suspicious, but it was so important for me to reach her very self, or to know that any refusal or inability to see me came from her very self, that I wished to take every precaution. In pursuance of this idea, I ran over the list of servants to see if there was one who in my estimation could be trusted to hand her a note. From wealthy down, I named them one by one and shook my head over each. Discouraged, I rose and went out, and almost at the first corner, I ran upon Clark. What came over me at the sight of his uncompromising countenance, I do not know, but I stopped him and threw myself upon his mercy. It was an act more in keeping with Edgar's character than with mine, and I cannot account for it, save by the certainty I possessed that if he did not want to do what I requested, he would say so. He might be blunt, even accusing, but he would not be insincere or play me false. Clark, well met, thus I accosted him. I am going to leave town. I may come back and I may not. Will you do me this favor? I am very anxious to have Miss Bartholomew know that I greatly desire to say good-bye to her, but hardly feel at liberty to telephone. If she is willing to see me, I shall feel honored. I have left Quinton Court for the present, he objected. I hope to return when it has a master. If he noticed my emotion at this straightforward, if crude statement, he gave no sign of having done so. He simply remained standing like a man awaiting orders, and I hastened to remark, But you will be going there to see your old friends, today possibly, tonight at latest, if you have any good reason for it. Yes, I have still a trunk or two there. I will call for them tonight, and I will give Miss Orpha your message. Where shall I bring the reply? I told him, and he walked off, erect, unmoved, and to all appearance totally unconscious of the fact, or if conscious of it, totally unaffected by it, that he had thrown a ray of light into a cavern of gloom and helped a man to face life again who had almost preferred death. Evening came, and with it, a telephone message. She will see you tomorrow morning at 11. End of section 35, read by BookBard. Section 36 of The Step on the Stair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Step on the Stair by Katharine Greene. Chapter 39. What should I say to her? How begin? How keep the poise due to her and due to myself, with her dear face turned up to mine and possibly her hand responding to my clasp? Futile questions. When I entered her presence, it was to find that my course was properly marked out. She was not alone. Lucy Colfax was with her, and the greeting I received from the one was dutifully repeated by the other. I was caught as in a trap. But pride came to my rescue, coupled with a recognition of the real service she was doing me in restraining me to the formalities of a friendly call. But I would not be restrained too far. What in my colder moments I had planned to say, I would say, even with Lucy Colfax standing by and listening. Lucy Colfax, whose story I knew much better than she did mine. Cousin Orpha, I began with a side glance at Miss Colfax, which that brilliant brunette did not take amiss. I am going almost immediately to New York to take up again the business in which I was occupied when all was well here and my duty seemed plain. Inspector Redding has my address, and I will always be at his call, and at that of anyone else who wants me for any service worth the journey. If you... A little catch in my voice warned me to be brief. If you have need of me, though it be but a question you want answered, I will come as readily as though it were a peremptory summons. I am your cousin, and there is no reason in the world why I should not do a cousin's duty by you. None, she answered, but she did not reach out her hand, only stood there, a sweet, sane woman, bidding goodbye to a friend. I honored her for her attitude, but my heart bade me begone. Bowing to Miss Colfax, whose eyes I felt positive had never left my face, I tried to show the same deference to Orpha. Perhaps I succeeded, but somehow I think I failed, for when I was in the street again, all I could remember was the surprised look in her eyes, which yet were the sweetest it had ever been my good fortune to meet. Chapter 40. It was a dream, nothing else, but it made a very strong impression upon me. I could not forget it, though I was much occupied the next morning and for several days afterwards. It was so lifelike, and the picture it left behind was so vivid. What was the picture? Just this, but as plain to my eye as if presented to it by a motion picture film. Orpha, standing by herself alone, staring at some object lying in her open palm. She was dressed in white, not black. This I distinctly remember. Also, that her hair, which I had never seen save when dressed and fastened close to her head, lay in masses on her shoulders. A picture of loveliness, but of great mental perplexity also. She was intrigued by what she was looking at. Astonishment was visible on her features, and what I instinctively interpreted as alarm gave a rigidity to her figure far from natural to it. Such was my dream, such the picture which would not leave me, nor explain itself for days. I had got well into the swing of work, and was able, strange as it may seem, to hold my own in all business matters, notwithstanding the personal anxieties which devoured my mind and heart the moment I was released from present duty. I had received 1 or 2 letters from Mr. Jackson, which, while encouraging in a general way, added little to my knowledge of how matters in which I was so concerned were progressing in C. Edgar was no longer there. In fact, he was in the same city as myself, but for what purpose or where located he could not tell me. The press had ceased covering the first page with unmeaning headlines concerning a tragedy which offered no new features, and although there was a large quota of interested persons who inveighed against the police for allowing me to leave town, there were others, the number of which was rapidly growing, who ventured to state that time and effort, however aided by an inexhaustible purse, would fail to bring to light any further explanation of their leading citizen's sudden death, for the very good reason that there was nothing further to bring out, the doctor's report having been a mistaken one, and the death simply natural, that is, the result of undue excitement. But there remain some few things of which the public is ignorant. In this manner, Mr. Jackson ended his last letter. End of section 36, read by BookBard.